The carriage, drawn by the finest horses, swayed gently with the pebbles in the road, sunlight flooding the interior. Princess Ilaria of the Guinevere Duchy, her red hair a vibrant splash of color, opened her eyes. Roused by a soft voice, her dark-haired handmaiden, seated opposite, informed her they were nearing their destination. It was time to prepare for their arrival. But it's still so early, the blue-eyed princess protested. The handmaiden countered that a first visit to the imperial palace demanded punctuality. Honestly, Ilaria muttered, a touch of impatience in her tone. No one could have predicted my arrival would be so sudden. Not even a proper ceremony. The handmaiden leaned forward, settling a delicate hat upon her mistress's head. I couldn't agree more, Your Highness. For concubines had already arrived at the emperor's capital palace, one of whom had already met an untimely end. Ilaria, arriving in their wake, pondered what the future held. Moments later, the red-haired princess descended from the carriage, accepting her handmaiden's arm for support. She tilted her head back, taking in the immensity of the castle, its domes and rooftops a striking blue. They shimmered in the sunlight. The dark-haired handmaiden glanced around, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Why hasn't anyone come to greet us, Your Highness? She asked nervously. Ilaria raised her fan to her chin. Understandable, I suppose. After so many concubines, who cares about the next? A mischievous glint entered her blue eyes. Perhaps it's for the best. We can tell them all to go to hell and return to Guinevere. The handmaiden offered a strained smile, hoping no one had overheard. Suddenly, a man approached, bowing low. Greetings, my lady of the Winfred Empire. The dark-haired young man, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, introduced himself as Sign, a senior attendant of the Ladislav Imperial City. The blue-eyed princess unfolded her black fan, shielding her face. She knew of him, of course, a loyal imperial dog. She hadn't expected someone so close to the center of power to be sent to greet her. A pleasure to meet you, Ilaria replied smoothly. The weather is splendid today. Even the horses seemed to run faster. She expressed her relief at not being late, then added, with a touch of deliberate naivete, or am I? You seem unsure of when I was expected. Her handmaiden stared aghast. Only her mistress could deliver such a pointed barb with such apparent innocence. Sign maintained his smile. The weather is indeed delightful, my lady, and I am fortunate to have the opportunity to greet you. We shouldn't delay, the attendant continued. Allow me to escort you to the palace. Ilaria offered her thanks. Despite the pleasantries, her companion sensed a sharp undercurrent of tension. Trailing behind Sign, Ilaria took in the imperial gardens. The rumors of their beauty were true. Katie, she murmured, a note of apprehension in her voice. My heart is heavy with a strange foreboding. The blue-eyed princess turned, her gaze softening. Did I hear a whisper of fear, my dear handmaiden? Ilaria's smile was radiant. She declared she had nothing left to fear. Long ago, in the Guinevere Duchy, a magical source orb had miraculously appeared, and she had seen much. With its aid, the princess had witnessed a terrifying future, a nightmare her life would become should she refuse the emperor. In this vision, her parents were dead, the peaceful streets of her city piled high with the bodies of the murdered, her entire life, everything around her, reduced to ashes. Looking back on the hellish landscape of that potential future, Ilaria couldn't comprehend if her refusal alone could have caused such devastation. The unraveling of her beloved homeland, the duchy. It was heartbreaking, terrifying. Having witnessed it, the young princess was certain she would do anything to ensure those events never transpired in reality. Leading the girls forward, Sign interrupted her guests' thoughts, announcing their arrival at the Palace of the Steel Rose, where Ilaria would reside. The senior attendant explained that it was one of the most beautiful places in the emperor's domain, a luxury he bestowed upon her. The image of the young emperor flashed through the blue-eyed girl's mind. The mere thought of him ignited a simmering anger within her. With a resolute exhale, the princess steeled her resolve. There was no turning back. She had agreed to marry the emperor only to save her duchy. Gazing ahead, picturing the ruler, the red-haired woman sighed. As long as she was here, he wouldn't be able to commit such atrocities, she thought. At the castle entrance, Ilaria was greeted by a group of maids. The lead maid bowed low, introducing herself as Cholister. As the brown-eyed woman expressed the honor of serving her mistress, Ilaria, the blue-eyed princess, regarded her new servant thoughtfully. Cholister lifted her head, offering a smile and suggesting a tour of the castle for its newest resident. On their way to her chambers, the red-haired Ilaria called out to Cholister, smiling. She expressed her pleasure at meeting her and apologized for her earlier lack of introduction, explaining she had been too captivated by her surroundings. Gesturing to the dark-haired woman carrying her luggage, the princess introduced Katie, her childhood friend. Ilaria then looked up, adding a warm, "It's a pleasure to meet you," catching Cholister slightly off guard. Cholister, momentarily stunned, quickly recovered, dipping into a curtsy with her head bowed, returning the new mistress's kind words. As the red-haired princess was led into her lavishly decorated room, she gazed around with a mixture of surprise and delight at the glittering decor, noting the heavy, almost cloying scent of flowers. Tall windows were draped with richly colored curtains, and the bed was adorned with luxurious silk sheets. Ilaria observed this coolly, silently wondering if all of this had been meticulously prepared for her wedding night with the emperor. To gain her attention, Cholister cleared her throat softly, beckoning the princess to follow her. With her arms crossed, she explained that the red-haired lady possessed the remarkably fair skin for which all northern women were known, and therefore any gown would suit her. The woman added that attire had already been prepared for the princess, and inquired about her preference for the color red. Ilaria nodded towards the stack of luggage in the corner of the room, reminding them that she had brought plenty of her own belongings and could, for the time being, make use of those. The brown-eyed girl, Cholister, immediately turned serious. With a sigh, she adopted the tone of a stern instructor, explaining that the castle had its own set of rules. She gestured towards a long, sturdy clothes rack laden with gowns specifically prepared for Ilaria. Picking up a blue and white gown as an example, Cholister explained that the embroidered flowers on the lining were symbolic of the castle itself. In the Winfred Empire, she continued, His Majesty's symbol, aside from the crown, is a purple flower. The Empress uses a red flower. The Emperor's concubines are designated pink, and the children wear garments embroidered with yellow blossoms. Cholister finished, her tone firm. If you were to wear a gown without the appropriate embroidery, Lady Ilaria, you would be violating palace law. Ilaria murmured her understanding, inwardly chafing at the sheer volume of these tedious regulations. She briefly wondered if there were some elaborate precaution against assassination attempts. As if an afterthought, Cholister added that there was much more the princess needed to learn if she wished to please the emperor. Ilaria exhaled loudly, struggling to conceal her distaste for the very idea of the man. Steeling herself, she mentally reviewed her plan to alter the future she had foreseen, and a sweet, calculated smile touched her lips. Stepping forward, she asked, "Is it true your name is Cholister?" The maid confirmed it. Ilaria strolled over to the clothes rack, her fingers trailing over a red and yellow gown as she examined the details. Then, her voice calm, she said, "You seem to have forgotten who you're speaking to." The startled maid whirled around, demanding to know what she meant by such impudence, as no concubine would dare speak in such a manner. A slow smile spread across Ilaria's face. "I have no intention of pleasing the emperor," she declared, bearing his children or remaining in this castle for very long. Cholister froze, the air suddenly thick with tension as the newly arrived princess exerted her dominance. Ilaria advanced on the head, made like a predator. "I have no interest in red and yellow flowers," she stated flatly. Cholister recoiled, fear creeping into her eyes. "My lady," she stammered, "how can you say such things?" Ilaria grasped Cholister's wrist, her voice low and menacing. "When I have achieved my purpose, I will leave this palace, and I am not particularly agreeable." Her sharp blue eyes seemed to gleam. "I do not tolerate anyone above me." Looking down at the terrified woman, Ilaria asked, "Do you understand now what your mistress wants?" She released Cholister's wrist with a dismissive flick. "I want your complete obedience." Cholister cowered, head bowed. Ilaria continued. Even a child could grasp that. Remembering her underlings were present, and she couldn't afford to lose face completely, Cholister rallied her thoughts. She needed to respond. Dipping her head in a low bow, Cholister pressed a hand to her chest. "I understand perfectly, my lady." Ilaria smiled, satisfied. "Excellent," she purred. "Then inform the emperor that the princess is unwell and unable to join him this evening." Cholister stammered, then protested, "But, my lady, you will only be recognized as a concubine after." Her words trailed off as Ilaria burst into laughter, leaving the head maid bewildered and silent. The red-haired woman, her laughter muffled behind her hand, remarked on the maid's attentiveness, but clarified that she hadn't come to the palace bound by a contract. She was a princess of the Guinevere Duchy, she announced, in which lady arriving at this palace, she inquired, had ever been received with such lavish attention and honor. Cholister pondered this privately. The palace and the dowry were indeed unlike those prepared for other concubines, and Sven himself had come to greet her. It was for this very reason the senior maid had hoped to serve the one who would become empress. The lady's eyes widened, her mouth falling open in astonishment as the princess called her name and placed a hand on her cheek. Ilaria, the redhead, declared that whether she refused the emperor on their wedding night or not, she would become his concubine. Such was the agreement between the Guinevere Duchy and the Winfred Empire. Even if she proved to be a viper, capable of usurping power within the palace walls, the outcome would be the same, Ilaria added. Turning to the other maids, her words carrying a note of warning, she advised them to consider their choices carefully. The maids, trembling like their superior, Cholister, all lowered their gazes, unwilling to provoke their mistress. If the maid continued in this manner, Ilaria stated, she would be banished from the imperial city. Suddenly, a luminous yellow butterfly, invisible to the naked eye, landed on Cholister's neck. With a flick of the mistress's wrist, the magical creature seemed to imprint itself upon the maid's skin. The skin burned faintly. If the brown-eyed girl obeyed her, Ilaria promised, she would quickly become the right hand of the future ruler of this magnificent castle. When Cholister stammered that she would report everything necessary to the emperor, Ilaria smiled, pointing out that this was a very wise decision. The brown-eyed Cholister nodded repeatedly, agreeing with Ilaria's suggestion that they could be friends. A moment later, another maid, Katie, glancing around the glittering chambers, asked the princess if she hadn't been too harsh with the head maid. The dark-haired Katie seemed apprehensive, wondering what they would do if His Majesty discovered the incident. Ilaria, seated on the expansive bed, dismissed Katie's worries as excessive. Even if the emperor were to find out, Ilaria stated calmly, her blue eyes serene, he wouldn't do anything to her. It wouldn't be fitting to upset such an important figure, especially so soon after her arrival. Sven, the servant who had come to greet her, was a member of the emperor's inner circle. He wouldn't be sent to welcome an ordinary concubine. It was all for show, she murmured. In reality, the concubines were meant to serve as a check on the Empress Dowager's power, but in truth, they were merely pawns. The game was being played between the emperor, her stepson, and the Empress Dowager, who intended to place her own exiled son on the throne. Both were playing a game involving the entire court, even the daughters of noble families, and a hostage disguised as the emperor's wife herself. No one could have imagined that the princess, Ilaria, now seated within this castle, would be drawn into this maelstrom, for her duchy had always remained neutral. Katie, bubbling with excitement, remarked that there were other concubines within the castle walls, and they needed to be cautious, ensuring their mistress remained unharmed. Ilaria, a gentle smile gracing her lips, agreed, adding that everyone around her seemed excessively worried on her behalf. The maid replied that such concern was only natural, as the red-haired young woman was the sole princess of her duchy, and her brother had been devastated upon learning of the arranged marriage. The redhead sighed inwardly, reflecting that she had come to save her homeland from destruction, but she would begin establishing her own rules within these walls immediately. The Winfred Emperor residing here was known as Ebenezer, a rigid and ruthless man. He had even used the Guinevere Duchy as bait to lure enemies during the war, all for his own gain. Yet, to alter the course of the future, the young woman had agreed to marry such a man. A thoughtful finger traced her lips as she mused that it was time to act. She couldn't remain idle. The blue-eyed girl lowered her hand from her face, a small smile playing on her lips, brimming with the resolve to begin her machinations. Ilaria instructed the maid to check the corridor for any presence, a request Katie met with surprised compliance. Katie stepped forward, opening the door and sweeping her gaze across the spacious hall, searching for any servants or gentlemen. Finding only an empty space, the dark-haired woman closed the door behind her and returned to her mistress's chambers, confirming that the coast was clear. The redhead, already mentally preparing to weave her magic and commune with her familiars, closed her eyes and requested that the windows be attended to next. Understanding the purpose behind the request, Katie asked her mistress to wait a moment, explaining that she needed to draw the curtains. The maid hurried to the panoramic windows overlooking the blossoming gardens and swiftly drew the heavy drapes closed. Dark fabric now cloaked the room. Ilaria closed her eyes, focusing her mind on connecting with her sprites, a pleasant tingling warmth spreading through her body. A bright yellow glow filled the entirety of her bedchamber as she remained silent, concentrating on summoning all her magical energy at once. Hundreds of shimmering butterflies materialized, swirling in the air, their flickering wings dispelling the darkness with mischievous light. The red-haired woman raised her hand, commanding them to fly forth and begin their work, adding that she would await the news and information each one brought back. Invisible to all but her, the sprites filled the blossoming gardens, hovering above knights and guards, while others remained close to the maids. They dispersed throughout the vast palace, some even venturing beyond its walls. A soft groan escaped Ilaria's lips as she closed her eyes, the exertion of so much magical energy taking its toll. A cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her body swayed slightly, prompting her to ask Katie for her magic crystal. The girl immediately rushed to her mistress's side. After handing her mistress the needed item, the brown-haired woman inquired if she had summoned too many sprites. The blue-eyed woman replied that the castle was simply too large. Drawing energy from the crystal, the princess explained that the movements of the servants and maids were more intertwined than she had anticipated, but the butterflies would be able to uncover much. A few moments later, Ilaria gazed at her now empty hand, a thoughtful expression on her face as she asked her maid how many magic crystals they had brought. Katie glanced at the red pouch, surmising that they wouldn't even last a month, and asked if they needed to contact Lady Beatrice. The redhead, Ilaria, murmured that she'd already sent butterflies to find Bibi and they'd be in contact soon. A maid drew back the curtains, inquiring after her mistress's well-being. Sitting up in bed, Ilaria replied that she was perfectly fine. Ilaria promptly closed her eyes, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She wondered what Cholister might be doing at that very moment. The brown-eyed woman, Cholister, was indeed busy, feeding Sven a fabricated tale of the princess's ill health, claiming the journey had left her too weak to even leave her bed. A soft laugh escaped Ilaria's lips, her hand rising to cover her mouth. How easily she had brought the woman to her side, she mused. Hearing the laughter, Katie turned, asking if everything was all right and if the head maid, Cholister, had delivered the intended message. Ilaria, her blue eyes twinkling, winked at her favorite aide, Katie. "It seems," she said with a smile, "I've made a very wise choice." Katie, her dark hair framing her face, walked to the table and poured magic crystals into a box. "I worry Cholister will become butterfly food," she remarked. "I have no such plans for her." "Yet," Ilaria murmured with a chuckle. Katie gasped dramatically. "Do you truly intend to do so later?" she inquired. The princess swung her legs playfully, muttering aloud, "I wonder what Ebenezer Winford would do." Meanwhile, in the east wing of Ladislav Castle, Sven was reporting the events to the emperor himself. Upon hearing of the new concubine's indisposition, Emperor Ebenezer inquired after his servant's opinion on matter. "It seems to me, your majesty," Sven replied, "that milady is most certainly feigning illness. She seemed well enough upon arrival. Remarkably so," the young man added, and Cholister offered no proper explanation for this sudden change. Ebenezer, signing yet another document, grumbled, "The princess displays her cunning even before she's properly crossed the palace threshold." Will word reach Guinevere that a concubine failed to spend her first night with the monarch? Sven asked hesitantly. His aide's displeasure was evident as Ebenezer chuckled. When will he finally produce an heir? Sven thought to himself. Noticing his expression, the emperor questioned, "What is it?" The dark-haired man immediately composed himself. "Nothing, your majesty," he said smoothly. Still seated before his mountain of paperwork, the emperor ordered medicinal herbs to be sent to the princess and declared her officially a concubine. "I wish to break my fast with the princess tomorrow," Ebenezer announced suddenly. Sven strojkte ned, surpriset. Winfred, seemingly unfazed by the reaction, calmly continued sorting through the delivered documents. "The Empress Dowager's birthday approaches," he said with a small smile. "Tradition dictates that my wife sits beside me at the feast." Sven remained silent, thinking to himself that the emperor could barely distinguish his concubines from one another, save perhaps by hair color. As Sven accepted his orders, Ebenezer reflected on how Princess Ilaria had managed to sway Cholister to her side on her very first day. He smiled faintly, recalling the rumors that the women of Guinevere possessed a certain allure. Later that evening, Ilaria, feigning surprise, questioned her maid, Cholister. "Is it true that the Emperor wishes to break his fast with me, despite my indisposition?" The brown-eyed woman sighed, casting her gaze downwards. "His Majesty merely wishes to express his concern for your well-being, milady," she replied. The maid, Cholister, considered the unusual circumstance. Never before had a table been set for just two. Yet the Emperor was showing such peculiar favor to this girl. With a nod, Cholister remarked that the East Wing boasted a remarkable chef, so the princess was sure to enjoy the meal. After sipping the prepared herbal concoction, Ilaria, her blue eyes flashing, muttered impatiently that at least the food would be a welcome reprieve. Setting the empty cup on its saucer, she announced that Genesis, the Marquis's daughter, would be visiting her tomorrow. Cholister's brown eyes widened, barely suppressing her surprise. The Guinevere Duchy princess was well-connected indeed, she thought, to have such an influential acquaintance. Ilaria, her red hair a vibrant flame against the pale pillows, mentioned that the physician would be arriving shortly, then asked dryly if he would perhaps diagnose the fragile lady, herself, with motion sickness. Cholister immediately dipped into a curtsy, agreeing, and the princess dismissed her to attend to the remaining arrangements. Alone, Cholister narrowed her brown eyes, considering the princess. Such captivating allure, she mused, was difficult to describe. The brilliant eyes and fiery hair reminded the servant of the legendary Red Queen Guinevere, a figure of myth and whispered tales. The next morning, Ilaria recalled Ebenezer Winfred's ascension to the throne at the tender age of 15, his subsequent rise to the pinnacle of power. The current ruler had seized control from the Empress Dowager, and many had noted the stark contrast between his policies and those of his predecessors. Ilaria listlessly poked at her salad with a fork, her thoughts occupied by the rumors swirling around the Emperor's appearance and formidable abilities. When Ebenezer, his dark hair framing a sharp face, inquired why she wasn't eating, Ilaria looked up, a flush of indignation warming her cheeks. Ilaria glared at him, noting the sly smile he'd worn since arriving. She stuffed a mouthful of fresh herbs in her mouth, wondering if his skin was crafted from porcelain. It was so luminous. After chewing quickly but thoroughly, she mumbled that, as he could see, she was eating. Ebenezer observed her, thinking she was rather endearing, not at all like the dangerous sorceress he'd anticipated. He expressed his pleasure at her appetite, as the servants had reported her indisposition. Averting her gaze, Ilaria murmured that a good night's sleep had restored her health, thanking him for his concern. Ebenezer, with a gentle smile, added that she should eat well to maintain her well-being. Ilaria offered another perfunctory thanks, privately noting that the smile didn't reach his eyes, which held a cold, dispassionate gaze. Setting his cup down, the Emperor asked, with a smile, if, now that she was feeling better, they might spend the evening together. Glancing at the festively decorated table, Ebenezer added that a concubine who didn't spend the night with the Emperor wouldn't be taken seriously. Ilaria suppressed a chuckle, closing her eyes and thanking the ruler for his concern for her reputation. As Ebenezer rose, cup raised to his lips, Ilaria replied, with utmost composure, that she must decline his offer. A smile bloomed on her face as she added that she disliked following the same path as others. She preferred to be unique. The man leaned forward, his voice laced with intrigue. "Tell me," he purred, "how should one treat a princess to keep her happy? I am capable of many things. I could make this blue-eyed girl an empress right here and now, for instance." Ilaria's brow furrowed. This dark-haired man dared to threaten her, as if her life rested in his palm. She knew the Empress Dowager was consolidating power amongst the nobles, and she worried he intended to use her as a pawn against the duchies. A smile touched the blue-eyed princess's lips. "What purpose does such jest serve?" she asked, her voice light. "Do you truly believe someone as insignificant as myself could bear the weight of such a title?" When the red-haired woman added that she was a terribly jealous and extravagant woman, Ebenezer grinned. "Irrelevant," he declared. Ilaria froze, her face paling, as the emperor reached out, his hand gently caressing her cheek. His smile was open, his eyes bright. "The princess need only be her beautiful," he began. "Dot flower," he finished. The blue-eyed girl thought to herself that whoever coveted the empress's position would become no more than a rose or some other ornament. "I do not desire that title," she demurred. The red-haired woman then requested he grant her just one thing. Ebenezer stroked his chin thoughtfully at the girl's question. "I can grant you your small request," he conceded. "I will obtain for you what the emperor desires most in this world," she declared. The dark-haired man stared, momentarily taken aback by her almost playful, cheerful tone. He found himself unable to retort. Ilaria shrugged, a smile playing on her lips. "I will find the old raccoon who lives in this castle," she said. The man chuckled, shaking his head. "My lady certainly enjoys playing with fire," he observed. The girl clenched her fist. "I only speak so because I'm prepared to do these things," she retorted. "If you can bear the weight of the emperor's words, such a burden," Ebenezer stated, "then I will place my trust in you and eagerly await." The red-haired woman, as if feeling the warmth of the sun once more, relaxed into a smile. "Thank you, your majesty," she murmured. Ebenezer raised his cup to his lips. "If we both get what we desire, then all is well," he replied. The red-haired woman, feigning innocence, asked, "Must I go and see the Empress Dowager?" The man exhaled, a flicker of amusement in his eyes. The audacity of this girl to so brazenly ask him to act as a shield against the Empress Dowager was almost intriguing. Ilaria's smile widened, only slightly surprised when the dark-haired man said, "I will not permit you to see that woman." The blue-eyed girl clasped her hands together, delight evident in her voice. "I will gladly carry out your majesty's command," she chirped. She summoned an unseen sprite, thinking it was time to exert some influence on this young ruler, to glean more vital information. A bright yellow butterfly flitted towards him, only to shatter abruptly mid-air, just as it brushed the monarch's shoulder. Ilaria watched the man with interest, a thought crossing her mind. She knew her magic wouldn't work on him. Ebenezer remained silent, while she wondered what had acted as a barrier to the sprite, hoping he wouldn't guess anything. The dark-haired man glanced once more at the girl's face, her hair, her attire, before turning away, deciding she was exceptionally lovely. Later, Ilaria sat on her bed, sighing and murmuring to herself about the fruitful breakfast she'd shared with Emperor Ebenezer. With a snap of her fingers, she summoned her butterflies, remarking that while they'd taken several of her dresses, they'd overlooked something important. The butterflies flitted to the vanity, opening a drawer and, with a flurry of tiny claws, lifting a heavy book, carrying it back to their mistress. Cholister, her maid, cried out in fear, asking what would happen if the castle's inhabitants saw these sprites. Ilaria waved a dismissive hand, assuring her they were quite alone, as several butterflies had been keeping watch over the room. The maid grew more agitated, asking just how much magic the princess had been using, as they were running dangerously low on magic crystals. The blue-eyed princess opened the book, murmuring that, among other things, she needed money, and she couldn't keep relying on Genesis. The dark-haired maid inquired what the princess needed money for, to which Ilaria replied that catching raccoons was an expensive endeavor. The red-haired princess leaned over the book, contemplating the information and data she had gathered about the Empire before her arrival. Reading the now familiar script, she realized that the best card she could play was the illegal arms trade. Several families were involved in the weapons trade, and Ilaria mused that she could legitimize the business and organize the supply of weapons to the imperial city as Winfred was preparing for war. Peering at the open pages, Cholister asked if the princess truly wanted to get involved in all of that. The blue-eyed girl turned, a light smile playing on her lips. "Wouldn't it be ideal in my situation?" she asked. She explained that, if circumstances were favorable, it would be the most reliable and secure way to improve her position. Ilaria snapped the book shut, declaring that first, she needed to integrate into high society and host a tea party. Cholister straightened with interest, asking whom the princess planned to invite. The red-haired princess smiled, telling her to wait a moment, as someone she could trust to handle the matter would arrive shortly. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a snow-haired girl called out for a servant named Agila. her yellow eyes flashing with anger. The concubine demanded to know how the new princess, who had only arrived yesterday, dared to have breakfast with the emperor, declaring that she wanted to see her personally. Ilaria, informed of this through her sprites, smiled, already anticipating what would happen next. Later, Cholister, walking down a wide corridor, heard a commotion and turned to ask what was happening. One of her subordinates whispered that Agila, a senior servant from the Canary Palace, had arrived. A little further away, the local girl questioned the audacity of such a summons, adding that if Her Highness Charlotte wished for an audience, she should come herself. The dark-haired maid retorted sharply that this wasn't the case at all. It was only natural for the princess to meet with her mistress. She declared that everyone else was now gathered at the Canary Palace, but her opponent countered that one couldn't simply demand someone's presence without prior notice. Interrupting the squabble, a brown-eyed woman stepped into the conversation, announcing that Her Highness Princess Ilaria was already awaiting Agila in her chambers. The dark-haired woman, surprised but mostly pleased by the opportunity to relay her mistress's command, entered the princess's bedchamber. After a curt greeting, the blue-eyed Ilaria straightened, lifting her teacup to her lips. With a bow, the dark-haired woman introduced herself as Agila, adding that she served Her Highness Charlotte. As Agila apologized for the prior intrusion, explaining that her mistress wished to meet the newly arrived princess, Ilaria silently watched the steam curl from her tea. Still bowed, the servant continued, explaining that if the princess didn't object, she would escort her directly to the Canary Palace. Ilaria, with a small click of her tongue and a bored sigh, abruptly and coldly commanded the startled Agila to come closer. A palpable tension filled the air as Ilaria's glacial blue eyes pierced the dark-haired servant, further unnerving the previously presumptuous woman. Ilaria, stating that she disliked repeating herself, again ordered Agila to approach. One finger tracing her cheek, Ilaria calmly, yet firmly, inquired how much longer she was expected to look up at this servant. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager gazed out the window of her chambers. Her rooms, located in the north wing of Vladislav Castle, offered a sweeping view. Ruela Winfred, stepmother to Emperor Ebenezer, wore a look of brooding displeasure etched upon her wrinkled face. With a thin smile, she remarked that even the concubine's maids now showed her absolutely no respect. Count Rasmus, Olivia's father, declared that this impertinent concubine was the very girl Guinevere had taken under her wing. Turning to him, the Empress Dowager listened as the dark-haired man added that Ilaria needed to be put in her place, as no concubine should outrank the Empress Dowager. Ruela settled into a chair opposite the man, asking if he truly believed she could handle this matter so easily. The dark-haired man agreed, adding that if the Empress Dowager successfully suppressed this princess, Guinevere would also fall under her control. The Empress Dowager, picking up her teacup and saucer, recalled that by Ebenezer's decree, she held the highest position in the palace. Erasmus nodded, replying with a smile, "Your Majesty, that is absolutely true." Taking a sip of the hot beverage, the Empress Dowager stated that she needed to meet with Olivia, as she too was a concubine and her assistance would make it easier to approach their target. Recalling the pink-haired girl, the Empress Dowager added that Olivia, being both intelligent and patient, was sure to succeed. The Count, beaming, raised his hands in gratitude for the Empress Dowager's confidence in his daughter. He watched her thoughtfully, already anticipating victory, and mused inwardly that some little upstart ruler would be no match for them. Back in the Stone Rose Palace, the senior servant was still attempting to defy the princess, but to little avail. Hesitantly taking a step closer, the dark-haired woman stated that she had come at her mistress's request. Lowering her head in a futile attempt to hide her fear, Agila asked if the princess had any questions for her. Ilaria, a thoughtful finger touching her lips, suddenly and almost caressingly uttered the name of concubine Venus. The servant's face seemed to drain of color as the princess, with a small smile, inquired who had given the unfortunate woman the poison that killed her Thor. Trembling, the dark-haired woman stammered, wringing her hands, trying to form words, unable to comprehend how the princess knew. Concubine Venus had passed away several months prior. The details surrounding her death remained shrouded in mystery, almost entirely unknown to everyone. No one even suspected that the cause of this tragedy might have been the cake she consumed shortly before her demise. Apart from the perpetrators, no one knew the truth. And among these individuals, naturally, was Charlotte's senior maid, Agila. Ilaria smiled innocently, covering her mouth with her hand, reassuring Agila not to worry, as she hadn't told anyone yet. A sudden weakness seized Agila's legs, forcing her to stoop. A strange discomfort crept up her neck and spread throughout her body. The red-haired princess extended a hand, commanding the maid to cease her insolence and kneel. Agila collapsed onto the floor as if struck. Agila knelt on the floor, begging for forgiveness, trembling with the fear that her secret might be exposed. Ilaria, her blue eyes cold, thought to herself that judging by this reaction, Charlotte currently held the most influence among the concubines. Therefore, organizing the tea party should fall to her. The moment the princess uttered Agila's name, the dark-haired woman looked up, her face still pale and her composure shaken. She inquired what her highness desired. Ilaria calmly asked her why she had come to Stone Rose Palace and presented herself before her today. Agila, her brow furrowed, pleaded for understanding, explaining that everyone wished to meet the newly arrived princess. Ilaria's lips curled into a sneer when she heard that all the concubines were currently gathered at Canary Palace, awaiting her presence. And what relevance does this information hold for me? She inquired. Agila lifted her head, repeating the princess's words in surprise. Ilaria drew a deep breath, closed her eyes, and stated that one should not answer a question with another question. The blue-eyed princess rested her hands on the sofa. I am a princess of the Duchy of Genever, she reminded Agila. Is your mistress of a higher station? The dark-haired maid bowed low once more, vehemently shaking her head. Absolutely not, your highness. Ilaria tapped her cheek thoughtfully. And does Charlotte presume to dictate the comings and goings of others? She smiled at Agila. If you have attained the position of senior maid, you should fully comprehend the implications of this conversation. And this is precisely the message you should convey to your mistress. Agila, visibly relieved, nodded her agreement to the command. When the princess dismissed her, the dark-haired woman rose from the floor, keeping her head bowed. She thanked her highness and quickly departed. Hearing the sharp click of retreating footsteps, Ilaria closed her eyes. It was the first time she had witnessed the combative and impertinent Agila in such a state. Cholastir, her brown hair falling around her face, placed a hand on her chest, still catching her breath after the tense exchange. She thought to herself how fortunate she was to be on her mistress's side. Ilaria turned to her maids with a warm smile. Did you say anything? She inquired. They all shook their heads, murmuring denials. Walking down the corridor, Agila thought her heart had nearly dropped to her heels. The strange princess seemed to see right through her. Fearing that Ilaria might still be observing her, either directly or through her maids, Agila glanced back. But the hallway was empty. The dark-haired woman, Agila, muttered under her breath, complaining that the rumors of Lady Charlotte's guilt had barely subsided before this new incident arose. Recalling the redhead's sharp gaze, the maid thought that when Ilaria had leaned close, it was as if she'd cast a spell, rendering Agila speechless and unable to defend herself. Clutching her skirt, Agila thought with a tremor that the princess, barely 20 years of age, possessed a formidable will. As the maid hurried away, a flicker of fear danced within her. The winds of change, she thought, were blowing through Vladislav Castle, carrying something new and unsettling. Meanwhile, Olivia, her pink hair vibrant against the carriage cushions, sent a message via butterfly, a silent plea to Ilaria not to do anything rash. She would arrive soon. The next day, Emperor Ebenezer discussed the events unfolding within the castle and the kingdom with his advisor, Sven. The brown-haired man watched the monarch with interest, curious about the source of his evident good humor so early in the morning. A smile played on Ebenezer's lips as he read through the next document, recalling the rumors of Ilaria forcing Agila to kneel before her. The young man nodded, adding with a touch of amusement that it had been quite cleverly done. Glancing around his office, he remarked that interest in the princess had certainly increased since she and the emperor had shared breakfast. Ebenezer murmured that he anticipated the events to come, as his new concubine never failed to entertain. Sven muttered in response that she would stir everyone into action, including the Empress Dowager, though a precarious balance currently existed among the concubines. The Duke of Venice placed a hand on the younger man's shoulder, smiling as he admitted there was indeed cause for concern, but he was fond of the girl. The blonde-haired man declared that she would be a breath of fresh air in this stagnant mire. The emperor raised his blue eyes to his friend, remarking that it was strange to hear such words from him. Sven nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips, as if reminding him that this unusual girl hailed from the Jennifer line. The dark-haired man chuckled softly, murmuring that indeed she was unlike any concubine they had seen before. Ebenezer tapped his fingers against the table, remembering how she had even bartered a captured raccoon in exchange for a favor. The girl's gaze and grace still lingered in his mind, and he thought she resembled a rose about to bloom. Sven muttered that Lady Charlotte wouldn't stand idly by and watch all of this unfold, wondering what she would do. The monarch smiled, telling his advisor not to worry, and that Princess Ilaria was not so easily manipulated either. The younger man suddenly threw his hands up, exclaiming, were they truly going to wait for another conflict to erupt and endure yet more scandal? The Duke of Venice nervously urged him to calm down. Sunlight bathed the beautiful stone rose palace, its rays dancing on the water of the elegant and whimsical fountains. A white carriage, adorned with gleaming details, pulled up to the steps leading to the castle itself. From within emerged a young woman, Beatrice Genesis, the only daughter of the house, dressed in a blue and white gown and wearing a stylish hat. Lifting her head at the sound of a familiar voice greeting her, she opened wide her yellow eyes. Seeing Cholister standing before her, the pink-haired girl smiled and asked if she had truly become Ilaria's servant. Cholister confirmed that she had. Beatrice declared with delight that this was wonderful and then requested that Cholister take good care of the princess. The yellow-eyed girl brushed a strand of hair from her cheek, adding that it was her friend's first time in the imperial city and she might find it difficult to adjust. She explained that the red-haired woman had only ever lived in the duchy and therefore wasn't well versed in the ways of the world. The other woman looked at her in surprise. Beatrice placed a hand on her chest and smiled, as if speaking of her own child, and reiterated her request for the woman's support. Cholister continued to stare at her with a mixture of surprise and disbelief, recalling how adept the woman was at handling people and understanding that she was, in fact, quite knowledgeable about human nature. Realizing she had been silent for a long while, she nodded her agreement. Beatrice then instructed Eureka to bring the things they had brought from the carriage. Taking a heavy box from the maid, she opened it to reveal a necklace and earrings set with jewels, explaining that it was a gift for the princess. Beatrice added that there were other ornaments downstairs besides these, and inquired if they needed to be shown, but the senior maid shook her head. While the streets outside still thrummed with the tamed, natural life force of humanity, the women entered the castle. Pushing open the door to the princess's room, Beatrice beamed, spreading her arms wide and calling out her close friend's name. She immediately rushed forward to embrace her, exclaiming that it had been so long, until Ilaria told her to calm down. Stepping back, Beatrice excitedly asked if she was truly doing well here, to which the red-haired woman replied with a smile that she was. When Ilaria requested that they be brought black tea with milk and syrup, Cholister nodded. The yellow-eyed Beatrice followed her with her gaze until the maid had left and closed the door. Covering her mouth with her hand, she asked her friend if she had used a magic ball to confirm that it was true. Ilaria stepped back slightly, suggesting that Beatrice should make herself comfortable first, explaining that she hadn't needed to check personally. The princess revealed that Erkin had delivered half the number of horses they had paid for, and the animals they did receive were not in the best condition. This coincided with the Zachary tribe beginning their offensive. Without even proper weapons, they had launched an attack with their cavalry, causing significant damage. Ilaria mused that Erkin was trying to use this tribe to strike at Guinevere, and that he would likely collude with Oswald soon. Beatrice, seated opposite her, exclaimed that Oswald had always coveted the empire, and their alliance would be a disastrous turn of events. The red-haired Ilaria murmured that she couldn't stop the war, but she would strive to unite Winfred and Guinevere to prevent the downfall of her homeland. Expressing her faith in her friend's conviction, the yellow-eyed Beatrice gently asked how she could help. She was taken aback when her friend instructed her to investigate a family involved in weapons smuggling. Ilaria declared her intention to host a tea party, a perfectly reasonable request given her newcomer status among the emperor's consorts. The red-haired woman added that information gathering was crucial before the event, necessitating an investigation into Duke Clarinet and Count Narton. As they spoke, Beatrice picked up an ornate velvet cushion, her expression a mixture of surprise and awe. Her smile broadened as the dark-haired woman assured her that the enchanted crystal she'd brought would undoubtedly last for 2 months. The pink-haired girl, Eureka, confirmed she had brought all of them, expressing a fleeting worry that Cholister might see them, though thankfully she hadn't. Picking up one of the round crystals, Eureka's blue eyes widened. "These are high grade," she exclaimed. Her friend laughed, admitting the considerable effort it took to acquire them. Clapping her hands together, the dark-haired woman promised to procure more, having recently purchased an uninhabited island rich with these very crystals. Beaming, Beatrice accepted the box and hurried off to a more secure location. Ilaria's gaze softened as she watched the girl depart. "Thank you, Beatrice, dear," she murmured, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Beatrice, cheeks flushed at her close friend's words, returned the smile. Meanwhile, in the Canary Palace, the blonde mistress of the house, Charlotte, impatiently questioned her senior servant, demanding to know if she had returned empty-handed. Charlotte's bright yellow eyes flashed with anger. Whirling on the servant, she berated her, calling her a useless fool. Turning back to Ilaria, she pushed another sweet treat toward her friend. "There are plenty of delicacies," she urged. "Don't be shy." After taking a sip of tea, Eureka, her pink hair vibrant against the fine china, asked Ilaria about her impression of the Emperor. Ilaria, her blue eyes thoughtful, murmured that he wasn't quite what she had expected. Hesitating for a moment, the princess decided it best to remain silent on the subject of the Emperor's appearance, lest she invite teasing. "He seems rather dangerous," she explained instead. Beatrice, perplexed, asked if this was the reason her friend had refused to spend her wedding night with him. Cholister, who had approached unnoticed, gasped audibly. Charlotte declared that she simply didn't like the idea of someone else in her bed. Her friends laughed, remarking that any other consort would have fainted at the mere suggestion. Turning to Ilaria, Cholister inquired if she was aware of the Empress's upcoming birthday and the matter of a gift. The yellow-eyed girl learned that. The princess was already making preparations. The atmosphere in Charlotte's palace was far from the pleasant chatter of friends. Dishes flew across the room, shattering against the walls. Enraged, the blonde consort shrieked, accusing Angela, her maid, of outrageous insolence. A stinging slap had already left a bright red mark on the maid's face. Angela cried out, blaming Ilaria for her predicament, while another dark-haired maid pleaded for forgiveness. The other maids scrambled to clear the shards of broken pottery as Charlotte fumed, incredulous at the country bumpkin's audacity. Nervously biting her thumbnail, the blonde consort seethed inwardly. She had once held the most esteemed position among all the emperor's consorts. Now, everything had changed. Head bowed, the punished maid softly addressed her mistress, believing it her duty to warn her. "Princess Ilaria is not like the other consorts," she whispered. "She is a dangerous woman. It will be best to be wary of her." Charlotte spun around, a scream building in her throat. The blonde woman hurled the plate against the wall, demanding to know if her maid understood what she was saying. The maid bowed her head and remained silent, thinking that with a personality like Charlotte's, her mistress wouldn't last long. Charlotte turned towards the window and ordered someone to inform the Steel Rose Palace that she would be paying a personal visit tomorrow. She breathed heavily, gazing sullenly at the vibrant green leaves in her castle courtyard, thinking that Ilaria would eventually kneel before her. The next day, Ilaria looked at her reflection in the mirror with surprise, admiring her attire and hairstyle. "Cholister truly has a gift," she remarked. Hearing this, the senior maid blushed slightly, thanking her mistress for the compliment. The blue-eyed girl examined her hairstyle with interest, thinking that it had been a long time since she'd worn her hair up like this. In high society, keeping up with fashion was crucial for maintaining prominence, and styling was a vital part of social life. Taking one last look at her overall appearance, the red-haired girl turned around with a smile. "I'm ready for battle now," she declared. She laughed and asked for support. Beatrice, with a joyful glint in her eyes, pumped her fist. "My lady will conquer all," she exclaimed. Cholister offered a slightly nervous smile. "Everything will certainly go well for you," my lady," she said. Ilaria chuckled softly, warmly thanking her devoted servants. A short while later, she was seated at an exquisitely decorated table, facing the consort with the pale golden hair. The red-haired woman sipped her tea thoughtfully, noting that they had been silent for 5 minutes. It seemed her opponent wasn't planning to make the first move. Charlotte suddenly looked up, offering a less than enthusiastic apology for the previous day's incident. Ilaria smiled and brushed it off, expressing her hope that they could become friends. The yellow-eyed woman smiled and said she would guide the princess like an older sister and help her, emphasizing that it would be to Ilaria's benefit. Suppressing a smile, the red-haired woman admitted that she was indeed having some difficulties adjusting to life in the imperial city. The consort suddenly took Ilaria's hand in hers, grinning. "That's why I'm so eager to help," she declared. Charlotte's eyes widened in surprise when the blue-eyed girl requested assistance in changing the internal order of the castle. Charlotte squeezed Ilaria's slender fingers until they ached. "Do you truly believe that palace life will become peaceful if we simply get along?" she asked. Ilaria glared at the consort when she questioned how someone raised in a remote village could possibly influence the order of a vast empire. "Wouldn't you agree," the blonde woman continued, "that such matters should be handled by someone with experience, rather than someone who merely holds the title of princess?" The blue-eyed girl exhaled loudly. "Charlotte," she said, using the other woman's name directly, "I didn't come here to sit quietly in one place." She pushed herself up from the table, placing both hands on its surface. "I don't have time to constantly soothe a spoiled child throwing a tantrum," she added. Charlotte froze when the red-haired woman stated that she clearly hadn't heard from Angela that Ilaria knew the secret of Venetia death. Ilaria tightened her grip on Charlotte's hand. "If others were to learn of this," she said, "the consequences for you would be far more severe than mere imprisonment." Princess Ilaria spoke calmly and with dignity. Charlotte's denials were clearly futile now. The blue-eyed princess stated that the more disrespectful someone was, the less patience she had, but that she sincerely hoped to make a friend. With a sharp movement that belied the gentle expression on her face, she pushed aside the consort's hand. "Don't be afraid," she reassured the blonde woman. "I have no intention of harming you." Ilaria extended a hand to the startled, amber-eyed Charlotte, a bright smile gracing her lips. "Would you be my friend?" she asked. Charlotte's hand trembled as she gripped her teacup, her mind reeling. This wasn't how she'd envisioned things unfolding at all. She lifted the cup to her lips, deciding to play along. "Of course we will be friends," she replied. Ilaria clasped her hands together, beaming. "Thank you, Charlotte," she said, "and might I ask you a favor? I'd like to invite some guests to my palace," she explained, "but I'm not very skilled at organizing such events." The red-haired princess leaned forward, her expression earnest. "Could I perhaps enlist your assistance?" Charlotte took a sip of tea, trying to mask her nervousness. Then, she nodded her agreement. The blue-eyed princess picked up a sprig of lilac from a nearby vase. "Before that, though," she said, "I'd like to meet 2 of the emperor's other consorts. Charlotte feigned surprise. If they're available tomorrow," she said, "I'll try to speak with them." Ilaria's bright amber eyes sparkled. "That would be wonderful," she exclaimed. Meanwhile, Charlotte was already plotting. She would write to the other consorts and, using her influence, ensure they refused Ilaria's invitation. She took another sip of tea. It was time to teach this princess a lesson. Ilaria's blue eyes suddenly sharpened. "Your help is important, Charlotte," she said, "because you have influence." The red-haired princess stroked the lilac stem, then abruptly snapped it. "Those around us listen to the power they perceive," she stated. Charlotte's amber eyes widened in alarm. She would try her plan another time, she thought fearfully. "They'll adore you," she assured Ilaria, who beamed and thanked her again. Guillaume, observing the simmering resentment in the blonde woman's tense expression, thought to himself, "Everything is proceeding as planned." Ilaria thought of the emperor and his chilling smile. She still couldn't decipher him. Remembering the butterfly that had stubbornly refused to approach Ebenezer, she touched her lips, pondering the enigma that he was. Night was falling over Vladislav Castle, the streets illuminated only by the moon and stars. Sven approached the emperor's office. "Has your majesty heard the news?" he asked quickly. "Tell me," the emperor commanded, though I only recently learned of this from Cervenek. The aide approached the emperor's desk. "The princess even managed to appease Charlotte," he reported. "Though I didn't think she'd succeed," he added nervously. "It's not over yet, though. Knowing Lady Charlotte, she won't forgive this slight easily." Ebenezer looked up from his documents, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Are you taking Charlotte's side, Sven?" he inquired. Spain replied that she wasn't taking sides, merely holding a specific position, consistently opposing the Empress. The ruler's green-eyed companion chuckled, stating he was betting on Princess Ilaria. The dark-haired man inquired with amusement why not wager on his half-sister, Charlotte. He explained that this was the first time he'd witnessed someone stir up such a commotion. Van Eyck, arms crossed, added that Charlotte wasn't clever, nor would she ever amount to much. Ebenezer, with a smile, remarked that he, too, held a detached view of his relatives. The man leaned over the documents again, recalling that his new consort had invited Lady Beatrice Genesis to the palace. According to the information he'd received, the two girls had attended the Lion Geneva Academy together. Considering their close communication, both the princess and her friend intrigued him. With a faint smile, the dark-haired man placed a stack of papers on the table, declaring that in this conflict, he too was betting on Ilaria. Spain, inwardly delighted, pondered the possibility of a blossoming romance. Perhaps even an heir. Observing the scene, the green-eyed man mused aloud that he'd assumed the emperor would remain neutral. The aide asked, a tremor in his voice, if the princess had truly employed some sort of bewitching magic. Vanik assured him such things held no sway over him, reminding him that the new consort intended to host a tea party. The dark-haired man remarked thoughtfully that he would need to procure a suitable gift for her. The younger man noted with considerable surprise that the emperor didn't typically concern himself with such matters. The monarch, a condescending smile playing on his lips, stated it was merely a reward for the girl's amusement value. Meanwhile, Ilaria sat on the sofa in her chambers, perusing her most informative book. The head maid turned when her mistress called her name, stating she wished to ask a question. Approaching, the woman curtsied and inquired, "What interests you, my lady?" Her eyes on the text, the blue-eyed woman asked if Lady Olivia was connected to the Empress, as despite her powerful backing, her reputation was less than stellar. Coloster explained that Olivia was an avaricious individual, prone to extravagant spending and unscrupulous methods of satisfying her desires. The woman added that the girl had struck a maid on the very day the emperor had breakfast with his new consort. The red-haired woman remarked on her volatile temper. It was rumored that Count Rasmus had relocated to the capital for his daughter's sake and was prepared to go to any lengths, as the entire family's fate rested upon her. The brown-eyed woman added that the consort named Jana maintained a neutral stance. While she associated with Charlotte, she also maintained a cordial relationship with the Empress. The girl was rather quiet and unassuming. Ilaria realized her butterflies hadn't seen Jana leave her rooms either. Yet, in the glimpses of the future she'd seen, Jana was belligerent, even clad in knightly attire. Closing the book, the mistress dismissed the head maid. With a bow, she departed. Alone with her thoughts, the red-haired woman tapped a finger against her lips, lost in contemplation. The following day, all the emperor's consorts gathered in the gardens of Steel Rose Castle. Lady Charlotte, a flicker of nervousness in her eyes, tried to anticipate what the princess had in store. Jana, a girl with vibrant red hair and striking violet eyes, maintained a calm and reserved demeanor. The greatest displeasure emanated from Lady Olivia, her green eyes sweeping critically over the assembled women. Ilaria, radiating an almost excessive cheerfulness, smiled and expressed her delight at finally meeting them all. After gesturing towards the elegantly decorated table, the princess remarked that she hadn't asked for Charlotte's assistance in vain. The blonde woman, seemingly distant, murmured that she had merely followed instructions. Observing her closely, the blue-eyed Ilaria mused that Charlotte might still be reeling from their conversation the previous day. Deciding to shift her focus for the moment, the red-haired princess turned and told Lady Jana how pleased she was to make her acquaintance. The young woman dipped her head, echoing Ilaria's sentiment. Despite her modest demeanor, the consort's hands, Ilaria noticed, were calloused and subtly muscled, the telltale sign of someone practiced in swordplay. Sipping her tea, Ilaria reflected that the hands of ladies raised in court were typically soft and delicate. Olivia couldn't fathom what was happening or why this newly arrived consort was inserting herself into everything. She glanced at Jana and Charlotte, bewildered by their silence. The previous evening, at Bogan Palace, the servants had listened uncomfortably to the escalating argument between father and daughter. Count Rasmus had urged her to remain calm and refrain from gossiping about the new consort, lest the emperor overhear. Olivia clutched a black-edged letter, her knuckles white. For Charlotte to send such a message, something was clearly amiss. Turning to her father, the green-eyed girl practically shrieked. They're all infatuated with her. The man, seated on a plush sofa, replied dismissively, Guinevere is just a godforsaken province. She poses no threat to us. I'm not talking about a threat from there, Olivia retorted, her voice sharp with irritation. I'm talking about the princess meddling in everything. She mentioned the rumors, the whispers of Ilaria possessing the appearance of a true witch, striking fear into all who met her gaze. The green-eyed girl paused, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow. Why, she asked, is the emperor showing such an interest in this girl? Her father explained that Ilaria was said to possess a captivating allure, perhaps even wielding some form of enchantment. Olivia scoffed. The witch hunts are long over, she said. All the princess can do is sweet talk. She nervously chewed on her thumbnail, trying to understand how Charlotte had succumbed to Ilaria's influence so quickly. Count Rasmus observed that the blonde consort was far too proud of her lineage. It was time she was taken down a peg. The girl whirled around, her eyes wide. When the empress promised to send her stepson to me, she began, her voice laced with a mixture of hope and resentment. Olivia pointed out that he had never arrived. The dark-haired man tried to reassure her, promising that she would soon be the ruler. And Bernaire, the consort, cried out in frustration, declaring that neither enchanting perfumes nor pregnancy-inducing herbs had been of any use. Her father, sighing wearily, summoned a servant girl who entered carrying a small, ornate box. Gesturing towards a magnificent stone nestled on a velvet cushion, Count Rasmus proclaimed, This opal is from Oswald. You won't find anything like it in Winfried. Olivia picked up the stone, her anger instantly replaced by delight. How did you get this? She asked, her voice hushed with awe. The man began to explain. Smiling, Count Rasmus assured Olivia he would do anything for her, urging her to trust him. After a brief pause, his demeanor softened, patience settling over him. Olivia thanked her father for such a thoughtful gift. When Rasmus mentioned the empress's disapproval of the new concubine, Olivia straightened, her dark hair shifting, and inquired if the empress had sent her a message. The empress often communicated with Olivia through her father, much like she had once sent a poison cake to Lady Charlotte's maid. Olivia smiled, amused that the foolish blonde, Charlotte, still remained oblivious to the true culprit behind the poisoned cake. Rasmus continued, revealing that the empress simply wished to have Princess Ilaria removed from the palace. Olivia, her green eyes sharp, questioned whether this expulsion was intended to be permanent. Rasmus confirmed her suspicions, stating that Ilaria had become a thorn in the empress's side. Glancing around the room, he confided that the emperor, too, desired Olivia's assistance in this matter. Olivia thoughtfully rubbed her cheek, contemplating her next move, her mind already churning with courtly machinations. Thoughts of coin and secrets danced in her head. She instructed her father to gather any and all information he could find on Ilaria's family, the Guinevere clan. Rasmus, pleased by his daughter's agreement, promised to do his utmost to acquire the desired information. Turning away, Olivia's face bloomed into a radiant smile. She vowed to do whatever it took to oust Ilaria from the palace. Later that day, observing Ilaria in the garden, Olivia thought to herself that the princess should enjoy her time while she still could, for her days within the palace walls were numbered. Addressing Ilaria directly, Olivia remarked on the rumors of her poor upbringing, declaring that it was now clear they were not unfounded. The other concubines stiffened as Olivia added pointedly that upon arrival, Ilaria should have paid them a visit, a courtesy she had neglected until this sudden, disingenuous declaration of pleasure at meeting them. With her arms crossed, Olivia proclaimed that regardless of the backwater village Ilaria hailed from, the difference in their breeding was vast. She then turned to the others, asking if they truly didn't teach basic etiquette in the Guinevere Duchy. Ilaria's eyes widened in surprise at the thinly veiled insult. A flicker of anger and indignation flared within her, but her outward demeanor remained sweet as a soft laugh escaped her lips. Meanwhile, Within the Guinevere duchy, the ruling family engaged in a heated discussion regarding Ilaria's fate. A young man with short red hair voiced his concerns about Ilaria's struggles to adapt to life in the imperial city. His brother, rubbing his forehead with his palm, sighed and expressed his worry over Ilaria's perceived weakness. Their mother, Ilaria's mother, immediately lifted her head and extended a hand towards them, urging them to calm down. She argued that despite any appearance of meekness, Ilaria possessed a sharp mind. Resting her cheek in her hand, she admitted that even so, it was impossible not to worry about her daughter. Another individual muttered that while the laws of the Winfred Empire forbade the Guinevere Knights from entering the imperial city's territory, at least Beatrice was in the capital. Elsewhere, in the gardens of Steel Rose Castle, someone named Katie observed the ongoing exchange between the concubines. From the outside, the young women appeared to be engaged in a calm conversation, the atmosphere deceptively tranquil. But she knew appearances could be deceiving. The dark-haired woman murmured her worries, and when pressed, confessed her belief that nothing and no one could stop her mistress. The senior maid, watching her mistress gaze thoughtfully ahead, considered the rumors. Lady Olivia was no pushover herself. When Ilaria remarked on the interesting people within the imperial city, the green-eyed girl looked at her with surprise. Unfazed by the provocation, the red-haired woman smiled, suggesting they likely wouldn't have time to be bored. She called the Lady Charlotte, who, startled slightly, looked up and inquired what she needed. When asked if she would help her navigate court life, the girl agreed. The blue-eyed girl sighed and nodded, admitting she felt she now had reliable assistance. Princess Ilaria, lacing her fingers together, remarked that His Majesty would be pleased if they could all get along. Glancing sideways at Olivia, Ilaria added that she would appreciate Lady Charlotte's advice. The green-eyed girl, Olivia, nearly choked when Ilaria pointedly asked how one should deal with someone acting like a lunatic, completely detached from reality. She rose to her feet, slamming a hand on the table, and declared that unlike the princess, she understood everything. The blonde woman, Charlotte, froze when her old friend, Olivia, looked at her and asked if she truly intended to sit there in silence. Charlotte, catching the sly smile of the red-haired woman, Ilaria, realized she had been maneuvered into a trap in front of everyone. Clutching her skirt, she thought that no matter what, she would ultimately lose. Taking sides was irrelevant. Every time a new concubine arrived, there were disputes over rank, but the fundamental order never changed. And now, this concubine, who had arrived later than all the others, was shaking the entire court with her actions. She, Charlotte, exhaled, certain that even Olivia couldn't outrank a duchess's daughter. Charlotte said that Ilaria simply wanted to befriend them, which was why she had arranged this tea party. The two maids observing the scene exchanged startled glances when the blonde woman reminded everyone of Ilaria's status as a princess. Olivia, feeling offended, retorted sharply, asking if she was truly expected to apologize for what she had said. The red-haired woman, Ilaria, thought that the girl, Charlotte, was trying hard, even though she could have chosen to side with someone she had known longer. She, Ilaria, exhaled, thinking she could pressure Olivia by bringing up Venetia's death. The girl's misfortune hadn't been an accident, but a carefully orchestrated murder. Rumors had circulated that Charlotte, who had brought the cake, was the culprit, but she had merely been a scapegoat. After Venetia's death, her family, the Sebastian clan, had fallen from grace due to corruption charges, and Olivia's family had benefited greatly. The surviving Sebastian descendant, determined to take revenge on the emperor, had spread rumors about Guinevere, making her duchy a target for Winfred, leaving it on the brink of ruin. To prevent such a future, the princess, Ilaria, had brought the family to Geneva and placed them under her surveillance. She, Ilaria, thought that she bore no ill will towards the deceased Venetia, but her homeland was more important to her than anything. Her thoughts were interrupted by Spine, who approached suddenly, addressing his mistress. The young attendant bowed, a smile playing on his lips. His Imperial Majesty intends to grace this gathering with his presence, he announced. Olivia's green eyes widened, her jaw nearly dropping. Had she heard correctly? Charlotte, too, was stunned. The attendant explained that the emperor wished to honor Princess Ilaria's first tea party with his attendance. Placing a hand on his chest, he added, His Majesty will bestow a small gift upon her. Ilaria hesitated, a nervous tremor running through her. Such an honor, she murmured, though inwardly she puzzled over Ebenezer's intentions. Her hands trembled slightly. Did he truly mean to highlight this gift before all the other concubines? Glancing at Charlotte's face, she realized the news had clearly had its intended effect. Then, catching sight of Olivia, trembling with barely suppressed fury, the blue-eyed girl decided that under these circumstances, she couldn't refuse the emperor. The princess thanked Spine, stating that despite the suddenness, they must present themselves before their ruler with appropriate decorum. Charlotte nodded as Ilaria added that they shouldn't displease his majesty with their squabbles. Olivia froze as Ilaria continued, suggesting they needed to talk and resolve their misunderstandings. The red-haired woman rose from her seat. There's a garden nearby, she added, beautiful enough to dispel any ill feelings. A sunny smile brightened the blue-eyed girl's face. Surely you wouldn't refuse such a stroll, Olivia, she asked. Olivia stared at her, bewildered. What was the purpose of this sudden walk, and what could it possibly achieve? A predatory smile immediately stretched across the green-eyed girl's face. This could only work to her advantage. The two women set off along the paved path, leading towards the beautiful garden where their conversation would take place. Ilaria, walking ahead, asked pleasantly, "Isn't it marvelous here?" She gestured to the surrounding scenery. Upon arriving, I was astonished by the elegant and magnificent steel rose castle, she confessed. Olivia agreed blandly, inwardly scoffing at the blatant display. The green-eyed girl immediately thought her worries had been for nothing. This princess seemed foolish. Snapping out of her thoughts, she took an Ilaria's elegant high heels, easily worth 200,000 gold coins. The platinum and rose gold earrings and necklace were clearly worth at least 300,000 more. The princess must have emptied her coffers before moving here, the girl thought darkly. As the redhead gestured towards a gazebo with a delicate finger, Olivia conceded that she was indeed quite beautiful. Irritation flared at her father for claiming the new concubine resembled a hag. She glanced around the garden. Ilaria wasn't particularly striking. Venice was even lovelier. Her thoughts snapped back to the gift the emperor wished to bestow upon the new concubine personally. Her hands clenched into fists. Olivia couldn't understand why. After all her efforts, she seemed somehow lesser. The red-haired woman ahead stopped, turning with a smile to announce they had arrived at a suitable spot. The green-eyed woman's gaze fell upon a breathtaking lake, a bridge leading to a gazebo shrouded in lush foliage, hidden from prying eyes. She had heard of this lake within the Steel Rose Castle, but she hadn't imagined it so vast, she thought, her mouth slightly agape. Her gaze swept over the marble statue that stood proudly in the center of the lake and the elegant longboat moored nearby. A burning resentment flared within her. "It truly is beautiful here," Olivia muttered, the words laced with a bitterness she couldn't quite conceal. Turning to Ilaria, the green-eyed girl continued, "Princess Ilaria arrives last and is immediately granted such a magnificent palace. It's infuriating." She gestured for the red-haired princess to join her at the water's edge. Lowering her voice, she added, "His Imperial Majesty is a fair and just man." Olivia stepped closer to Ilaria. "If you wish to retain His Majesty's favor," she purred, her voice dripping with false concern, "you would do well to be more cautious." She added, as if an afterthought, "This is my sincere advice." Then, with a swift movement, she raised her hand. She had almost succeeded in shoving Ilaria into the lake. Just as she was about to put her full weight behind the unsuspecting princess's back, Ilaria, with surprising agility, twisted away from the sudden assault. But Olivia's momentum carried her forward. Lurching forward, a scream ripping from her throat, a mixture of surprise and the terror of falling, the green-eyed girl flailed wildly, her body tilting precipitously downwards. The expected splash never came. Instead, a gasp escaped her lips as she cautiously opened one eye. The red-haired princess held her firmly by the wrist, a small smile playing on her lips. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Olivia stared, astonished by the strength hidden within the seemingly fragile princess. Dangling precariously, she seethed. She'll never know, the blue-eyed girl thought, that from the moment this stroll began, she's been watched by hundreds of my butterflies, ready to seize her at the tea party. They might discover my power, she realized with a jolt. That's why the red-haired which brought me here, away from prying eyes. Olivia thrashed, screaming, demanding to be released. "Monster!" she shrieked at Ilaria. "On the contrary," Ilaria replied calmly, "it is I who am holding you. But since you desire it so intensely," her grip loosened. A piercing shriek tore from the green-eyed girl's throat. already anticipating the chilling weight of the clear lake water soaking her clothes. She suddenly realized she remained suspended in midair. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she struggled to comprehend what was happening. "Your foolishness touches me," Ilaria said, a serene smile gracing her lips, though her words held a chilling edge. Olivia, still dangling helplessly, began to shout at the princess. "What are you doing?" The blue-eyed princess sighed, rubbing her temples as her captive continued to rant, demanding to know what invisible net held her fast. Hoping to silence her, Ilaria asked, "Would you like me to treat you as I treated Venetia?" A tremor of pure fear ran through Olivia. "What do you mean?" she stammered, though a cold dread already gripped her heart. "She's killed everyone who could have been involved with that treacherous concubine's murder," she thought hysterically. Realizing denial was futile, Olivia blurted, "How did you find out?" The red-haired princess settled down, lowering her voice. "Be quiet," she hissed. "I won't tell anyone." "For the sake of the garden's harmony," the blue-eyed girl commanded, "promise me you'll be as quiet as a mouse." Olivia shrieked again. "You be quiet. You wouldn't dare." The green-eyed Olivia glared at Ilaria, a steely resolve hardening her gaze. She was ready to kill her, here and now, she thought. Ilaria, with an impatient sigh, extended her hand as if in farewell to the fuming woman. Hundreds of unseen butterflies erupted from beneath Olivia, lifting her into the air before she could even scream. She plummeted into the water. The water roared and bubbled as the shocked woman plunged into the icy depths of the lake. Gasping for breath, she surfaced quickly, soaked to the bone and shivering. Olivia sputtered to the surface, cursing her rival as a mad woman and vowing revenge. The commotion drew the attention of the attending servants, who watched the unfolding scene with wide-eyed astonishment. Charlotte approached the dark-haired Olivia, urging her not to create such a spectacle, but Olivia shrieked at her to get away. Katie, Ilaria's senior maid, hurried to her mistress's side, attempting to salvage the situation. "The Emperor is already on his way," she offered, but the green-eyed woman's fury only intensified. Olivia fixed Ilaria with a murderous glare. "That fool started it," she screamed. "She pushed me into the lake." Ilaria, the red-haired princess, placed a finger to her lips, feigning innocence. "Whatever are you talking about?" she asked, a saccharine sweetness coating her voice. "On the contrary," she continued, her expression the picture of guileless concern, "I caught your hand when you nearly fell. You were struggling so much, it was quite difficult to hold on." Olivia stared, dumbfounded, unable to believe her ears. Just as Olivia was about to unleash another torrent of accusations, the calm voice of Emperor Ebenezer cut through the air. "Cease this unseemly commotion," he commanded, his tone brooking no argument. Ilaria immediately curtsied before the ruler, while her dripping rival turned, stammering a greeting to his majesty. Olivia, still soaked, pressed a hand to her chest. "Your majesty," she pleaded, "I beg you to judge between us in this matter." The dark-haired emperor gestured to the assembled onlookers. "Everyone here," he stated flatly, "including myself, saw you fall into the water." Olivia, witnessing this rare display of imperial severity, attempted to protest. "That's not how it happened." Ebenezer's voice hardened. "I am rapidly losing my patience," he warned. "I demand an end to this pointless bickering." Olivia couldn't believe the emperor wouldn't even hear her side of the story. "Have the Begonia Palace servants escort this lady home," Ebenezer ordered, "before she catches a chill." The servants fussed around Olivia, draping her with coverings, their chatter a meaningless drone to her ears. She glared daggers at Ilaria, a silent promise of retribution burning in her eyes. "We'll see who wins in the end," she thought. A warm shawl was placed around her shoulders, and she was led away from the garden, away from the emperor and his other concubines. The servants hurried after her, eager to be away from the tense atmosphere. Ilaria turned to Ebenezer, her voice soft. "Thank you, your majesty, for handling that so smoothly." Ebenezer straightened, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Ilaria pressed a hand to her flushed cheek. "I'm not accustomed to such boldness," she confessed, "and I was quite flustered." The emperor's lips curved into a smile. "I am always inclined to side with the truth," he replied. He glanced in the direction Olivia had been led away. "The lady seemed quite distressed," he observed. "It's best she return to her palace and recover." Hearing what she perceived as a hint of mockery in his voice, the blue-eyed girl murmured that she was fine, reaching for the box offered by a servant. The dark-haired man expressed his hope that the small gift would comfort her. Ilaria accepted the weighty object from the emperor, thanking his majesty. She realized this was the gift mentioned earlier. After a moment of fiddling with it, she opened the lid. On a bed of red velvet lay a magnificent necklace, its centerpiece a large yellow gem. Ebenezer smiled, explaining that he had commissioned a necklace with a golden topaz specifically for her. The princess's eyes widened in surprise as she looked up at him. He asked if she thought it resembled her eyes. The dark-haired man appeared remarkably calm, his gaze fox-like and shrewd as he watched the concubine, betraying no other emotion. Ilaria's blue eyes only shifted to yellow when summoning spirits, so the normally reticent girl was taken aback, trying to decipher how he could possibly know. Deciding to feign ignorance, the red-haired woman said he must be mistaking her for someone else, as her eyes were blue. Ebenezer chuckled softly, clarifying that he wasn't referring to the color of the gem itself, but to the shape of the pendant on the necklace. The princess instantly murmured her understanding, releasing a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding, attempting to mask her nervous, trembling, and the frantic thumping of her heart. When the emperor requested permission to fasten the jewelry himself, she agreed, adding that it would be her honor. The man handed the box to a servant and deftly retrieved the necklace, its weight fluid in his hand. The dark-haired man stepped behind her, carefully placing the heavy ornament against the collarbone of his new concubine. Feeling the touch of his cool hands, Ilaria could barely suppress a shiver, but the goosebumps that erupted across her skin were beyond her control. She assumed it was the fire spirits causing her temperature to rise, but Ebenezer's fingers were much colder than a normal person's. The blue-eyed girl felt her ears and cheeks flush, thinking how slowly he was performing this act, when he suddenly leaned close to her ear, murmuring that she was very lovely. The red-haired woman stepped away from his majesty, who calmly announced that all was in order. The emperor smiled brilliantly, declaring that the jewelry suited her perfectly. His aesthetic judgment had clearly not failed him. Ilaria felt a blush creep up her cheeks again, unsure how to respond to the emperor's words and compliments. She dipped into a curtsy, pressing a hand to her chest, thanking His Highness for such a gift. Touching the topaz, the girl assured him that she adored it and would wear the gift often. Ebenezer expressed his pleasure at her words and stated that he had matters to attend to, but they would certainly meet again later. Vanek watched the princess with undisguised interest, thinking that she seemed perfectly ordinary, not at all the wicked creature some described. As the girl departed, he followed her with his gaze, his thoughts drifting to the emperor's own concubine and her deep eyes. The dark-haired man's voice startled him from his reverie, a frown creasing his brow as he asked where his attention had been so intently focused. With a bow, the young man, Vanek, explained that he had merely been lost in thought, harboring no ill intentions whatsoever. Emperor Ebenezer acknowledged this, stating that such a transgression would indeed be impossible for a friend. He stressed, however, that Vanek should still exercise more caution. Vanek dipped his head in agreement with the ruler's words. The blond man pondered, noting to himself how differently the emperor treated Princess Ilaria compared to his other women. Resolving to ask, the young man questioned whether the emperor truly felt such tenderness towards Ilaria. Ebenezer merely smiled, suggesting it was time they took their leave. As evening approached, the setting sun casting long shadows, the red-haired princess rested her head on her desk, complaining of exhaustion. Katie, her senior maid, agreed that the princess had indeed had a trying day and presented her with the magic crystal she had requested. When a maid inquired if there was anything else Ilaria required, the princess dismissed her with a wave of her hand, bringing her duties to a close for the day. At the door, Katie, the dark-haired maid, reminded Ilaria to call for her immediately should she need anything at all. Closing the door behind her, Katie informed Celester, another servant, that their mistress had dismissed them for the night and they were free to retire. Celester, the brown-eyed woman, suddenly asked her companion if she had noticed how much better the relationship between the emperor and Princess Ilaria had become. She elaborated, mentioning how His Majesty had even fastened the necklace around Ilaria's neck himself. Lowering her voice, she smiled and added that it would be much better for everyone if they were fond of each other. Katie glanced nervously around, hoping the princess wasn't eavesdropping on their conversation through one of her dispatched butterflies. When pressed for her opinion, Katie covered her mouth with her hand and whispered that it was best not to say too much. A message arrived via butterfly. Princess Ilaria had no interest in His Majesty. Ebenezer paused at this news, then smiled, not particularly surprised. He murmured that it was a pity, and glancing around his office, remarked to the butterfly that its owner seemed to have a distinct dislike for him. The dark-haired emperor closed his eyes, sighed, and after a moment's reflection, conceded that the princess was certainly unique. Looking at the butterfly, which was in actuality a fire sprite, the man assured it he wouldn't harm it, merely wishing to befriend it. As he released it from his finger, he mused that even if the little creature wanted to escape, it couldn't. A cage materialized directly above the butterfly, shimmering with an invisible armor constructed from his icy magical energy. Ebenezer chuckled softly, explaining that they weren't yet close enough to warrant complete trust. The thought of his rebellious concubine brought a smile to the dark-haired man's face as he tapped the bars of the butterfly's cage, declaring that from now on, he would call it Hill. Meanwhile, at the Steel Rose Palace, the red-haired princess sat at a table on the terrace, struggling to make sense of the events that had transpired, her gaze fixed on the gift. Resting her chin in her hands, she still couldn't fathom why Ebenezer had given her the necklace. The blue-eyed girl couldn't help but recall his gentle manner and how he'd whispered in her ear, calling her sweetheart. Indignantly, she muttered aloud that she wasn't a sweetheart, but rather charming, her hands clenching into fists. Perhaps, Ilaria mused, he was simply trying to tease her, to see her flustered. Rubbing her temples, which throbbed from relentless thought, the girl firmly resolved to find his weakness. It was astonishing, the redhead thought, that he had ascended to the throne at all. While the common folk adored him, the nobility had largely supported Prince Nason. Ebenezer had lost his mother in childhood, and it would have seemed more advantageous to side with the son of the second empress. Yet, upon the emperor's death, Prince Nason had been exiled, and Ebenezer had taken the crown. Ilaria closed her eyes, wondering if he'd struck some sort of bargain with the former ruler, or if there was some other hidden secret. Leaning back in her chair, she murmured to herself that it was all so perplexing, including the fact that butterflies wouldn't go near him. With a snap of her fingers, the redhead summoned a sprite, deciding it was best to discuss the matter. She instructed the butterfly to tell Baby that she absolutely had to see her tomorrow. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in Begonia's palace. Dishes, furniture, and various belongings lay shattered, and even the maids hadn't escaped unscathed. Unable to influence their mistress's temper, they had instead received slaps across their faces. Olivia, consumed by rage, shrieked that it was all Ilaria's fault, lamenting that the emperor hadn't taken her side. One of the maids muttered under her breath that everyone present had seen the lady fall into the lake of her own accord. The dark-haired woman whirled around, demanding to know what had been said. Hastily, the maid added that, of course, they believed only their mistress. Olivia speculated that the princess had bewitched the lake, luring her towards it with some sort of sorcery, acting like a witch. The green-eyed girl froze for a moment. Then a slow, predatory smile spread across her face as she recalled the true hunts that had once been conducted against all witches. She ordered a maid to go to Guinevere and somehow obtain proof that Ilaria was a witch without letting her father know. Fleurette's eyes widened in surprise at her mistress's unusual, even dangerous command. Olivia explained that she needed information proving the new concubine could control sprites. Nowadays, the word which was used casually, but in the past, such beings had instilled stark terror in the land. The emperor of that era had personally declared the witch hunts, and the result had been that anyone could be sentenced to death. The horrific persecutions that had unfolded had sown distrust and prejudice deep within the hearts of the people. The frenzied witch hunts had only subsided after the war began. The empire's attempt to annex neighboring smaller countries had ignited a long and brutal conflict. The war had eventually been won by the Red Queen, a member of the Imperial Knights, who had earned the people's recognition and established her own new duchy. The maid awkwardly asked if her lady should perhaps reconsider, as she might be putting herself in danger. Olivia jumped up in astonishment, shrieking that no one dared lecture her, and that Ilaria had to be removed. The maid, hesitant yet bold, attempted to reason with Olivia, reminding her that His Majesty might discover the matter. The green-eyed girl scoffed, asking what she had to fear with her mother, the Empress, backing her. If anything went wrong, she could simply pin the blame on someone else. Olivia turned towards the window, a chilling smile playing on her lips. She mused that all she needed to do was dispose of Princess Ilaria, and Ebenezer would be hers. The next day in the garden, Sphinx, taken aback, questioned why the Empress was visiting the Eastern Legion. Count Vanek surmised that it might be due to the new concubine, as she hadn't paid her respects to the Empress Dowager. Ebenezer, his dark hair framing a subtle smile, listened as his companions heatedly debated the Empress Dowager's penchant for stirring up trouble. He glanced around his ornate garden, remarking that he could finish work early today as he intended to dine with his family. Vanek straightened slightly in surprise when Ebenezer instructed him to look after his sister, Charlotte, as best he could. He readily agreed, assuring the Emperor that he would relay any tasks or messages to her. Ebenezer smiled faintly, pointing out that Charlotte was his only sister, yet Vanek remained impassive. He explained that Charlotte was naive and, rather foolishly, believed every one of Olivia's schemes, and Olivia was taking full advantage of that. Ebenezer abruptly cut himself off, as if reminding Vanek that he was allowing himself to speak freely about the Emperor's concubines and the relationships between them. Ebenezer added that Charlotte might be feeling downcast due to Lady Ilaria's situation and requested Vanek's support for her, mentioning his plan to entrust the textile mills to Charlotte's management. Sphinx's jaw dropped at this news, and it took him a moment to collect himself and address the Emperor. Clearing his throat, the young man ventured that it might be presumptuous of him to say, but dividing his affections between several women wasn't wise. Unfazed, Ebenezer smiled and instructed Sphinx to inform Lady Ilaria that he wished to have breakfast with her the following morning. Vanek, sensing the underlying currents, inquired if he intended to hand over the textile business to Charlotte as a means of granting Princess Ilaria more authority. Ebenezer considered this for a moment, then smiled and agreed that it could be interpreted that way. Sphinx, his face alight with excitement, pumped his fist and eagerly asked if this meant His Majesty planned to make Ilaria his empress. The ruler ignored the question, glancing at the young man and reminding him that he needed to secure permission for that breakfast quickly to avoid any complications. The Emperor's aide immediately nodded, placing a hand over his heart and declaring that he would depart at once to see the princess. Duke Vanek watched him go, exhaling slowly and remarking that Sphinx was ambitious. The Empress Dowager wasn't even on his radar. Ebenezer chuckled softly, admitting that he hadn't expected his aide to approve of Ilaria so readily. He would endeavor not to disappoint the young man. Several hours later, the ruler was informed of the Empress Dowager's arrival, and upon granting permission for her entrance. Entering his office, she wore a magnificent crimson red dress coat, trimmed with black fur and fastened with a brooch. He greeted the lady, remarking that it had been some time since they last met. The blonde woman agreed, her smile a touch too brittle, adding that Ebenezer seemed to have taken a new favorite lately. After briefly outlining Princess Ilaria's circumstances, Ebenezer explained that due to her long upbringing in a cold land, her constitution was rather delicate, and they had yet to share a night together. The Empress Dowager, clad in a dark blue gown adorned with black lace, settled onto a sofa, suggesting they ought to be understanding. The lady remarked that the girl had likely not yet paid her respects to the castle's eldest matron, having been raised in a remote village. Ebenezer, ever his own man, requested that his mother, as the most important lady, show the young princess due forbearance. The blonde woman sulked, stating that she must set an example and therefore wished to host a tea party and meet the new favorite at the same time. The Emperor smiled, inquiring whether the lady had heard that Ilaria also wished to hold a tea party to acquaint herself with those around her. Listening to her stepson discuss the preparations for the event, the lady couldn't fathom how that impertinent favorite dared to decide on all this without her knowledge. The Emperor mused that if the lady had locked herself away in the palace, sharpening the blade of vengeance, she must have abandoned all pride. Clutching her skirt, she declared that the new favorite had much to learn about local customs. To the question of why the princess hadn't sent her an invitation yet, Ebenezer replied that she was likely busy meeting the other consorts. The blonde woman forced a smile, saying she would await the invitation. The ruler thanked his mother, assuring her that she would instantly take a liking to his new favorite. The Empress Dowager, thinking that Ilaria must be some kind of kikimora, rose to her feet and announced her departure. As she left, Ebenezer smiled and bid the lady take care, while she flung open the heavy doors, startling the maids and nearly knocking one over. The lady thought to herself that even if it meant soiling her own hands or selling her soul, she would do everything in her power to return the throne to Nason. Meanwhile, in her own chambers, Ilaria asked in astonishment why the emperor had once again invited her to breakfast alone with him. The mere thought of the ensuing gossip made her feel nauseous. She sighed, muttering that the people around her simply needed something to talk about. Celester hesitantly inquired whether such attention meant that the emperor truly favored the princess. The red-haired woman laughed, thinking that this wasn't his style at all, and replied that such an assumption was pure wishful thinking. She instructed her head servant to inform the ruler that she had an upset stomach and could only consume liquids. The servant nodded obediently. The brown-eyed woman bowed, saying she would certainly relay the lady's message. Ilaria nodded, yawning widely and covering her mouth with her hand, then froze. The blue-eyed girl, deciding this was a perfect opportunity, called out to the departing servant, smiling as she said she would attend breakfast after all. She'd requested a change of venue for breakfast, and the emperor had agreed, a move Katie clearly thought was some sort of ploy. Ebenezer sat in his study, listening to the princess and her agitated servant bicker, distracted by the butterfly he kept in a spacious cage. The dark-haired man tapped the metal bars of the cage, drawing the magical creature's attention, promising it wouldn't be bored. While everyone's attention was focused on Ilaria, he could deal with the matter of the deceased Venetia family, the ruler mused. By attaching his butterfly to them, turning them into his puppets, Ebenezer sent them to the distant Seraph Palace, nestled in the mountains. Leaning back in his chair, the emperor remarked that the lady made his work much easier. Everything was proceeding according to plan. He witnessed another squabble between Katie and the red-haired woman, as she, Ilaria, nonchalantly refused to waste time choosing an outfit for breakfast. The man, Ebenezer, smiled faintly, thinking that his concubine shouldn't treat such matters so lightly. Continuing his silent dialogue with the butterfly, the man remarked that Ilaria's attitude, considering her character, was surprising. He found the behavior even bordering on affected. Ebenezer placed his hand on the butterfly cage, asking it if it had told its mistress, Ilaria, that he, Ebenezer, didn't care. The next morning, servants set a table in the garden for the young people's breakfast, meticulously arranging the dishes. As the girl, Ilaria, moved a plate of yellow cream soup toward herself, the emperor thanked the princess for accepting his invitation. The red-haired woman nodded, responding somewhat nervously to the invitation itself. Ebenezer smiled, saying he had heard the girl desired breakfast in an unusual location, so he decided to arrange this outdoor meeting. Looking at the rows of servants, the blue-eyed girl thought there were far too many of them, and the table was set with excessive care. She assured him that she liked it all, and the dark-haired man explained that he chose this spot because the sunlight in this part of the garden was the most pleasant at this time. Ilaria thought she would sooner die from there, the servants' stares, than from the scorching sun. She inquired whether the servants should be dismissed. Carving a piece of steak, Ebenezer said he knew it was inconvenient, but they never knew where danger might come from. Changing the subject abruptly, the man remarked that the other concubines were likely all jealous of the princess. The blue-eyed girl, Ilaria, stated that she had always been the object of their envy, and with good reason, even excluding his, Ebenezer's, growing attention. The emperor smiled, asking if the girl was always so serious in the mornings. Ilaria choked on her tea when he followed his first question by asking if the princess did it on purpose. He asked if she did it on purpose to appear more endearing in his presence. The red-haired woman, Ilaria, blushed furiously, the color in her cheeks almost merging with her hair, as she awkwardly declared that she wasn't endearing, but had always been beautiful. Surprised by such a vivid reaction, Ebenezer laughed aloud, a warm smile spreading across his face. Unable to cope with her embarrassment, the princess gave an indignant growl, as she felt there was nothing funny about it. Clearing his throat, the dark-haired man apologized, saying he couldn't help himself, because at her reaction was endearing, which the blue-eyed girl, Ilaria, refuted once more. The servants watched in astonishment at the exchange, which resembled a domestic squabble, unable to believe that their ruler could laugh so genuinely. Ilaria, glancing around the blossoming garden, confessed to Emperor Ebenezer that the necklace had been more than enough to capture his attention, making this meeting seemingly unnecessary. The emperor, a subtle smile playing on his lips, shook his head. This gesture, he explained calmly, was merely the beginning. Ilaria, the red-haired princess, knew perfectly well that the more interested he appeared in her, the more noble families would support his decisions, and the more power would flow into her hands. Reaching for her fork, Ilaria acknowledged his actions with gratitude, admitting her uncertainty about how to respond appropriately. The dark-haired Ebenezer encouraged her to approach him with any questions, assuring her of his unwavering support. Taking a sip of the tart red wine, the blue-eyed Ilaria softly echoed his words, though her expression betrayed her disbelief. When she inquired what she could do for him in return for such candor, the emperor's smile faltered. Ilaria froze, her face draining of color, when Ebenezer declared that she must meet with the Empress Dowager. She exhaled sharply, questioning whether such a meeting was truly unavoidable. In the future Ilaria had glimpsed through her enchanted jewel. It was this woman, the Empress Dowager, who would perpetrate unspeakable acts. As she sliced into her meat, channeling her anger into the motion, Ilaria muttered about the vast differences between them. Looking up at the emperor, she declared that if things went south, the Empress Dowager would destroy everything in her path for her own sake. The ruling elite of Winford, Ilaria continued, had decided that the Duchy of Gay Never could be sacrificed to save the empire. Wherever Ebenezer's armies marched, they brought fire and ruin, ultimately crushing the small duchy. The downfall of such an empire, Ilaria argued, could be attributed to a single person, the Empress Dowager. At that time, the Empress Dowager had secretly sold information about the duchy to all manner of unsavory characters. The thought of this potential future caused Ilaria to frown, deeming such behavior unworthy of a nation's ruler. Ebenezer, his voice calm, said he had only one question. Would Ilaria do the same? The red-haired princess straightened, offended. How could he even suggest such a thing? Did she look like that kind of person? Ebenezer remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. He thought to himself that she possessed a captivating ferocity when angered, like a small, spitting kitten. When the emperor, completely out of the blue, asked if she wanted a kitten, the blue-eyed Ilaria nearly dropped her cutlery. Her hand trembling, Ilaria raised her knife and demanded to know if he was mocking her. The emperor chuckled softly, denying any such intention. It was simply that his companion was utterly charming, he explained, raising his teacup. Unable to contain her exasperation, Ilaria pressed a hand to her forehead. Why, she wondered, did he insist on this teasing when they were discussing serious matters? She nervously raked her fingers through her hair, slightly disheveling it, and berated herself internally for reacting so strongly. Bringing the conversation back on track, Ebenezer reminded her that the meeting with the Empress Dowager should proceed, though there was no need for an extended stay. Ilaria released a long breath, muttering that he had persuaded her. Ebenezer mentioned that she had agreed to the meeting. Since news hadn't yet reached the palace, Ilaria could invite the Empress Dowager for tea. The dark-haired emperor added that the Empress Dowager had shown considerable interest in Ilaria since her arrival, but perhaps now, recognizing her worth, she sought common ground. He chuckled softly, speculating that after their conversation, Ilaria likely didn't share the sentiment. Ilaria released a breath, declaring that not even all the jewels in the empire could sway her to such a view. Just as Ebenezer began to say she shouldn't dismiss his mother, she spotted a familiar figure amongst the servants, one of the emperor's subordinates. Her blue eyes flashed towards the emperor. "Do you trust Duke Vinnick, your majesty?" she asked, her voice low. Ebenezer turned, his gaze meeting hers. "I trust his patriotism," he replied, "but not his loyalty. Though I find him useful." He added that he must leave her, as his subordinate would only approach if the matter was urgent. Studying his face, her gaze lingering on his expressive eyes, partially obscured by the fall of his hair, Ilaria asked, "Have you ever considered a trim, your majesty, so it doesn't bother you?" Ebenezer paused, surprised by her cool observation. A smile then spread across his face. "You're right, Ilaria," he said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "Thank you for your concern." As the emperor announced his departure, Ilaria readily agreed, though a flicker of curiosity crossed her features. "What is the reason for that sly smile, your majesty?" She wondered inwardly, swirling the wine in her delicate glass. It was all futile, she thought. He would soon find his true love. Princess Praetan of Mailman, she mused, would arrive in the Winford Empire as an emissary and instantly capture the emperor's heart, supplanting her as is intended. The stark contrast between herself and the princess weighed heavily on Ilaria. She possessed none of the allure that would draw the dark-haired emperor, she concluded. The thought of their inevitable parting sent a cold, unpleasant ache through her chest. Even this time, she recalled, she hadn't managed to attach the butterfly to him, and she hadn't sensed any other magical energy besides her own. Ebenezer was either remarkably skilled at wielding the power of spirits or adept at blocking outside influence. Both prospects were unsettling. Meanwhile, in the Guinevere ducal estate, another discussion regarding Ilaria's family was underway. News had finally arrived. Her mother rushed into the room. A bright yellow butterfly perched on her finger. "It's from our daughter," she announced. Smiling, she reported to her husband that all was well so far. Ilaria was even able to keep an eye on the emperor. He chuckled in response. As she should, he agreed. Ilaria's brother spoke up. "The most important thing now," he stated, "is to ensure her safety." Looking at his parents, he continued, "We should send Cartel Sebastian to the palace." His father considered this. "It's a good idea," he admitted, "but if his true identity is discovered, Ilaria will be in danger." The young man with the long hair, Ilaria's brother, offered a solution. Cartel is still young. He could simply disguise himself as a woman. No one would suspect a thing. Their mother, however, disagreed. Given what happened at the ball, she argued, relying on the Sebastians is dangerous. "We shouldn't send him alone, if at all." Having devised a plan, she looked up at the woman and declared this was why she needed her to imbue the soul. She magically altered the butterfly and told Eli she wanted her help in having Cartel Sebastian locate Ilaria. As the soul was released, the red-haired woman commanded the creature to watch over the boy, and it flew away. The princess declared that since the young man was now symbiotic with the butterfly, they could safely release him. A magical creature from Guinevere found a young man in armor amidst the snowy mountains. Now controlled by the magic butterfly's power, he was bound to the will of the princess's mother, as if it were his own. Meeting Beatrice in the garden, the red-haired woman, Ilaria, asked her to check for magic around Emperor Ebenezer as they walked towards his castle. Beatrice, with her yellow eyes, said they had crossed paths several times at the ball, but she hadn't sensed any magical currents flowing near Ebenezer. The girl murmured that he might be deliberately concealing magic, as an empire that organized witch hunts wouldn't tolerate such a ruler. Ilaria shook her head, saying the butterflies hadn't signaled anything of the sort, as they only died when they got close to the man. Beatrice looked at her friend, Ilaria, with concern, saying something was definitely wrong and they needed to find more proof. Ilaria, her blue eyes troubled, murmured that she had no proof and that the emperor was always shielded by his loyal aides, Swine and Duke Van Eyck. Noticing the blonde-haired Duke Van Eyck before them, Ilaria said that if her suspicions were correct, she would be able to bring him over to their side. Beatrice softly pointed out that everyone seemed to know the young man defended not the emperor first, but the country itself. He approached the ladies. The green-eyed Duke Van Eyck greeted them, remarking that it was their first time meeting like this. Ilaria smiled and accused him of flattery when the Duke said he was pleased to meet the one at the center of everyone's attention. Beatrice, having already walked away, stood behind a tree, listening as her friend, Ilaria, told Van Eyck that she, too, had wanted to meet him. The blue-eyed Ilaria turned on the charm, smiling softly as she asked if their chance encounter was truly fated. Duke Van Eyck said such jests were dangerous and asked if she was simply taking a walk with a friend. The princess said she had never lived here before and was therefore lonely, asking him if he would like to visit the Steel Rose Palace. Lost in the ocean of her blue eyes, the Duke swallowed hard, forgetting everything, and agreed. Ilaria brought a finger to her cheek, declaring her fondness for certainty, and asked if it would be more convenient for him to visit on a sunny day, a rainy day, or tomorrow. Van Eyck replied regretfully that he was off duty tomorrow, as it was his only day off. Beatrice summoned a butterfly, invisible to others, and hurried to remind Ilaria that the arms deal was taking place tomorrow. The spirit that flew to the princess relayed words about the deal and Mr. Clarinet's interest in it. Ilaria, masking her thoughts with a smile, murmured her deep regret. The blonde-haired Duke Van Eyck stared in surprise as Princess Ilaria said that a shipment of excellent gunpowder had recently arrived, and he likely wanted to go to the market to purchase some for himself. When he asked the girl what she meant, she added that she'd heard rumors about preparations for a hunting competition. Van Eyck's surprise deepened when she said it would be wonderful if they could hunt together, especially since the exile of the raccoon was nearing its end. For the first time during their conversation, the Duke frowned, stating that her words were dangerous. Ilaria, the red-haired woman, didn't lose her composure, instead smiling as she asked if that wasn't reason enough to treat her poorly. Van Eyck, the blonde man, was immediately amused by her charm, thinking to himself that he understood why the Emperor was interested in this girl. Ilaria continued, saying the question now was whether they would cooperate or if she would become his enemy, her tone and confidence unwavering. Ilaria, the blue-eyed girl, added that she possessed things that could deeply wound him, mentioning the foolish Olivia and Charlotte as examples. With a smile, she declared that her request for a meeting tomorrow was utterly non-negotiable, and furthermore, it was to his benefit. Van Eyck, understanding her implication, rubbed his temples with his fingers and agreed to her terms. Beatrice, listening in through her butterfly, heard her friend Ilaria say they could conclude their discussion and that she would await him at the appointed place tomorrow. When Van Eyck nervously asked what the Emperor, Ebenezer, would think of this, Ilaria told him not to worry. The blonde man bowed, saying he would see her at 11 the following morning, to which Ilaria replied that she couldn't wait. Ilaria bid the young man farewell and turned to greet Beatrice, who had approached moments before. Later, Ebenezer, the ruler, asked Duke Van Eyck with a faint smile how his meeting with Ilaria had gone. Van Eyck replied that the girl had revealed the Emperor's desire to see her, and that he had hesitantly agreed. Ebenezer, the blue-eyed ruler, rubbed his neck to mask his nervousness, commenting that they seemed to have had a pleasant conversation. Van Eyck swallowed nervously, beginning to worry he had angered the monarch. When asked about the content of their discussion, Ebenezer, the dark-haired man, widened his eyes, stunned into surprised silence as his internal monologue, or perhaps Van Eyck's account, informed him that Lady Ilaria had invited him to the Steel Rose Palace. Gathering more documents and papers, Ebenezer asked if he had agreed, and Van Eyck, the green-eyed man, said he hadn't even considered it. He gripped the papers tightly as Van Eyck added that they had agreed to meet outside the palace instead. Looking up, Ebenezer declared that tomorrow would be the first time she had left the palace grounds and, using an informal address, requested that he look after the princess. Van Eyck agreed. Surprised by the phrasing of the request, he added that he would do everything in his power to ensure her safety. As they discussed where they intended to go, Ebenezer reminded them again that all eyes would be on the princess at present and that they must be extremely careful. The young man, Van Eyck, bowed in agreement. The steely Ebenezer stated that since he had agreed, he didn't want any foolish rumors spreading. Noticing the shift in the ruler's demeanor and tone, Van Eyck concluded that he was angry and, without looking up, voiced his agreement. The Emperor expressed his hope that they would encounter Lady Charlotte, as they seemed to have much to discuss. As he prepared to depart, Van Eyck noticed that everyone seemed to be in a fouler mood than usual today. As Princess Ilaria strolled through the gardens with her friend Beatrice, butterflies, arriving from different directions, brought her whispers of the castle's inhabitants buzzing about her. She allowed one of the butterflies to settle on her finger, a small smile playing on her lips. "It seems everyone has little else to discuss but me," she murmured. "It's been this way since you arrived at the palace," Beatrice replied. "Even outside the palace walls, your name is often on people's lips." As they approached the gazebo where the Emperor and Van Eyck had taken breakfast earlier, Beatrice, her pink hair vibrant against the backdrop of the gardens, picked up a frost-covered leaf from the ground. Turning the leaf over in her hand, she remarked, "It's so cold," as if winter and frost reign just beyond the walls. She offered the leaf to Ilaria. "Share a little of your fire with it," she requested. Ilaria took the leaf, attempting to imbue it with her magic. Contrary to their expectations, the leaf remained stubbornly frozen. Beatrice, a thoughtful frown creasing her brow, surveyed their surroundings, her gaze lingering on the gazebo and the spot where the Emperor had sat during their breakfast meeting. "You were right," Ilaria, Beatrice said, her amber eyes filled with contemplation. There are traces of ice and cold magic everywhere. Ilaria, her red hair a fiery contrast to the icy leaf, nodded immediately, confirming her own suspicions. If Ebenezer isn't human, she whispered, then he's most likely a demon. Possessing such immense magical energy, she continued, he's likely connected to the spirit world. How else would the butterflies die in his presence? Ilaria paused. Can a demon take human form? She wondered aloud. Beatrice considered this. Perhaps he's more like a human possessed by a demon, she suggested. Stroking the butterfly perched on her finger, Beatrice, her blue eyes narrowed in thought, murmured, that would explain why your magic had no effect on the leaf. The butterfly, a spirit in its own right, fluttered its wings as if in warning. Ilaria turned, a shiver of unease running down her spine as she saw Emperor Ebenezer. He stood by the window, a frost-covered rose clutched in his hand. Ilaria suspected it was a pointed message, a hint that her abilities had never been a secret. If that were true, Ebenezer knew the secrets of the Guinevere Duchy. He knew about the Red Queen Tatiana, who had ended the witch hunts, which meant he likely knew the true reason for the duchy's founding, to hide the spirits of the witches who had perished. Gazing at the emperor, Ilaria thought 300 years of secrets now resting in his hands. She felt the weight of it, a near-crushing pressure. No matter how careful the spirits were, there was no guarantee another witch hunt wouldn't begin. Her eyes widened for a fleeting moment, flashing a brilliant yellow. The thought of killing the ruler flickered through her mind. She froze, startled, as Ebenezer spoke, his voice cutting through her thoughts. Do you wish to make a bargain with me? He asked. Ilaria couldn't comprehend how this was happening. She glanced towards the window, realizing with a jolt that one of her butterflies hovered beside the man. I am a creation born of spirit and human, Ebenezer revealed, his dark hair framing his face. That is why these creatures, he gestured to the butterfly, cannot coexist with me. The butterfly resting on his hand seemed to grow heavy, its wings beginning to frost over. Ilaria stared at him, wondering if he intended to use his power as a threat. Ebenezer watched Ilaria's fury with amusement, arms crossed over his chest, muttering again about what a little darling she was. Ilaria scowled, brows drawn tight, seemingly choked by her own rage, and shrieked that she was not a darling at all. Later, the blue-eyed princess sat in her room, chewing on a magic crystal, which Katie called her mistress's favorite candy and urged her to enjoy. Ilaria rubbed her forehead, muttering to herself that no matter how much she thought about it, many things still didn't make sense. Clutching her head in her hands, she answered her maid's questions, shrieking about how the emperor called her little darling every single time, and it was driving her mad. The girls wondered why Lady Ilaria disliked the ruler so much, and whether he was now suffering from unrequited love. Beatrice placed a chest on the table, saying that he genuinely seemed to find her endearing, and there was no need to fret over it. Katie picked up the box of crystals from the table as the pink-haired Beatrice told her friend to face reality, as they were in no position to oppose Ebenezer. The blue-eyed Ilaria asked what she meant, and Beatrice, nicknamed BB, added that they weren't entirely powerless, after all. Wishing to discuss this in private, the princess turned to the maids standing behind her and gave them a pointed look. Beatrice suggested that the emperor might have another name, his spirit name, and once they knew it, they could strike a bargain. The red-haired Ilaria chuckled at her friend's optimism, asking if he would really agree to it. The amber-eyed Beatrice crossed her arms and shrugged mysteriously, saying it was theoretically possible. Stroking her chin with her palm, the princess asked with a smile if they could possibly learn the entire high elf lineage, to which Beatrice agreed. Meanwhile, Charlotte looked up from the documents she was studying as a familiar voice asked what she was looking at so intently. Standing before her was Duke Van Eyck, as tense and reserved as ever, and uninvited. Charlotte stated coldly that she was busy, and if he wanted to find fault with her again, he could come back another day. The young man appreciated her dry humor, giving a small chuckle as he sat on the sofa opposite his relative. Charlotte placed the documents face down on the table, sighing and realizing the conversation was unavoidable. She asked him what he wanted, hearing that His Majesty had a message for her. The girl's face immediately brightened, and she asked if he really hadn't wanted to invite her for breakfast. Van Eyck prevaricated, saying they were now looking to build a new type of mansion, one that could house more than one generation. He continued, explaining that they wanted to build such housing in the slums, and the employment of the local population was a key point. The blonde Charlotte asked what had happened. The Duke said the Emperor intended to entrust this matter to her. The amber-eyed Charlotte averted her gaze, murmuring that he had no reason to rely on her. The young man explained that the monarch was very grateful for her help with Ilaria, as it had resolved many issues, and expressed his hope for similar assistance in the future. Charlotte immediately darkened like a thundercloud, asking if this meant she was expected to hand over her duties. To the princess. The green-eyed Van Eyck stated that his sister should devise a plan to earn the Emperor's trust, but for now, the best course of action was to help Ilaria. He rose to his feet, signaling the end of the conversation, adding that anything his sister couldn't handle, the Empress would decide for her personally. The blonde man, Van Eyck, placed his hand on the back of the chair, leaning closer to Charlotte. He told her she had little chance of holding the Emperor's attention. She had to hold on to the privileges she already possessed, he argued, and consider the mistake she'd made by siding with the Empress Dowager. The green-eyed Duke brought his face close to her ear, urging her not to do anything foolish. Tears welled in Charlotte's eyes as her brother spoke of the numerous concubines who could easily steal Ebenezer's favor from her. He straightened, turned, and strode toward the exit. A pillow hurled through the air, striking his back as Charlotte's furious voice shrieked, "Goat!" Van Eyck, unfazed, continued his departure, leaving the blonde woman alone in the room with the open door. Ilaria gasped, admiring the exquisite shoes sent by the Emperor. A note accompanied the gift, congratulating her on her first trip to the good place. The red-haired princess pondered the message. Did this imply that Duke Clarinet's arms dealings were in collaboration with Ebenezer? The blue-eyed girl rubbed her forehead, bewildered by how much he seemed to know. With a sigh, she summoned Caluster. As the elderly maid approached, Ilaria instructed her to select an outfit and jewelry to complement the new shoes. A pleased smile touched the maid's lips as she observed her mistress's reaction to the Emperor's gift. She bustled away to fulfill the request. Ilaria mused that she was probably the only one truly delighted by this gesture. Gazing at the present, the blue-eyed girl couldn't understand why he had chosen gold again. Recalling the first piece of jewelry she had received, Ilaria wondered how the Emperor could possibly know her tastes and preferences so well. A blush warmed Ilaria's cheeks as she felt a surge of magic. To her surprise, she realized she was immensely pleased by this attention. A butterfly landed delicately on the shoes, and the blue-eyed girl chuckled softly. Was he truly determined to demonstrate his power in such a simple way? Ebenezer, eavesdropping through the magic, smiled and turned at her words. Katie interrupted Ilaria's thoughts, announcing that Beatrice had arrived at the palace for a visit. Meanwhile, in a darkened forest, a young man and a merchant traveled in a carriage drawn by 2 horses. When the merchant inquired about the young man's origins, he replied that he was born and raised in the Duchy of Guinevere. Noticing the young man's weapons, the merchant asked if he was a knight, as leaving the duchy required mandatory permission. The blonde youth admitted he hadn't yet attained that status. His companion inquired if he was traveling to an important meeting. He calmly replied that he was going to Lady Janae's residence at his brother's request. The young man closed his eyes as the merchant offered him a convenient ride, explaining that he was also headed in that direction. He thanked the merchant. Under the influence of the butterfly and its magic, the blonde young man could only think of Beatrice and Ilaria, whom he was supposed to protect. The next day, Van Eyck opened the carriage door as the lady's carriage stopped beside his. He greeted the girls, and the friends immediately beamed at the blonde man as he announced their arrival at the Clarinet family estate. Not long ago, while they were still on their way, Princess Ilaria watched everything with interest through the carriage window, pondering how events might unfold. When she asked her friend if she knew anything about Lady Janae, Beatrice, the the pink-haired girl, replied that she seemed to be a distant relative of the Empress Dowager, about 8 generations removed. Charlotte, the red-haired girl, declared that such lineage hardly mattered, as Lady Janae seemed exceptionally skilled at organizing balls. Throwing her hands up in a dramatic flourish, Charlotte added that Count Romanov had 5 sons, all of them knights, so Janae's social prowess shouldn't be surprising. Ilaria thoughtfully pressed a finger to her lips. Beatrice then chimed in, saying that even if Janae had wanted to become a knight like her brothers, no one would have allowed it. The yellow-eyed girl explained that she rarely saw Janae at social gatherings and didn't know her well, but everyone spoke of her favorably. Who exactly considers her gentle and kind? Ilaria inquired. Janae's family, or rather her clan, opposed both the Gottlieb and Hermes empires, possessed a formidable navy for protection, and were the second most powerful family after the Guineveres. However, the girl was now a Winifred, not a Romanova, and had severed almost all ties with her former life. Despite this, the blue-eyed princess, surprised by this turn of events, instructed her friend to prepare a gift for Janae. Brushing aside a stray strand of hair, Ilaria added that to truly appeal to Janae, the gift had to be a sword with a glorious history. Later, as Duke Van Eyck helped her from the carriage, he smiled and remarked that she had come after all. Ilaria replied that she simply had a network. Suddenly hearing her name, Ilaria turned to see Charlotte standing before her in a beautiful purple dress. Charlotte started to ask why the princess was there, but seeing her brother's dark look and remembering his words, she stopped herself just in time. Realizing the situation, Ilaria smiled and asked Charlotte if she, too, had decided to take a stroll that day. With the most innocent expression, the red-haired girl nodded in agreement, adding how pleased she was to see Ilaria in such an informal setting. Charlotte then confessed that the feeling was mutual, mentioning that Van Eyck had told her a lady was expected, but she hadn't known who it would be. Ilaria suspected Ebenezer's hand in this. He likely didn't want her chatting with the Duke alone. Van Eyck interrupted their conversation, suggesting they move to a different location, as he had a carriage prepared. Ilaria, a sly smile playing on her lips, told him she was sorry she couldn't give him a tour of the beautiful palace. Stepping closer, she covered her mouth with her hand and whispered, "Did the Emperor have a hand in this crime?" Ignoring her playful jab, Van Eyck suggested they board the carriage, which they promptly did. As Van Eyck lowered his head, he noticed Ilaria was wearing the shoes the Emperor had gifted her. The blond man surmised that the ruler seemed more concerned with his consort than he had initially thought. Ilaria held her breath, anticipating some intriguing piece of information. Van Eyck then revealed that the Emperor was preparing for war, and he, Van Eyck, would be the Emperor's right hand in the endeavor. Looking at the princess, the young man added that this plan had been developing since the coronation and remained unchanged. With her hands clasped in her lap, Princess Ilaria urged Duke Clarinet to proceed cautiously, reminding him that this situation was different from the war during the Duchy of Guinevere's conflict with the Zacarians. The Duke acknowledged this, adding that because the Empire had lost Shurif and Asbolt in the war 2 centuries prior, he and the Emperor agreed that additional supplies would be necessary for victory. Hearing his words about the impending psychological attack, Ilaria, the blue-eyed princess, remarked that under such circumstances, neighboring countries would likely attempt to attack the Gottlieb Empire. She mused that, in the future, her own duchy might be sacrificed in this conflict, but she knew she wouldn't allow that to happen. Van Eyck, the golden-haired man, stated that he was merely an aide to the Emperor, and his sole desire was the prosperity and glory of his family and the Empire. Ilaria assured him that she wished for the safety of all nations, and it was for this very purpose she had come. Van Eyck, the green-eyed man, seemed somewhat surprised by her words, but pointed out that he and the princess shared very similar interests. He suddenly asked if he might visit Steel Rose Castle sometime, to which the princess, smiling, replied in the affirmative. Duke Clarinet added that he wouldn't always side with the monarch and, in general, remained impartial. Charlotte, the red-haired woman, gazed thoughtfully out the window, silently wondering how this war would affect Earl Narton's family. She knew that things would become easier only if Van Eyck followed the Emperor's orders without question. Her gaze drifted across the window pane, taking in the sight of the impoverished and the sick, clearly starving, in this place known as the slums. Turning from the window, Charlotte addressed the Duke, asking if he intended to leave her alone in this place. Van Eyck chuckled, dismissing the notion as absurd, as the Emperor would never permit such a thing. He explained that the Emperor had instructed Charlotte to implement reforms within the slums, but they had chosen this location for their meeting because it was less likely to arouse suspicion. Ilaria, the blue-eyed princess, watched all of this with surprise, recalling that in the future she had seen Lady Janae in charge of managing these very slums. The princess thoughtfully touched her collar with her fingers as Van Eyck stated that they were, of course, counting on her assistance. Thinking to herself that the blonde, Ilaria, would soon lose this privileged position, Charlotte smiled and said she wouldn't take the request lightly. She remembered her mother's teachings, how there were many poor here, and that all the hardships, misfortunes, and hunger of the people were the fault of the nation's leadership. Echoing her mother's word from that time, Ilaria, the blue-eyed lady, stated that even those who climb to the highest positions must not forget what happens right under their noses. Then, her mother had stroked her cheek and said that many opposed the marriage and worried for her, but they believed in her. Charlotte, the red-haired woman, looked out the window and explained that her mother had told her the government was responsible for the poverty of its people. As she added that her mother had hoped her daughter would see to even the lower classes, Van Eyck froze. Noticing the Duke's intense gaze, the princess, Ilaria, suddenly and somewhat awkwardly asked him not to fall in love with her, because she was, after all, the Emperor's betrothed. Van Eyck blushed, scratching the back of his head, and muttered that Ilaria was speaking very dangerous words. After a moment, he told Charlotte that she should accompany Lady Beatrice to tour the new location. Charlotte, the amber-eyed girl, sighed, and, with little enthusiasm, replied that she supposed she would. Beatrice, her pink hair vibrant, asked Charlotte if they could talk now that she had calmed down, but the amber-eyed girl retorted that they hadn't been talking at all. Ilaria, her blue eyes thoughtful, wondered if the concubine might have changed her attitude towards her and urged Beatrice to be cautious. Van Eyck led Ilaria toward a tall building constructed of dark brick, mentioning that he had spoken of this place earlier. Standing before it, Ilaria smelled the pungent aroma of alcohol and thought that the building seemed more like a hospital. The Duke turned at the entrance and, opening the wooden door, said they needed to go inside. He explained that a veritable slum had formed here after the war, and even now, rumors of the terrible events that transpired here circulated amongst the common folk. Ilaria followed him inside, remarking that it was dreadful, considering they seemed to be living in such a progressive era. Van Eyck explained that this was precisely why the Emperor wanted to implement reforms and restore the area. To what it was before all the bad things happened, he finished. Ilaria looked around the room, thinking that Ebenezer would succeed and new houses would begin to appear. After these changes, Malin Poyton would arrive in the Empire, shrouded in rumors, including one that suggested she had come to marry the Emperor. The girl was said to be as beautiful as a flower, pure, intelligent, a woman one would want to protect unconditionally. She was warmly welcomed by the Empire's citizens and dedicated much effort to the nation's prosperity. In the future, Malin would become the only girl to earn Ebenezer's. That unconditional love. Thinking about all this, Ilaria felt a pang of inadequacy, knowing she was entirely different from the rulers intended in every way. As they descended a flight of stairs, the Duke cautioned her to be careful, as they had to navigate an underground passage. As Ilaria climbed the steps, she thought about how unbelievable it was that they could still live happily while such things were happening in her duchy. Noticing her expression, Van Eyck asked the princess if everything was all right. Flushing at his concern, Ilaria mumbled that everything was fine, she just had never been to a place like this before. Van Eyck turned and continued forward, explaining that only the auction itself was held here. The weapons were usually delivered within a week. When Ilaria, a small smile playing on her lips, asked if she could attend such an event, Van Eyck stated that they couldn't risk being caught. Ilaria pressed him, asking what would happen if they were. The Duke replied that they would have to endure much for the sake of the Empire. He muttered about his unwavering loyalty to his empire, and when Ilaria declared that that was what she liked about him, He seemed genuinely surprised, stopping short. Van Eyck told her not to say such things. Ilaria teased him, saying he was too serious, unable to even take a joke. The princess, eager to move on, declared that she needed to return to the castle before nightfall. She mused to herself that Ebenezer had deliberately placed the letter in the shoebox, an invitation to their first dinner together. Van Eyck, exhaling, nodded several times, agreeing that they did indeed need to pick up the pace. At the entrance to the room, a dark-haired man in a mask barred their way, his hand raised to prevent entry, demanding the password. He spoke of good fortune finding those who picked clover blooming at the forest's edge, then declared the secret number to be 12. As the red-haired girl listened, the guard stepped aside, and the young man with her entered, the heavy door swinging shut behind them immediately. They were among the last guests to arrive at the auction, the blond man muttering about their good fortune in making it just in time. Initially, the darkened room held perhaps 15 people in total, none with identities readily discernible to the others. Ilaria, however, was certain that Earl Norton, the auction's organizer, undoubtedly knew every attendee. Meanwhile, in his office, the emperor sat working through documents as servants opened the door to admit a new visitor. He calmly inquired as to Lady Olivia's business, to which she replied, with a dazzling smile, that she simply wished to speak with Ebenezer. On her way there, the girl explained, she had learned of the ruler's decision to prepare a gift for the Empress Dowager. The green-eyed woman considered him the most handsome man in the entire empire. To understand her jealous disposition, one only needed to be in her shoes. The dark-haired man nodded, ordering his concubine to visit his mother and pay his respects. The man instructed her to return before the following evening, lest he worry himself into insomnia. Though inwardly, he reflected that her absence would hardly cause him distress, but rather pave the way for Erasmus's destruction. Olivia curtsied, a pleasant smile gracing her lips as she declared she would never do anything to cause the ruler such concern. His thoughts drifted to the red-haired girl. Ebenezer mused that were she present, she would undoubtedly grasp the true meaning behind his words. Setting down his quill, the man added that he was counting on the girl and that she could go about her business. Olivia placed a hand to her chest, coquettishly inquiring whether His Majesty might dine with her the evening after her return. Without looking up from his documents, the dark-haired man replied indifferently that due to pressing matters, he would be occupied tomorrow. As the concubine attempted to press the matter further, Ebenezer lifted his gaze, asking if she realized there would have to be something remarkably interesting about her to warrant his decision to dine with her. Olivia flushed crimson, frozen in place, as the man added that there was, in fact, nothing particularly special about her at all. Her fingers clenched, trembling with resentment and anger. The green-eyed girl stated that she would perhaps take her leave then, turning to make her escape as quickly as possible. He found the display irritating in the extreme. He then retrieved Ilaria's message, in which she wrote that she would come to his palace herself. Ebenezer tapped a finger thoughtfully against his lips, wondering if she might have brought another man into her palace. Meanwhile, Beatrice encountered her friend by the carriage, inquiring how everything had gone. The red-haired girl replied that it had been quite interesting. Even, with a laugh, she added that she had hoped it wouldn't be Duke Finique she'd gone there with, earning a surprised look from the pink-haired girl. Ilaria addressed the blonde-haired man, thanking him for the wonderfully pleasant time she'd had today. The blue-eyed girl smiled, adding that she would await his next visit and was always delighted to see him. Turning to Charlotte, Ilaria announced that she and Beatrice would be heading to the palace first. The red-haired girl added that she would have loved to chat and dine with them, but Emperor Ebenezer was already expecting her. A private meeting was in order. She nodded to the crestfallen blonde, saying it was a pleasure to see her, a sentiment the yellow-eyed girl echoed softly. Later, on their way to the palace, Beatrice glanced around the darkened streets, and realizing they were alone, slipped several magic crystals into her friend's palm. She asked the princess excitedly why she was going to the auction at all, questioning whether Ilaria even realized her eyes had changed color. The red-haired girl touched her cheek. Though she couldn't see them, she could guess the state of her blue and yellow eyes. Beatrice continued to pour the shimmering spheres into her hand, a precaution against a magical overflow. The agitated, pink-haired girl exclaimed how lucky they were that Duke Van Eyck hadn't witnessed the scene, or the witch hunt would be in full swing again. She quickly added how worried she was for her friend, but glancing out the window, said there was no need for concern. She had everything under control. The blue-eyed girl watched the children playing happily in the streets, despite their poverty and hunger. The first witch hunt had begun when people, envious of the Guinevere family's magical abilities, conspired against them. The Winifred's family had isolated them and the Red Queen, but even these governmental actions weren't enough to stop the frenzied hunt. As a gesture of apology, the Winifred's family had done everything possible to support the Guineveres, who were thus able to escape and conceal their skills, preserving the Red Queen's bloodline. Ilaria thought to herself, a direct descendant of the Red Queen, that she had seen glimpses of the future and knew the armed conflict hadn't been their fault. Noticing the pensive, almost sorrowful expression on the princess's face, Beatrice mentioned they were almost there. Ilaria suddenly produced a ring with a butterfly that looked remarkably like a pixie, prompting her friend to comment on the unnecessary expenditure of energy on such a frivolous thing. Grinning, the princess announced she had already placed a butterfly on the auctioneer, so they would be able to catch him when Sven reported Lady Ilaria's arrival. Elsewhere, the emperor inquired whether everything was prepared for dinner. His aide confirmed that everything was perfectly arranged, then abruptly gestured towards a vial of purple liquid resting on the table. He stated that the perfume would help the ruler seduce her, as Baron Erdgon had used it, and he already had 5 children. The dark-haired man stepped forward, questioning the necessity of such a thing, to which the aide cheerfully replied that he didn't know. He immediately added that tastes change quickly, so he had to figure out as soon as possible if the princess was suitable for him, only to be interrupted by the ruler. Ebenezer curtly replied that they were simply having dinner together tonight. He continued forward, silently wondering why Sven was so concerned about a simple dinner. The maids had already prepared a steaming bath, the water swirling with rose petals and fragrant oils. Fresh towels and other necessities were laid out, and they gestured for Ilaria to enter. Shalaster showed her to the immaculate room, redolent with the sweet perfume of various flowers. As she poured rose-scented oil into the water, the senior maid offered a knowing smile, remarking that the emperor would appreciate this. Ilaria tried to mask her annoyance at the implication, thanking the maid politely, but she couldn't help but sink into the soothing warmth. Gazing at the adornments around her, Ilaria mused that she still couldn't quite grasp the emperor's true nature, while he seemed to possess an uncanny knowledge of her own secrets. Her blue eyes hardened slightly as she considered the necessity of learning as much as possible about his connection to the elves. A short while later, Shalaster appeared at the doorway, comb in hand, announcing that everything was prepared. Half an hour later, Ilaria regarded her reflection with a touch of satisfaction. Her hair was elegantly styled, and jewels that complemented her green dress adorned her. She remarked to the maids that they were only going to dinner, questioning whether this display of elegance wasn't a bit excessive. The maids exclaimed in unison that His Majesty was incredibly handsome, and that she, as their mistress, should be even more radiant, as she was their pride and glory. Ilaria smiled at her dear Katie's flattery, reassuring her not to worry, saying she was always beautiful. Soon, the emperor was informed of Ilaria's arrival. He greeted his new concubine with a smile and clasped hands. The blue-eyed girl found his expression somewhat peculiar, unable to understand why, as she had returned from her outing precisely on time. Ebenezer inquired about her first excursion, to which Ilaria replied that it was nothing extraordinary, the empire quite similar to her own duchy. The emperor, his tone cool and unreadable, asked if she had spent the entire time with Beatrice. And Lady Charlotte, Ilaria added, slightly taken aback by his demeanor. She swallowed nervously, clarifying that besides the girls, Duke Finique had also accompanied them. She added that thanks to him, she had enjoyed a meaningful time, but the monarch abruptly interjected, observing that they seemed to have become quite close. As Ilaria attempted to explain that they had simply enjoyed themselves, Ebenezer suddenly declared that she would be staying with him that night. The girl choked back a gasp. The blue-eyed man watched her, proclaiming that they never allowed anyone into their private chambers, but he would make an exception for her, as she herself wouldn't even permit him to step foot inside Steel Rose Palace. Ilaria gave a soft hum of understanding, inwardly cursing her own foolishness. It suddenly dawned on her what a scandal it would create if the Duke had visited her palace, a place the Emperor himself had never been, and what kind of rumors it would generate. As she begged His Majesty's forgiveness, the man paused, regarding his concubine with a flicker of amusement. Ilaria rushed to explain that it was her fault, but she had never intended to displease him. The Emperor was more than displeased. He felt a sharp pang of jealousy, knowing the princess had spent the day with another man, and that the Duke hadn't yet submitted a report of their outing. Because Ebenezer remained silent, the blue-eyed girl felt she had to salvage the situation, addressing him as Your Majesty once more. The two maids present, Katie and Shalaster, froze in surprise and delight as Ilaria declared that she would stay in the castle that night. Ilaria, determined to finally quell the source of the Emperor's jealousy, added in a flirtatious tone that she would, of course, be sleeping in his chambers. Despite the ruler's attempt to mask his surprise, his blue eyes widened at her, clearly not expecting this move. Ebenezer, scarcely able to believe he was blushing, pointed out that the princess was surely very tired and therefore they should retire early. He watched Ilaria sip her wine, thinking that she was the most elusive and captivating woman he had ever known. When she requested some fresh clothes from her own palace, Ebenezer persuaded her that they could find something suitable for her here. Meanwhile, in Charlotte's palace, two maids carried a basket of laundry, gossiping about the unfolding events. One, with a sly smile, remarked that the newcomer had decided to stay in the Emperor's castle of her own accord. These words were overheard by a certain blonde-haired woman who happened to be standing nearby. Returning to her own room, the girl pondered what she would do if she were suddenly in the princess's position. Just then, the senior maid called for her. Ajura anxiously inquired after Charlotte's well-being, having noticed her mistress's tired and sorrowful expression. Charlotte, her yellow eyes thoughtful, mused that she was weary of criticizing and envying others, as it only brought her own unhappiness. She paced back and forth, then abruptly decided that if she couldn't attain the position of Empress herself, she would help the one most suited for the role. Charlotte instructed her maid to discard all cosmetics with red tones and all clothes of the same color, declaring she no longer wished to offend the Emperor with her taste, and to prepare the garments she had worn before arriving at the palace. Meanwhile, Ilaria found herself in the Emperor's chambers. Her gaze swept over the wide bed with its snow-white linens, a small smile playing on her lips as she surveyed the room before turning to address the Emperor. Ilaria sat on a sofa beside a low table laden with refreshments and wine, while Ebenezer stood nearby. He declared that he liked the color red, especially the shade of her hair, nodding towards her. The blue-eyed girl asked again if he was referring to her hair. The Emperor replied that, of course, he admired more than just her hair. He was not indifferent to her eyes and everything else about her. Ilaria straightened slightly, trying to conceal her surprise. The Emperor then added that he loved everything about her. Holding a glass bottle, the dark-haired man explained that this particular wine only fully revealed its flavor when chilled. He poured the wine into her glass, explaining that it was specifically made for colder regions. Ebenezer smiled, pleased when his consort tasted the drink and declared it remarkably refreshing, admitting she had never tried anything like it before. She requested more, and the monarch, smiling, obliged, but cautioned her against overindulging. Ilaria, however, assured him that he would never see her drunk. No drink had ever affected her so strongly before. So after finishing one glass, the red-haired woman unhesitatingly reached for another. Ebenezer thought she looked utterly adorable in that moment and couldn't refuse her. A short while later, Ilaria realized she had drunk far more than she intended, but stubbornly insisted on at least a little more. When the Emperor, Ebenezer, indicated that he'd had enough wine, Ilaria, feigning tipsiness, announced her desire to retire and swayed unsteadily to her feet. She barely managed a few steps before collapsing gracelessly onto the floor, appealing to her companion for assistance in rising, claiming she could no longer control her own movements. Ebenezer rose, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. He couldn't, of course, abandon such a beautiful woman in such a precarious position. With practiced ease, he scooped her into his arms, murmuring that the wine seemed to have had its intended effect. The dark-haired Emperor carried her to the bed, laying her gently upon the silken sheets, suggesting she rest, perhaps even sleep for a while. He muttered that Ilaria was strange, then turned to leave, but the redhead caught his sleeve, protesting that she was beautiful, not strange. The slightly inebriated, blue-eyed concubine murmured that her mother had always called her the most beautiful girl in the world. The emperor looked at her in surprise as she suddenly smiled, requesting that he repeat those very words. A pleasant flutter erupted in her chest as the dark-haired man turned back and, obliging her request, praised her beauty. Ilaria extended her hand, and the emperor's strong fingers closed around her delicate wrist. Ebenezer leaned closer to the surprised Ilaria, assuring her that she wasn't strange at all. If anyone was to blame for strangeness, it was he. A blush crept up his own cheeks as he declared that it was precisely because of this. The blue-eyed girl, her words slightly slurred, suddenly declared that he looked even more handsome when blushing, although he seemed already to have reached the peak of handsomeness. Propping herself up on her elbows, the redhead murmured that she liked this, adding that she wanted to show him just how beautiful she truly was. Before the emperor could react, he found himself on the soft, expansive bed, the concubine having deftly switched their positions. Her slender fingers threaded through his thick, dark hair, tugging gently, then stroking as if in affection. Further aroused by this gesture, Ebenezer declared her the most beautiful woman in the world. Leaning close, her lips brushing against his cheek, feeling the warmth radiating from his skin, Ilaria whispered that it was true. In the dimly lit room, illuminated only by the warm glow of the candles on the bedside table, casting long shadows across the spacious bed, they melted into a kiss. Meanwhile, in her own palace, Charlotte, Olivia, received a letter informing her of Ilaria's decision to spend the night in the emperor's chambers. Her eyes scanned the words, her breath catching in her throat. Clutching the parchment tightly, she called out for her father, a near-frantic glint in her eyes. She asked him if he remembered her request for information about the witch. The man handed her a stack of documents sealed in long envelopes. Charlotte quickly scanned them, declaring them insufficient. She began to chew on her thumbnail. She didn't need general information. She needed concrete evidence, something that could ruin Ilaria. The green-eyed woman muttered that this wouldn't do. She needed something she could use to control the concubine. Charlotte, Olivia, explained to her surprised mother that unexpected news had arrived from the palace, but they needn't worry, as her mother added that they must never forget to uphold the family's honor and dignity, and that they both eagerly awaited the emperor's favor. Charlotte offered a strained smile. Hearing this, her hatred for the princess intensified, the woman's position a threat to everything Charlotte held dear, most records of which hunts had been destroyed by the royal family, making the search for any remaining fragments a perilous undertaking. She believed this was the only way she could prove Ilaria was a cunning witch. Early morning in the emperor's chambers, Ilaria blinked her eyes open to the sound of a familiar voice calling her name. Rubbing her forehead, she saw Ajura standing before her, frantically asking if she was all right. As the maid clung to her, Ilaria asked what had happened, only to be told she hadn't woken for a considerable time. Ajura pulled back slightly, explaining that Ilaria had drunk too much the previous night, and inquired whether she felt nauseous or had a headache. Ilaria assured her that everything was fine, that she felt perfectly well, though inwardly she couldn't recall a thing. Another maid entered the chambers, relaying a message from the emperor, asking if Ilaria would join him for breakfast. The blue-eyed girl declined, suggesting it might be best to return to her own palace to change and take a proper bath. The maid informed her that there was no need to worry, as they had already prepared a bath and the steward had sent fresh clothes. Ilaria sighed, slipping her feet into waiting slippers, and mumbled that in that case, the bath sounded lovely. Ilaria inquired about her schedule for the day. Ajura replied that after breakfast with the emperor, she needed to send out invitations to the tea party. At the thought, Ilaria sighed, deciding she should reserve an invitation for the Empress Dowager. Ajura added that afterward, Ilaria was scheduled to have lunch with Lady Charlotte and the officials in charge of finances. Recalling what else might have transpired the previous evening, Ilaria remembered her behavior in front of the emperor. She covered her face, inwardly berating herself for being a fool, wondering where all the alcohol had taken her grace and pride. The blue-eyed girl remembered the emperor's burning lips and his warm breath, sending shivers down her spine. They had held each other close, kissing again and again, with no sign of stopping. Now, relaxing in the hot bath, Ilaria covered her face with her hands, muttering that she was a blithering idiot. Splashing the water playfully, she thought that she didn't want to dwell on it, and perhaps it was for the best that those fluttering feelings couldn't reach him. Seeing her mistress's state, Ajura worriedly asked if something was wrong, to which Ilaria replied that everything was fine. She thought to herself that the more she interacted with the Emperor, the more peculiar things seemed to happen. Deciding to put all thoughts aside, at least for the moment, Ilaria sank beneath the water, enjoying the warmth. Ebenezer was already in his office, working, signing the necessary decrees, orders, and other documents. He looked at his hands, unable to forget that just yesterday they had touched the warm body of his beautiful concubine. Swain suddenly spoke, remarking that it was the first time he had seen him like this. When the Emperor asked him what he meant, his aide explained, like you're in love. The man said she was partially correct, as shortly after the princess's arrival, they needed to schedule a meeting after dinner and told the captain to prepare the troops for reinforcements. The young man bowed, smiling, and said he would be happy to carry out all of the Emperor's orders. The Emperor handed the decree to his aide, Swain, ordering him not to forget about internal security, as the crime rate in those areas had increased after the flood. Left alone, the dark-haired man looked at the butterfly resting quietly in its cage. The magical creature, with its bright yellow wings, constantly reminded him of the assertive and courageous princess. The man muttered thoughtfully that the owner of this butterfly was either very brave or very sweet. A while later, the young couple were already dining in the garden, enjoying a variety of freshly prepared dishes. Ebenezer noticed that the red-haired woman hadn't eaten much at all, assuming she didn't like the menu prepared by the servants and cooks. Shaking her head, the blue-eyed Ilaria said that everything was delicious, but she simply didn't have an appetite. As she began to cut into her eggs, the ruler hinted that she had simply overindulged the previous day, adding that he had warned her about it. Ilaria involuntarily averted her gaze, then looked back at him. The red-haired woman couldn't help but recall the feeling of his warm hand on her face the night before and the way his lips had followed. Back then, Ebenezer had been lying beside her, leaning slightly over her, smiling as he remarked how people often commented on how well their eyes matched. A blush had crept up the tipsy princess's cheeks as he'd said there was no one else in the world like her. From that moment on, everything about the Emperor, from his gaze to the smallest of his gestures, had filled her with a strange excitement. Ilaria looked away, silently blaming her feelings and emotions on the lingering effects of the alcohol. The blue-eyed woman couldn't stop watching his every move, even though the man wasn't doing anything new or unusual, wanting to attribute her incomprehensible and unnecessary affection to something external. The princess convinced herself that the alcohol was indeed to blame. Ebenezer announced that an emergency meeting had been called due to the flooding of the Romanoff estate, and that dinner had been arranged with Charlotte and the Minister of Finance. The red-haired woman murmured that her maid, Ajura, had already told her everything, and also recalled that a greater disaster had accompanied the flood, an epidemic that caused dehydration and claimed many lives. Tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, she said she wanted to add some thoughts on the matter. Having asked for and received permission, the princess suggested that something even worse could happen after the flood, such as an epidemic. The ruler replied that the empire had never seen anything like this before, to which Ilaria said she was merely hypothesizing such a development. The blue-eyed woman explained that since the Romanoff estate was located by the sea, many people used the water there. Animals ate fish and spread it everywhere like seagulls, and no one monitored this. She added that all these unsanitary conditions could trigger an epidemic that would sweep through the empire in an instant. Ebenezer asked if she thought this was also something to consider in addition to rebuilding the slums. This brought a blush to Ilaria's cheeks. Ebenezer, the dark-haired emperor, said it was a perfectly reasonable assumption, and he was interested to hear other ideas. With a smile, Ebenezer asked what he should do, send more physicians or more medicine. Ilaria replied that it would be best to prioritize providing clean water to the populace, as thanks to the rain, there was now plenty of it. She questioned whether it was truly necessary for the emperor to do more than remind the physicians to be prepared. The princess agreed, adding that if a plague were to break out in the empire, specialists would be needed to care for the sick. Suddenly, with a sly grin, Ebenezer asked if she would care for him if he fell ill. Ilaria, her brow furrowed, said she had no medical knowledge, and there were others in the palace far more skilled than she. Ebenezer countered that her concern was more potent than any medicine and, besides, they had already shared a bed and blanket. When he added that she had dressed him and tried to warm him the previous night, the blue-eyed princess sighed, replying that His Majesty was exaggerating. The emperor smiled, enjoying her slight vexation, never tiring of how endearing she was. Their conversation was interrupted by Swain, an aide who appeared behind the princess, calling for his ruler. The dark-haired emperor rose, explaining that he had a meeting to attend, and she had duties as well, which he hoped she would fulfill. At these words, a smile involuntarily bloomed on the princess's face. She assured His Majesty, surprised and taken aback by the gesture. Ilaria even turned to watch him go, incredulous. Her fingers gripped the back of her chair as she watched the men depart, thinking that this would only become more complicated. Suddenly, the whispers reached her ears, the maids gossiping amongst themselves, telling each other about the emperor and the princess sleeping in the same bed. They even speculated that Ilaria would now become empress and bear the head of state in air. Olivia, as usual, smashed plates, broke furniture, and insulted the princess, demanding to know why she wasn't in her own place. Lady Charlotte calmly read her book, thinking that the newcomer was special and Olivia didn't stand a chance. Ilaria covered her face with her hands, unable to understand what she was thinking, why she had assumed she was the only one the emperor would take to bed. When Chalister brought an invitation addressed to Lady Mary and the Empress Dowager, Ajura, her maid, asked why the princess hadn't delivered it personally. The head maid of the Steel Rose Palace lowered her head, unable to explain anything, her gaze downcast in shame. The blue-eyed girl rubbed her forehead, irritably wondering if this vicious cycle would ever end. Meanwhile, a warrior sent by the princess's mother arrived in the Empire, tasked with protecting her. Influenced by the power of the butterfly fairy, the blonde-haired man had only two names in his mind, Beatrice and Ilaria. He approached the gates of the Romanov estate, and the guards immediately inquired about the stranger's business. The young warrior's fingers tightened around his weapon as he declared he was there at the imperial estate to visit Beatrice, daughter of Marquis Jennings. The dark-haired servant, Maria, remarked that regardless of her status as a princess, Ilaria had the audacity to send only her maid. Chalister lowered her head, thinking that invitations were usually delivered by maids, but as a courtesy, the princess had sent the eldest among them. Arms crossed, Maria declared that if the red-haired princess was witless, she could have offered a better solution. She froze mid-tirade as she heard the princess's voice directly behind her, announcing her own arrival. The brown-eyed Chalister squealed with delight at the sight of her mistress, though she remained seated on her stool. Ilaria extended a hand towards her, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she called Chalister's name, and helped her to her feet. Once standing, Chalister asked, "My lady, how did you get here? You hadn't planned to come." The blue-eyed Ilaria, pleased with this development, smiled and explained that she had found a way. Turning to the unfamiliar servant, Maria, she offered a cool greeting, mentioning she had heard of Maria from many. The mistress's opinion had clearly been influenced by the woman's private conversation with the other maid. Maria lowered her head, stating she had served at Vladislav Castle for a long time, merely pointing out the other lady's mistake. Ilaria stepped forward coldly, acknowledging that mistakes did need correcting, then inquired whether Maria herself had made any. The woman looked surprised when the princess asked why. Instead of minding her own behavior, she was lecturing Chalister. Seeing her lack of comprehension, the blue-eyed Ilaria explained that before telling others what to do, one should first manage oneself. Met with silence, Ilaria stated that Maria had not yet been appointed head maid, and despite the Empress Dowager's favor, such disrespectful behavior could hardly be excused. The woman trembled slightly as the princess added that she had never encountered such conduct in her own duchy. Gathering her skirts, the blue-eyed Ilaria remarked that she expected the potential future empress to be treated with courtesy. Taking a step closer, the princess touched a strand of Maria's dark hair with a fingertip, asking if this was how her mistress had taught her to behave. She then added, with a faint smile, that she would be happy to give the maid a few lessons lessons in etiquette. Maria's head dropped as Ilaria reminded her of her earlier comment about the princess being witless. With a curtsy, Maria hastily begged forgiveness, claiming she had been foolish and entirely in the wrong. The red-haired Ilaria replied that in the history of Vladislav Castle, an invitation had never been delivered by the invitee themselves. Fingers clutching the black-edged envelope, the maid stammered repeatedly that she knew nothing, that she was wrong. Ilaria leaned closer, telling Maria that her mistress, the Empress Dowager, would not be pleased to hear of this. Still gripping the servant's hand, the blue-eyed princess expressed her hope that the invitation would still be conveyed and that she would await the Empress Dowager at the tea party. She smiled at the startled woman, savoring the effect of her words. Later, the princess strolled through a blossoming garden with the senior maid, the redhead suggesting that Chalister would be an excellent choice for head maid. The maid inquired if the princess planned to become empress, to which Ilaria replied that she had no interest in the throne. Her slender fingers brushed against the delicate, cream-colored blossoms as the brown-eyed maid thanked her for the earlier intervention. Ilaria assured her that she wouldn't allow her staff to be demeaned by worthless individuals like Maria again. Turning with a smile, she added that they shouldn't pay attention to such insects. Chalister, taken aback and deeply touched, froze when the princess suddenly declared her to be a confidant. The blonde quickly curtsied, thanking Ilaria for such trust. Chalister was meant to become the head of Steel Rose Palace and Maylene Servant, later taking over as head of Vladislav Castle. But due to the princess's actions, this wouldn't happen, so Ilaria insisted on restoring Chalister to her rightful position before leaving the empire. Now, standing by Ilaria's side, Chalister felt a sense of belonging, adorably sniffling. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager received her servant. Maria reported that she had overheard everything, and the Empress Dowager approved. The Empress Dowager, her icy blue eyes fixed on Maria, declared she had a way to deal with such arrogance. She stated that first, they needed to bribe the maids at Steel Rose Palace. For despite being a princess, Ilaria lacked the wealth or means to do such a thing. The still frightened, dark-haired Maria nodded, confirming her understanding. The Empress Dowager tore the invitation to shreds, hoping it would teach Ilaria a lesson. In the garden, Katie, clutching a bag, caught up to her mistress, calling out to her. Katie embraced the red-haired Ilaria, asking why she had disappeared without a word. Ilaria replied that she had simply taken a short walk with the senior maid. The dark-haired Katie puffed out her cheeks, demanding to be informed next time. She added that she had brought the magic crystals. Ilaria smiled, hearing through her butterfly the Empress Dowager's words that first, she needed to bribe all the maids in her castle. Ilaria laughed at this, picking up a crystal and murmuring that the Empress Dowager was adorable. The blue-eyed Ilaria pressed her healing crystal to her lips, smiling as she declared that they, the Empress Dowager and Maria, had no idea that their efforts would be futile. Scene change. The Emperor was informed that the budget for repairing the flood damage had been finalized. He listened intently to the report, but then recalled Ilaria's warning about a potential plague. Looking at the documents, the Emperor declared it insufficient. The budget needed to be increased, and the Minister of Social Security needed to prepare for the plague. The Minister of Social Security pointed out with surprise that nothing of the sort had ever happened in their territories. The Emperor stated that the floods could contaminate all the water sources in the region, and they should take precautions against an outbreak of disease. The Minister of Finance hummed thoughtfully, asking the monarch why he anticipated such a thing. Ebenezer, his fist clenched, suggested they conclude their discussion, mentioning that they seemed to want to discuss all the concubines. The men turned to look at one another, then nodded, agreeing with their emperor. The dark-haired man demanded they listen carefully, as he intended to entrust Princess Ilaria with the restoration of the Romanov estate. Faced with their surprise, the blue-eyed emperor explained that she had handled the internal affairs of the duchy before, and inquired whether this stemmed from distrust. Fearing potential wrath, the ministers immediately fell silent. The governor spoke up, stating that he had heard much about the princess and her deeds since her arrival at the palace, and he was certain the girl would manage. The red-haired woman, listening to the high officials through a tie, muttered that it was all so terribly boring. Resting her chin in her hand, she told Katie that the first thing she would do upon leaving the palace was go horseback riding. Ebenezer overheard this, and the princesses made fidgeted nervously, worried someone might catch them speaking of such things. He vividly imagined a thoroughbred horse and the beaming Ilaria enjoying the ride. The governor stated that the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration would proceed as it had in the previous 2 years. The emperor, declaring a desire for something new, proposed horse races. The man looked at him in surprise. The emperor continued, saying that knights, all the nobles, the princess, and anyone else who wished could participate in these races, and the winner would receive a gift from his own hand. The governor argued that with less than a month until the festival, there wasn't enough time or money. He and the ministers were about to launch into an indignant discussion of a new decree and arrangements when Ebenezer, smiling, said they should leave it at that. The dark-haired man, sorting through his papers, pondered how his beloved would react to the news of the horse races. Recalling the girl's words about leaving the palace, the man thought to himself that next time he wouldn't let her leave his bed. Meanwhile, the magic ring led Beatrice to the doors of the diplomatic embassy. Looking at the decor, the yellow-eyed girl quietly wondered if she had the wrong address, and mused on whether this person could possibly be involved in arms trafficking. A blonde guard approached her, asking if the lady was ready to return to the palace. Not wanting to reveal her true intentions, the pink-haired girl said that someone had recommended a good pastry shop to her, but she seemed to have misremembered the address. The young man said they had just received word from the palace that a guest had arrived to see her. A girl with long dark hair watched them from the window, trying to remain unseen. Moments later, the lady returned to the house, rushing into the reception room to see her guest as soon as possible. Noticing the familiar young man, Beatrice froze, asking in astonishment where Cardal had come from. Many years ago, a girl's mother strolled through a garden. The housekeeper suggested she return inside, advising against lingering too long. The blue-eyed woman smiled, agreeing that it was enough for one day, lest she worry the baby. Christina Genesis, the Marchioness, née Guinevere, was the second princess of her family. From a young age, she harbored a fascination with the outside world, a fascination that eventually led her to secretly leave the duchy. It was then she met the Marquis, and subsequently became his wife. In time, the girl became pregnant, but the blessed state proved a poison to her fragile constitution. She made a choice, a sacrifice for the health of her child. Her only salvation came in the form of her elder sister, Helena, who was prepared to offer aid no matter the cost. Helena sacrificed half her own life force to save Christina. It was because of her, because of this courageous act, that a healthy and beautiful Beatrice was born. Confronted by the Marquis's daughter's questions, the blonde-haired man replied that he had been ordered by the Guinevere family to protect Princess Ilaria. The seemingly fragile girl suddenly shot out a hand, fingers gripping his collar, and commanded him never to utter that name within her house again. Cardal, taken aback by this fierce reaction, widened his brown eyes and quickly assured her that he understood perfectly. The girl, regaining her composure, released his clothing and settled back down across from him. Cardal Sebastian was the only younger brother of the deceased Empress Bernice. In the future the princess had foreseen, this young man, seeking vengeance for his sister, would leak the duchy's military secrets to the enemy. This act would ultimately lead to the nation's ruin. Beatrice believed that to avert such a catastrophic end, he should never have been allowed to leave the duchy. Yet, here he was, alone and far from home. The girl wondered, a strange sensation prickling her skin as the blond man touched his neck, if Hill knew of his presence here. A similar feeling had drawn her mother to this very spot. The door opened, and her mother rushed in, suddenly calling out her sister's name. Beatrice stated that her aunt wasn't there, though she herself clearly sensed the presence of her energy. The woman settled onto the sofa beside her daughter and inquired why this unexpected guest sought an audience with the Marquis. Straightening, a perfect mirror of her young daughter, she introduced herself as Christina, wife of the Marquis Genesis. As the Marchioness extended her hand, the young man froze, startled. He realized, however, that she seemed to be reaching out almost unconsciously, as if compelled. The moment their palms touched, the room flooded with a brilliant blue light and a dazzling surge of energy. The sprite that had accompanied the young man from the duchy materialized, seemingly freed, transforming into the shape of a beautiful girl girl with wings. The magical creature declared it an honor to meet Christina, then introduced herself as Illy, a sprite sent by her sister. Smiling and understandably surprised, the woman asked after her dear Helena's well-being. Illy placed a hand over her heart, proclaiming her mistress to be in good health and sending her warmest regards to her younger sister. When Beatrice questioned whether Cardal could be trusted, the sprite confirmed that the young man acted solely on her instructions, his purpose here being the princess's protection. The girl murmured to herself that they would have to create a new identity for him, a means for him to gain entry to the royal palace. The sprite continued to hover above the table, concurring. Helena, a direct descendant of Empress Venus, would surely cause a war if anyone discovered the boy's true identity. Therefore, she decreed that from this moment forward, he was not to be addressed by his real name, but by the name she, Illy, was known by. The pink-haired girl, Beatrice, rubbed her forehead with her palm and asked if her task was simply to bring the boy, Cardal, to Princess Ilaria. The sprite affirmed her understanding, replying that it was indeed so, and that the matter of creating a new identity was also part of it. Illy transformed once more into an ordinary blue butterfly, fluttering above the Marchioness, Christina Genesis, scattering shimmering particles of magical energy down upon her. The sprite explained that this was a blessing from Lady Helena, wishing her sister good health and fortune. Christina extended a hand towards the creature, asking it to convey her gratitude and tell her sister how much she missed her. For a fleeting moment, the image of her sister appeared before her, stroking her head and affectionately calling her a fool, telling her not to cry. Christina touched the butterfly's tiny foot with her finger, wiped away a freshly fallen tear, and smiled softly. Memories of her childhood and youth, spent under her sister's wing, flooded back, while her daughter, Beatrice, watched her with a mixture of awe and concern. Beatrice then turned her gaze towards the young man, pondering what new identity she could devise for him to fulfill his mission. Meanwhile, Princess Ilaria sat at a table in the greenhouse, awaiting the start of the meeting. But Charlotte arrived first and greeted her. The red-haired woman expressed her sincere hope that she had managed to see Ilaria before the others. Ilaria nodded, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. The blue-eyed woman, Charlotte, expressed her hope that Ilaria would manage today's meeting well. The blonde princess, already seated at the table, remarked that due to the heat, she had chosen an outfit made of fashionable, breathable material. In response to Charlotte's inquiry about whether she had acquired a similar outfit, the princess replied that she had many, having brought all her belongings from home. The blue-eyed woman raised her teacup, indicating she had reasons for not following trends. Looking at the silent woman, Ilaria thought to herself that she knew perfectly well that the dress Charlotte had bought was brought from her duchy. She couldn't quite understand why the concubine wouldn't wear a dress embroidered with the flowers of Vladislav Castle. Lately, the local tailors have been mimicking Princess Ilaria's style. It wasn't that Ilaria followed fashion trends. Rather, fashion trends followed her. When Charlotte suddenly expressed her desire to be like her, the blue-eyed woman thought to herself that she would soon have to update her wardrobe. Their conversation was interrupted by the ministers approaching the garden, led by the governor, who was in charge of security. The red-haired woman rose, pushing her chair back, and declared that it was time to move from words to action. She greeted each of the men present in turn, expressing her pleasure at seeing them. Placing her hand on her chest, the woman introduced herself as Harry Winfred, mistress of Steel Rose Castle. A short while later, the discussion devolved into a heated debate, and the princess, bored, sipped her hot tea, observing the scene. The Minister of Finance exclaimed that their utmost priority was to save the state's expenses wherever possible. Then he reminded everyone present that His Majesty the Emperor wished to arrange a horse race. And while they were arguing over the budget plan, Ilaria froze, her thoughts consumed by what she had just heard. She had never encountered such a thing in the future and realized that the ruler had once again overheard her complaints. Inwardly, she cursed him. Noticing her clenched jaw and the clear displeasure on her face, the man inquired whether the princess disliked horse racing. The Minister of Welfare remarked that ladies usually disliked the smell of horses, and if she objected, then it should be reported to His Majesty. Ilaria replied that she was merely curious why the emperor had suddenly decided to hold this event. The Minister of Finance explained that, according to Ebenezer, this festival was long overdue for renewal. The sheriff added that the emperor would personally reward the winner, stating that anyone could participate. Upon hearing these details, Charlotte, her blue eyes sparkling, declared it wonderful and exclaimed that she couldn't wait for it to begin. The sheriff, surprised, asked if the princess meant she would participate in the race. He said he didn't think all the other concubines would decide to participate and asked if she would also like a refreshing drink to pass the time. Ilaria, with a smile, asked the man if he thought she would cause trouble by riding a horse. The brown-haired man quickly stated that he hadn't meant it that way. It was just that this would be the first time a girl had participated in 300 years. Before that, it had been the Red Queen until her health declined. Ilaria recalled that it was then that the queen had won the race, and she, too, intended to win. The ministers exchanged surprised glances, barely suppressing good-natured laughter. Placing her cup on the table, Ilaria smiled, thinking that Ebenezer hadn't considered her winning at all because he didn't know her potential, as she requested that the matter be relayed to His Majesty. As the fish frolicked in the small fountain, Ilaria recalled learning to ride in her early childhood. A finger pressed to her lips, the blue-eyed girl thought to herself that she looked forward to the day she would once again claim first place. Turning to Charlotte, the princess asked if she would like to participate. The blonde woman nodded, thanking her for the offer, but said she didn't know how to ride at all. Ilaria laughed, hearing that only Gina knew a little something about it, as this was precisely what she remembered from the future. What the blue-eyed girl saw was that after fleeing the imperial palace amidst the turmoil of war, it was this concubine who rode on horseback, a sword clutched firmly in her hand. She became a knight, but due to her lack of training, she tragically perished at the very beginning of the war. Ilaria understood that this potential couldn't be left untapped, and so she devised a plan. The princess called Charlotte's name, inviting her to dinner at Steel Rose Castle that day. Her companion was quite surprised when the girl requested that she bring Gina along as well. Harry Winfred declared that it was time for them to emerge from their cocoons, or they wouldn't have time to transform into beautiful butterflies. The blonde woman asked the mistress what she meant. She explained that she had only spoken well of her, expressing her continued awkwardness around Princess Ilaria. The princess added that it would be better if an old friend had invited her to dinner. She looked closely at the bright yellow eyes, knowing full well that no one could refuse her. After a moment of reflection, Charlotte sighed loudly and, offering no further protest, agreed to the princess's proposal. While the daughter of the Romanov family remained in her room, unaware of how her life was about to change, the castle servants buzzed with the news of Lady Charlotte's invitation. The only remaining question, one of the men remarked, was whether Lady Gina would also attend. They had been gathered, placing bets on how the dinner would unfold. Ebenezer, though seemingly sequestered in his office, heard every word, his senses amplified by magic. The man snapped the book he was reading shut with a flicker of amusement in his eyes, his gaze drifting towards a caged butterfly. The mistress of this creature, the dark-haired man mused, continued to ignore him. He, alone, had never crossed the threshold of Steel Rose Castle. The emperor suspected the princess was simply too shy to summon him, but that she would surely be delighted by his appearance. The blue-eyed man tapped a finger against the cage, speculating that perhaps, deep down, the girl was waiting for him. Watching the butterfly, he remarked on its astonishing lack of caution, following him even with the knowledge that it might cease to exist. The ruler leaned back in his chair, silently pondering the incomprehensible and intriguing nature of life. Before this, he couldn't have imagined a captivating beauty disrupting the rhythm of his tranquil existence. Ebenezer resolved that as long as he remained absent from the castle, no significant changes would ripple through his life. But then, considering the evening ahead, the man decided he must be there. Regardless, that evening, the blue-eyed princess stared at the arriving monarch with a mixture of surprise and faint annoyance. The dark-haired man stood before her, a bouquet of red roses in hand, a smile playing on his lips as he remarked on the interesting choice of venue for dinner. Still poised in the doorway, the princess stated that she didn't believe she had extended an invitation to His Majesty. Ebenezer offered a slight smile, explaining that this was precisely why he had brought flowers, to add a touch of color to their encounter. The other girls watched, astonished, as the red-haired woman struggled to contain her temper and instructed the servants to prepare another place setting. Ilaria accepted the bouquet, the beautiful blooms feeling strangely heavy and cold in her hands. Turning to the others, the blue-eyed girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and announced that the flowers would adorn their dinner table. As the dinner commenced, Charlotte, feeling a sudden, inexplicable discomfort, requested some wine. Observing her reaction, the princess thought with a touch of irritation that indeed, not all things were meant to be paired together. The blonde woman, picking up the wine bottle, explained that it was made on their estate, sweet to the taste, but with a lingering tartness. Both Jenna and Ebenezer expressed interest in sampling the wine. Ilaria, recalling past experiences and the foolish choices she had made, decided to abstain. When pressed to at least try a sip, everyone present raised their glasses in a toast. Setting her glass down, Princess Ilaria looked at Jenna and inquired if she had heard the news about the horse race. The girl agreed, adding that she too had heard about the princess's participation in the race, and expressed their envy of Ilaria's versatility. The blue-eyed princess then asked if Jenna would be willing to join them, having heard of her equestrian skills. The pink-eyed Jenna concurred, nervously averting her gaze. She explained that after the flooding at the Romanoff estate, she was more inclined to focus on resolving internal family matters. The princess immediately countered, stating that the natural disaster hadn't been severe, with almost no casualties. She added that thanks to Emperor Ebenezer's swift response, any serious issues had been averted. Ebenezer, overhearing her words, beamed and raised his glass, adding that Ilaria herself had also played her part. Ilaria then turned back to Jenna, asking if she had any other reasons for declining, to which the girl hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Jenna's mind flashed back to the memory of her father discovering her sword hidden beneath her bed. He had called her a fool, demanding to know how she could train without his knowledge. Fury had burned in his eyes as he reminded her of his repeated orders to stay away from horses and never touch a sword. As if reading her thoughts, the princess suddenly declared that Jenna no longer belonged to the Romanoff family. The concubine's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Ilaria, who continued, stating that Jenna was under no obligation to obey their dictates. A smile touched the red-haired Jenna's lips after hearing the princess encourage her to follow her heart. After a moment, she softly murmured her desire to participate. Princess Ilaria expressed her delight at having a friend ride alongside her, a sentiment echoed by a visibly pleased Gina. A while later, the blue-eyed Ilaria remarked how wonderful it would be if they could all dine together again. Charlotte agreed, saying she would await the next invitation, and Jenna echoed the sentiment, adding that she had thoroughly enjoyed herself. The red-haired princess turned to Jenna, declaring her intention to offer a gift as a token of gratitude, sincerely hoping she had chosen wisely. The Romanoff representative, cheeks flushed with surprise, smiled and replied that she would be delighted to receive it. Ebenezer, lost in thought, glanced up at the smiling princess, who was engaged in earnest conversation with the other concubines. He suddenly drew Ilaria's attention, remarking to the group that they seemed to be having a secret conversation that threatened to last all night. At his words, Charlotte abruptly rose, her hand slapping the table in a gesture that seemed to surprise even herself. Flushing crimson, the blonde woman stammered a wish for the pair to have a passionate night, quickly correcting herself to a more general good night. After thanking the princess, Charlotte gathered the skirts of her purple gown and hurried towards the exit. Gina offered an awkward smile, suggesting that perhaps she too should retire for the evening, if His Majesty would permit it. With a curtsy, she bid both the Emperor and Princess Ilaria good night and withdrew. Unwilling to be left alone with the Emperor for too long, the blue-eyed Ilaria turned away, exhaling softly. Closing her eyes, she requested they discuss their pressing matters quickly so they could both retire early. The Emperor, shaking his head, told the girl with a stern yet smiling tone not to turn away, for he wished her gaze to remain fixed solely on him. She turned, meeting his eyes, unable to comprehend the point of this exaggerated tenderness if there was no genuine affection between them. Ilaria, her blue eyes thoughtful, silently exhaled, pondering her own desire to protect her duchy while the Emperor's aim was to win the war. Yet Ebenezer seemed oblivious to these weighty matters, his attention fully captivated by his companion, without delving into the intricacies of politics. Ilaria reminded herself that Malin Pradan was destined to become empress, and therefore, she must relinquish her pursuit of the emperor's heart. She understood that even if she had refused this meeting, the emperor's primary objective wouldn't be Malin's love, but rather a military alliance with her nation. The princess, her gaze lowered, watched him, silently recalling her resolve not to be a mere ornament in his palace. Ebenezer, a pensive expression on his face, nodded, confirming he remembered every word she had spoken. Her hand gripping her skirt, Ilaria questioned why he had come, and furthermore, why he had brought flowers. Ebenezer denied, considering her an ornament, adding that she herself knew the reason behind his actions. Ilaria instantly decided against pursuing the question, attempting to interrupt his majesty, but he declared his interest in her. Leaning closer, Ebenezer gently lifted her chin with his fingers, questioning her intentions. He asked if, to her, he was still nothing, insignificant. Ilaria reflected on the stolen butterfly and how, from that moment on, he seemed to hang on her every word. She asked what he would do if he discovered she still considered him a stranger. To further her point, she declared her lack of interest in him, but Ebenezer abruptly rose and kissed the restless beauty's forehead. He lowered his head, meeting her gaze, his fingers tracing her cheek and jawline as he leaned in. He murmured against her lips that she was more than just interesting. In fact, he was captivated by her. Ilaria struggled internally, but as he whispered that it was she who had made him this way, Ebenezer pulled her closer, bending down to kiss her softly. Ilaria's mind screamed that she must push him away, but the emperor, overcome, nipped her lip. They broke apart, breathless, the metallic tang of blood on their tongues. Ebenezer instantly noticed her reaction to his touch, the tremor that ran through her, betraying her inner turmoil. His fingers tightened around her trembling hand as he promised he would never do anything she didn't desire. He lifted his hand to her face, startling her further, and wondered aloud, could this be love? His thumb carefully wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, trying not to cause further irritation. With a radiant smile, the emperor declared that for things to proceed properly, she needed only to stay in her place. Ilaria thought that everything happening was some kind of madness, and their being alone together again was triggering a similar situation. Afterwards, the girl washed up, holding her palms under the warm water for a long time, trying to distract herself from her thoughts. She splashed her face quickly to bring herself back to her senses, gripping the edges of the marble sink tightly. How did that stupid butterfly even end up in Ebenezer's hands? The blue-eyed girl whispered irritably. The princess raised her hand, calling all her little ones home. She was referring to the sprites. The bright yellow creatures cheerfully and swiftly returned to their mistress, swirling around her in a halo of light and brilliance. She realized that the salamander, the one she summoned, the one who controlled all the other lesser sprites, was missing. Just then, Katie asked if she was all right. Ilaria thought to herself that she might have to go straight to the emperor's bedroom to get her butterfly back. The red-haired woman breathed out in annoyance, ordering all the magical creatures back to their places. At that moment, Shallister approached, presenting a small box, saying the ruler had sent the young lady a salve, which distracted her. The princess inwardly raged at Ebenezer for provoking her with such antics. During their meeting the next day, Beatrice excitedly asked what had happened to her best friend's lips. Cupping her cheeks in her hands, the blue-eyed girl said, without much enthusiasm, that she had simply been scratched by a cat. When the pink-haired girl inquired where such a creature had come from, the princess explained that the greenhouse used to house rabbits, and the cat had befriended them and still lived there. Beatrice immediately retorted that she had never seen a cat here in her life, only dangerous tigers. Ilaria looked around the room, thinking that living here was perfectly feasible. A lion, a tiger, or even a wolf could easily be accommodated. Her thoughts drifted to Ebenezer, and she shook her head, frowning, wondering why this was happening again. Beatrice, seeing her expression, giggled, thoughtfully stroking her chin with a finger. Smiling brightly, she suddenly asked if her friend had actually been scratched by a little kitten named Ebenezer. The red-haired girl sternly told Beatrice she was taking a big risk doing this, but the yellow-eyed girl laughingly replied that she was only speaking the truth. Pressing her palm to her forehead, the princess stood up, shaking her head and muttering that nothing could be hidden from Beatrice. She picked up a plate from the table, saying she had prepared Beatrice's favorite chocolate pudding. As the friends exchanged sweet thanks, the observant maid stood a little distance away. Shollister asked why the young lady was so attentive to the Marchioness, and Katie explained that they were cousins. The woman, Shollister, shook her head in confusion, saying that Genesis's wife was a commoner. Immediately catching the princess's sharp look, Katie hissed at her that it was a secret. Later, Beatrice pulled out a bag containing a gift for Jenna, extracting a long box from within. Ilaria looked at the two boxes, crafted from different woods, in surprise, remembering she had only requested one gift. The red-haired woman, Beatrice, handed one of the boxes to Shollister, along with a note for the recipient. Afterwards, the blue-eyed girl, Ilaria, curiously inquired about the man her cousin had brought with her, who was still lingering at the entrance. Beatrice promised to introduce them, then asked the princess if she remembered the place where she had chased the butterflies. The blue-eyed woman thought for a moment, then said it was at the Brighton Embassy. The pink-haired woman, Beatrice, explained that because of this, she had reviewed the ship manifests arriving there over the past 5 years. She discovered that 3 years prior, Emperor Ebenezer and his family had made a secret visit, though it had been presented to everyone as a mere stopover. Ilaria murmured thoughtfully, surprised they hadn't left the country yet. Beatrice added that someone could corroborate this information, a rather interesting witness. In fact, holding up a finger, she added that Count Rasmus was also involved, but had been keeping it quiet. The princess's mouth fell open slightly as she absorbed the news of the royal family's involvement in arms smuggling, and the Count's complicity in concealing it. The red-haired woman, practically beaming at these revelations, leaned in and asked who this witness was. Beatrice, a smile playing on her lips as she watched her cousin's expression, revealed that Princess Malin Pradan herself played this role. The future empress, so deeply in love with Winfred that she had severed ties with her family, had also risked involvement in arms trafficking. The blue-eyed woman mused that it was likely connected to money, though the answer seemed obvious. It was highly probable that Malin simply wanted to secure the Empress's position for herself, and Ebenezer was using her and the arms deals as bait. But if things truly progressed towards their marriage, the princess's own situation became even more precarious and uncertain. Ilaria wondered if aiding Praeton's ascent to Empress might somehow benefit her. She thoughtfully stroked her cheek, thinking that if the Emperor decided on a marriage alliance with that family, his options for a consort were numerous. Suddenly, the red-haired girl turned to her maid, Katie, and ordered her to find the Emperor and invite him to dinner. A startled Katie acquiesced. Hearing footsteps, Beatrice turned and, seeing her companion, inquired if his inspection was complete. The amber-eyed man told his cousin that there was someone he wanted her to meet, his gaze fixed on the greenhouse entrance. The Marquis assured the princess that she would adore this young man, her lover, as he was incredibly sweet and kind. Ilaria, choking on her tea at such words from the normally proper young woman, coughed. Beatrice hastily corrected herself, explaining that he was her paramour, but that it was all perfectly legitimate, and her cousin should find one for herself as well. The red-haired woman asked, surprised, why Carthow was at the imperial castle when he should be in Guinevere. The Marquis, with a smile, gestured towards the young man they already knew, telling her cousin that she had altered his eye and hair color, so no one would suspect anything. Beatrice turned to the man beside her and suggested he introduce himself. The princess, Ilaria, watched with surprise and a touch of distrust as Carthow extended a hand towards her. He gently pressed her delicate fingers against his chest, a kind and gentle smile gracing his lips as he introduced himself. A sudden stiffness seized the blue-eyed princess as she felt a strangely familiar magical energy emanating from the young man's touch, even from his voice. A butterfly, with the body of a woman and the form of a peculiar fairy, materialized seemingly from nowhere. It greeted the princess with the voice of her mother. The magical creature gazed at her tenderly, inquiring after the well-being of her precious daughter. Upon receiving an affirmative reply, the mother's messenger relayed that all was well with them, herself, her father, and her brother. As the small creature brushed against her cheek, the blue-eyed princess felt a palpable sense of her mother's presence, a whispered assurance of her joy at even this brief reunion. Smiling, Ilaria remarked that it was her mother's deep concern that had prompted her to send Carthow. The magical being explained to the princess that the young man's mission was to protect and care for her. As the golden-haired man knelt before her, the mother's voice added that he needed to remain by her side so that she might have aid when necessary. The blue-eyed woman somberly reminded her mother of the potential for betrayal, but her mother countered that she would constantly watch over the young man and keep him under control. The fairy stepped back, murmuring that she had to leave, to conceal herself, as it seemed others were approaching. The princess remained standing next to Kartal, who knelt obediently before her, as if awaiting further commands. She started to ask who else was there, but the words died on her lips as she noticed a familiar figure. Standing before them, arms crossed and a frown etched upon his face, was Ebenezer, his interest in the current situation unmistakable. Meanwhile, Jenna received the princess's gift along with a note, in which Ilaria promised to open new doors for her. A bright smile illuminated the redhead's face as she read Guinevere's assurance of her readiness to lend a hand. Before her lay a long, slender box of redwood, which she hesitated to open. Jenna reread the note, her thoughts drifting to every castle she had ever inhabited, where weapons hung on the walls like gleaming ornaments. She recalled Ilaria's warm smile and genuine expression, rereading the words that promised to open new doors for her. Finally, she unwrapped the gift. The redhead froze, then bloomed with delight as she beheld the magnificent sword nestled within its gleaming dark scabbard. Her maid cried out in alarm at the sight of the weapon, but her mistress remained strangely calm. Jenna reached for the table, thinking that after all her father's threats, she had never dared to hope she would hold a sword again. Etched upon the golden hilt in elegant script was the name of the great blade's owner. It belonged to her and to no other. Seeing her mistress take up the gift, the maid rushed to whisper a hurried warning that her father might discover it. Caroline paled and covered her face with her hands when the redhead asked if she truly intended to betray her again. Jenna touched the dark-haired girl's neck with the tip of the sword, murmuring that only one servant knew the extent of her training. Jenna, her gaze unwavering, met Caroline's eyes, her entire demeanor a testament to the maid's betrayal. She pressed the sword, without a tremor, beneath the traitor's chin, forcing a choice, her or her father. The redhead, no longer willing to be the obedient, foolish daughter of the Romanov family, felt a surge of liberation. Ilaria had shown her a path, and Jenna, embracing her true self, finally felt free. Meanwhile, in the greenhouse, Emperor Ebenezer stood with arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the unfamiliar young man, Kartal. Ilaria, her blue eyes wide, rose to her feet with a slight stammer, approaching the emperor and inquiring about the reason for his sudden appearance. Kartal, with a sudden movement, took Ilaria's hand, pressing it to his cheek with a foolishly delighted expression, like a favored pet basking in affection. Ebenezer, his dark eyes cold, observed the scene with a chilling scrutiny. "Keeping pets now, are we?" he remarked sharply, his words directed at Ilaria. Beatrice froze, a look of astonishment on her face. Ebenezer stepped closer to Ilaria. "While Steel Rose Castle is entirely yours," he stated, his voice laced with authority, "permission is required to keep such animals." Ilaria, attempting to pull her hand from Cardle's grasp, nervously asked what other pet His Majesty could be referring to. Kartal stiffened, swallowing nervously as the Emperor's strong hand seized his collar, yanking him forward with a sharp tug. He found himself flung back against the cold floor of the greenhouse, Ebenezer forcibly separating him from Ilaria. Ilaria tried to offer a hasty explanation, but the words caught in her throat, a stammering jumble as she struggled to find anything suitable to say. Ebenezer lifted his hand, his fingers brushing against Ilaria's golden earring. "I don't recall giving you these," he said calmly. He leaned closer, shielding her ear from prying eyes. "Is this young man your lover?" he asked abruptly. His fingers traced the line of her cheek. "Women usually seek solace elsewhere when their husbands are lacking," Ebenezer continued, his voice low and suggestive. "Have I truly failed to provide you with something, princess?" As if that weren't enough, he added, "You've never invited me into your bedchamber." He took her hand, intertwining their fingers. "Do you not understand how this appears?" he asked, his grip tightening on her delicate hand. "I am willing to do anything you might desire, princess, anything." Ignoring Cardal, still sitting on the floor, Ebenezer added, "Allowing this toy to remain comes at a price." He leaned closer, his lips brushing against Ilaria's ear. "What are you willing to offer in return?" Ilaria swallowed, a delicate blush coloring her cheeks. Would you accept an invitation to my bedchamber, Your Majesty?" she whispered. A predatory smile spread across Ebenezer's face. "A perfect answer," he murmured before lowering his head and kissing her deeply. Sometime after his departure, rain began to fall, drumming a noisy rhythm against the glass roof of the greenhouse. Ilaria sat in her chair, a faint flush still lingering on her cheeks. The memory of the Emperor's parting smile, his murmured promise to allow her to keep her pet, echoed in her mind. She wiped her lips with her sleeve, a vow forming in her heart. One day, she would make him pay for everything he had done to her. Ebenezer, observing the small cut at the corner of Ilaria's mouth with a hint of amusement, declared that he would look forward to this moment. Beatrice returned to Ilaria's side, excitedly asking if her friend was all right, as she had been covering her face with her hands. The princess lowered her hands, a small smile playing on her lips, yet tinged with reproach as she asked Babai how she could have left her. The pink-haired girl gave a nervous laugh, explaining that Ilaria had been rather forceful, but quickly assured her that she hadn't overheard anything. The blue-eyed princess let out an indignant shriek when Beatrice, referring to the kiss with the Emperor, asked if Illy was her cat now. Kartal, the young man in question, abruptly rested his head on Ilaria's knee, gently imploring the princess to calm herself. When she questioned the meaning of his strange look, the blond man explained his obedience to her, and that he would do anything she commanded. The red-haired princess sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead, wondering aloud what sort of spell her mother had cast on him. Beatrice speculated that it was a familiar magic, given Illy's elven nature, while Ilaria muttered that it was best to keep the boy hidden until he could be spirited away. The cousins laughed, Beatrice remarking that Kartal had a sword, so they could leave the rest to Illy's magic. The blue-eyed girl sighed, murmuring "darling," and gently stroked Kartal's hair, shifting him slightly away from her legs. After a light pat on his head, the princess, blushing furiously, nevertheless commanded the young man to keep his sword with him at all times. Returning to their previous conversation, the red-haired girl recalled that Emperor Pradon had other children, besides Malin, and it was quite possible he didn't even know she was gone, as the princess had been staying at the embassy all this time. The amber-eyed girl rested her chin in her hand, asking her cousin with a smile what she was planning this time. This time, the blue-eyed girl replied with a quiet smile, saying that she wasn't a witch at all to be thinking such things. Ilaria expressed her desire to be a good fairy, one who could grant all wishes. Beatrice then asked if she had decided to side with Malin this time, to which she replied that she had, but before that, she had a small favor to ask. The red-haired girl, smiling, confessed her wish to see her cousin as the Empress of Praeton. Beatrice stared, then broke into a wide grin, enthusiastically declaring Ilaria utterly brilliant. Ebenezer attempted to attend to his paperwork, but was distracted by the sound of the rain and his preoccupation with the events that had transpired. He thought irritably that he shouldn't have let his emotions get the better of him if it suddenly involved the princess. Duke Vanique remarked that the Emperor didn't look well, then cautiously inquired as to what was the matter. Hearing them speak of Steel Rose Castle, he couldn't help but recall the blue-eyed girl's words, how she cared only for the safety of the duchy. He found the girl unlike any other, and the more they spoke, the more he yearned. Now, the blond man felt a pang of melancholy, wishing he could spend at least a few hours with Ilaria. Realizing he had been silent for too long, Vanique muttered about the ruler suddenly deciding to visit her on such a rainy day. The blue-eyed man looked up, asking if he truly had no right to see his future empress. It seemed she mentioned it casually, as if he could come by any time, the blond man remarked. He confirmed that everything was indeed correct, but then reminded the Emperor that Ilaria had invited him for tea. The Emperor's expression shifted instantly. He didn't even need to speak, for Duke Vanique to grasp the gravity of the situation. Vanique swallowed nervously as Ebenezer stated coldly that they could certainly enjoy their tea. The dark-haired man savored the words, adding with a touch of amusement, "Cup after cup, it seems, as the princess has invited me to her bedchamber." He returned his attention to the documents before him, while the younger man clenched his fists, thinking how absurd the conversation had become. With a mixture of irritation and weariness, The emperor thought how everyone seemed captivated by Ilaria, though it was easy enough to understand why. The newcomer froze, sensing the tension in the air, silently pondering what was transpiring between the two men. A moment later, the red-haired girl pushed open the heavy doors. She had come to dine with Emperor Ebenezer. The dark-haired man greeted her with a serene smile, wishing her a good evening with a slight nod. The blue-eyed Ilaria noticed with amusement that the emperor had arrived much earlier than expected. He explained that he simply couldn't wait for their meeting. He added that he could watch her eat so sweetly for a lifetime, a sentiment she found excessive. The red-haired girl announced she had something to report, and with a bright smile, declared she wanted her little thing back. Ebenezer took a sip of his drink, chuckling softly, and asked what she meant. As Ilaria explained that she had lost a beloved pet butterfly, the emperor murmured that he had indeed found a small, lost creature. When the emperor inquired how many such beautiful butterflies she possessed, the girl paused, her lips pouting slightly. The dark-haired man extended his hand towards her, requesting, "In that case, it would be wonderful if you could at least leave one for me." The blue-eyed Ilaria confessed she didn't understand his sudden fascination with her, and that she didn't want to be used any further. Seemingly oblivious to her words, Ebenezer remarked that there was still ointment on her lips, suggesting her treatment required more time. Ilaria thanked him for the ointment, which he had sent through Caluster, the head maid. The emperor grumbled impatiently, wondering why she wouldn't listen or understand. The dark-haired man brushed a finger against the corner of her lips, calmly declaring his interest in her, reiterating the point he had made tirelessly before. When the blue-eyed man stated he could no longer deny this truth, the red-haired girl covered her face with her hands, blushing. She knew she couldn't trust his words, for Malin Prane might one day appear in the arena, but she couldn't be certain it was a lie either. Gazing at her thoughtful expression, the emperor spoke of the butterfly she had mentioned, confirming that it was indeed his. He added that she was important to him and he couldn't return it, mentioning that it already had a name. Ilaria froze in astonishment when the dark-haired man revealed he had named the small creature Hill. When Ebenezer asked if she liked the name, she cried out that it was her butterfly and demanded its return. The emperor simply smiled serenely, offering no other reaction and no hurried objection. After a moment of contemplation, he stated that, under the circumstances, he could offer the girl a bargain, extending his hand and raising 3 fingers. The blue-eyed man promised that if the princess agreed to leave the butterfly with him, he would answer any 3 questions with no lies or omissions. Beatrice wondered aloud what possible advantage he could gain from such an arrangement. On the other hand, from Ilaria's perspective, the term seemed exceptionally favorable, even safe. More importantly, she had a multitude of questions piling up, and she silently pleaded with her beloved butterfly to endure the cage a little longer. Lifting her head in agreement, the princess asked if he was truly willing to answer anything. Upon receiving confirmation, Ilaria inquired how Count Erasmus and the arms dealings were connected to the Empress Dowager. The emperor chuckled, replying that it sounded like more than one question. The blue-eyed girl countered that she'd heard monarchs were often more lenient with the opposite sex, especially if they held a certain fondness for them. A faint blush colored the man's cheeks as he covered his face with a hand, chuckling softly and thinking that she was merely teasing him. Running a hand through his dark hair, he said he would be generous in his response, and then explained. Ebenezer revealed that the Count was accepting bribes from the Perton family's diplomatic embassy, but that Ebenezer was turning a blind eye. More than that, regarding the princess's arrival, the emperor grew serious, murmuring that everything was proceeding as he had foreseen. When the princess asked what he meant, the man suggested they move swiftly on to the next question. Beatrice, with a coquettish air, pleaded with his majesty to elaborate, a plea he seemed to heed. Ebenezer extended a hand towards her, stating that it would come at a price, and asked Ilaria to take it. Unprepared for this development, the blue-eyed girl froze, her mouth slightly agape. Lost for words, the girl considered her options for a moment, then, realizing she had little choice, extended her own hand towards him. The emperor swiftly intertwined their fingers, his larger hand enveloping her delicate palm. Blushing deeply, the princess demanded he answer quickly, as she had fulfilled his request. Ebenezer explained that he treated people much like she treated her butterfly, but that this extended beyond just Duke Vanique. Swallowing quietly, the blue-eyed girl bit her lip, commenting that he seemed to have a wide array of interesting acquaintances. Still holding her hand, the dark-haired man chuckled softly, urging her to proceed to her next question. When she asked why they were turning a blind eye to the arms dealings, the ruler declared that just as he had intelligence on the illicit trade, they also knew whose warehouses were stockpiling the weapons, and so he had decided on a different tactic. The blue-eyed girl added that he was now stockpiling weapons in the warehouses for wartime, of course, unbeknownst to anyone. Ebenezer, with almost a childish lilt, stated that once he had enough weapons, no one would be able to stop him. The princess realized that, in that case, he would also try to acquire Count Narton's weapons, and her plans would be thwarted. To the red-haired girl's surprise, the man offered another hint, claiming it was because he was such a nice person. The dark-haired man, Emperor Ebenezer, muttered that the weapons didn't belong to the Bretons, nor did they originate from the Gottlieb Empire, deeper within the kingdom of Oswald. Beatrice, the red-haired girl, thought to herself, if all these weapons belonged to Ebenezer, how were they being supplied abroad? She realized this was bad news for her. The emperor added that his concubine had one last question. Beatrice froze, her mind racing. Princess Ilaria, suppressing the urge to ask about his attitude towards Melanie, inquired instead why he had invited Count Narton. The emperor declared it classified information, and the girl thought to herself that this was precisely the kind of thing that would interest her in the future. She couldn't fathom why he would invite him. Was war not only being waged between kingdoms, but also within the emperor's own court? Learning that the princess had gleaned this information thanks to the butterfly, Ebenezer remarked that she had let a dangerous creature into his castle. The emperor tightened his grip on her fingers, promising to keep his word. He then stated there was only one reason for the invitation. He suspected the Empress Dowager harbored false hopes that would ultimately be her undoing. Ilaria stared, surprised by this unexpected turn in the conversation, but offered no reply, her hand still held captive in his. Ebenezer muttered that perhaps he'd been a bit too blunt. Deciding not to waste any more time on foolish chatter, the emperor released her hand and gently caressed her chin. Observing her reaction, he smiled quietly and, addressing her directly by name, asked Ilaria when she would invite him to her chambers. Beatrice, hands pressed to her chest, stammered softly that she didn't know. The emperor reminded her that promises must be kept and expressed surprise that the blue-eyed girl would even ask why her. Ilaria explained that with so many concubines, she couldn't understand his desire to visit her chamber specifically. Beatrice fell silent when Ebenezer reiterated his fondness for her, questioning why she couldn't simply accept that fact. The dark-haired man leaned closer, reaffirming his lack of interest in anyone but her. Ilaria blushed under the intensity of his gaze and the weight of his words. A slow smile spread across the ruler's face as the princess invited him to her chambers that very night. He stroked the back of her hand with his thumb, thanking his concubine for the invitation. Meanwhile, Olivia, upon hearing the news, couldn't contain herself and cursed Ilaria once more. The mere thought of the princess reminded the green-eyed girl that she would soon be barred from the Steel Rose Palace, and she hadn't even established a single informant within its walls. Clutching her skirt, she lamented why her rival couldn't have just stayed in her backwater village. Gritting her teeth, she thought that the princess from the Duchy of Guinevere wasn't worth her little fingernail. She seethed with jealousy, realizing that everyone, including Charlotte and Jenna, not to mention His Majesty, had fallen under her spell. Olivia couldn't understand what was so special about the girl. The dark-haired girl's green eyes glittered as she consoled herself that the day these vipers disappeared wasn't far off. They had bribed people to spread rumors that the new princess was a witch, even fabricating evidence. Olivia, the dark-haired girl, believed bribing Celestia, a high-ranking servant within the Steel Rose Palace, would be enough. However, Celestia, besides being exceptionally competent, possessed a fierce pride and refused to be manipulated. Nor would she accept a bribe. Olivia, dreaming of swift revenge, decided that if that was the case, she would bring Celestia to her knees. The lady summoned her maid, Jean. The red-haired woman hurried over, inquiring what was needed. Handing her a pouch overflowing with gems and diamonds, the green-eyed Olivia watched the maid intently, asking if she liked them. Jean gasped, exclaiming that of course she did. Likely the first time in her life she had seen such beautiful things. Olivia calmly stated that if Jean followed all her instructions, the stones would be hers to keep. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager sat across from Jenna, sipping tea and engaging her in conversation. The Empress Dowager remarked that it had been a while since they last spoke, and she simply wanted to chat, to inquire how the girl was feeling. Sipping the warming tea, the red-haired Jenna politely replied that she was well. Ebenezer's stepmother, the Empress Dowager, mused to herself that if only her stepson had been betrothed to Count Norton's daughter, Jenna, before the tragedy, they could have absorbed the Romanov family and their warriors. The blonde woman fixed Jenna with a shrewd, vacant stare, as if recalling hearing about Jenna's participation in the horse races. The Empress Dowager commented that noble ladies of the capital wouldn't participate in such vulgar activities, but this girl's origins were different. The concubine, Jenna, watched the Empress Dowager as she added that it would be best if she informed her father, Count Norton, beforehand to avoid any issues later, or perhaps she could speak with him herself. Faced with these words, Jenna, due to her docile nature, remained silent and thanked the Empress Dowager for her understanding. The blonde woman smiled, inquiring whether the girl had recently attended the newcomer Princess Ilaria's tea party. Was it true? Folding her arms across her chest, the Empress Dowager asked if Jenna would be willing to share what kind of person this Princess Ilaria was. The red-haired girl had always been compliant to her wishes, so the Empress Dowager was confident it would be the same this time. As the girl uttered the princess's name, the Empress Dowager smiled, but then abruptly remarked that she seemed to have heard even the Emperor had taken a liking to her. Jenna drew a breath, preparing to voice a disagreement for the first time, as the blonde woman asked if this was a lie. With a sweet smile, she stated that she didn't wish to discuss this topic at all in their conversation. The Empress Dowager froze, her eyes widening in surprise, encountering resistance for the first time. And the concubine reiterated that she did not wish to speak about Princess Ilaria. The Empress Dowager stared blankly into the distance as the red-haired woman added, with a smile, that she hadn't seen anything, hadn't heard anything. Jenna placed her saucer and cup on the table, murmuring that if she was so eager for information, it would be best to arrange a private meeting. The blonde woman felt her plans crumbling as the girl mentioned that even if she received another invitation, she wouldn't agree to come again. The red-haired girl rose from her seat, curtsied, and stated that she had urgent matters to attend to and must leave. Left alone to ponder, the Empress Dowager could only listen to the fading sound of retreating footsteps. Her fists clenched as she realized that even the loyal Jenna had changed under Princess Ilaria's sway. Unable to contain her fury, the Empress Dowager swept a teacup from the table, the porcelain shattering against the floor. The Empress Dowager rose to her feet, her whispered words laced with venom, blaming the princess for this shift in her loyalties. Losing all composure, she erupted into a furious shriek. She cursed Ilaria as a wretch. Meanwhile, oblivious to the Empress Dowager's outburst, Ilaria sat serenely at her own table, stirring sugar into her drink, her cheek resting on a propped-up fist. A headache throbbed behind her eyes. "I seem to have overexerted myself today," she murmured. Her thoughts drifted back to Ebenezer. She now understood more of his power, but he had yet to reveal the full extent of it. Gazing at the unusual appearance of the tea in her cup, a flicker of paranoia sparked a chilling thought. Could someone be so bold as to poison her drink outright? The thought of instant death flitted across her mind. Then, remembering her own magical nature, the blue-eyed princess reasoned that ordinary poisons and alcohol shouldn't affect her. Of course, she also recalled the night she'd spent with the Emperor, the two of them consuming 3 bottles of wine between them. Suddenly, a butterfly fluttered past. Watching the creature, Ilaria realized that, in fact, all the butterflies had vanished that night, frightened away by the dark-haired man, leaving her unguarded. A blush warmed her cheeks as she remembered how intoxicated she had become after drinking so much wine on that fateful day. She had spent hours with Ebenezer, lost in an endless embrace of hugs and kisses. But the dark-haired man, unwilling to take advantage of her inebriated state, had pushed her away gently, calling her name as if urging her to regain some semblance of sobriety. He had settled her onto the spacious bed, telling her it was late and time to sleep. Gazing at the ceiling, a slightly tipsy Ilaria had whispered that she was suddenly reminded of old times. She had confessed that there was a time when she would fall asleep using her brother's arm as a pillow. The Emperor had chuckled softly, lying down beside her, remarking on how close her family seemed to be. Tracing a finger across his forehead, the blue-eyed emperor had asked, with a smile, why she was staring at him so intently. Ilaria had averted her gaze slightly when he pointed out that she looked as if she wanted to devour him. Folding her hands demurely over her stomach, Ilaria had adopted a charming pose, denying any such intention. Then, reaching out, she had suddenly taken Ebenezer's hand, her slender fingers closing around his palm. She had explained that she was looking at him that way because she wanted to ask him to lend her his hand as a pillow. Remembering that moment now, the blue-eyed princess covered her face with her hands, groaning softly. What a fool I was to act like that, she muttered. Lowering her hands slightly, she wondered silently when Ebenezer had become so kind as to entertain her drunken ramblings. Her expression turned serious as she stared into the distance, pondering this question, trying to find an explanation. Meanwhile, Beatrice was handling a letter bearing the signature of the Proydian emperor, along with another sealed with the prime minister's insignia. There was also a third letter bearing the emperor's seal. Straightening up, the young marchioness muttered to herself, "The preparations are almost complete. Just a little bit more." The pink-haired girl, Beatrice, pushed her large, thin-framed spectacles up her nose, turning from her desk to complete the task at hand. She extended her hand, calling upon Ilaria's spirit as loudly as she dared, beseeching it for magical energy. Acting as a conduit for this miraculous power, Beatrice channeled the necessary energy into the prepared papers. Under the influence of these energetic waves, letters formed words, and words formed sentences perfectly aligned with the girl's needs. Picking up the completed documents, the Marchioness exclaimed with delight, finally triumphant. She surveyed the fruits of her hours of labor with a critical yet proud eye, recalling her cousin's words. Clutching the papers tightly, she told herself that this would surely thrill Hill. The girl addressed a beautifully crafted, deep blue envelope to Maylene Proyton, complete with embellishments, further flourishes, and the necessary seals. That evening, within the imperial city, Princess Ilaria approached Ebenezer, declaring that she had finally found the answer to their predicament. The man chuckled in surprise as the red-haired woman stated she understood the reason for all the emotional turmoil. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, the dark-haired man murmured that their conversation was becoming interesting, immediately pressing her for an explanation. The blue-eyed girl declared that at first, the answer seemed obvious, given that she was 22, young, beautiful, and in the prime of her life. Taking a step closer, the red-haired woman inquired whether the ruler was attracted to her appearance, as she was equally captivating. With an air of knowing confidence, Ilaria concluded that all of Ebenezer's antics seemed like the actions of a man unsatisfied. The princess covered her mouth with her hand, as if afraid of being overheard, then smiled. The girl insinuated that it might even be a matter of sexual attraction, causing the dark-haired man to freeze before her. Like a boy whose shirt is set ablaze with a single touch, the blue-eyed girl whispered that it was definitely sexual attraction. She pushed the emperor forward, forcing him to sit, then straddled him, settling onto his lap. Ebenezer still seemed taken aback by the entire charade Ilaria was enacting, driving him to the brink of madness. The red-haired woman, not the least bit embarrassed by her own words, calmly stated that they were a couple anyway, and with a laugh, questioned why they weren't sleeping together. As the man felt the supple, alluring body of his lover above him, there was no need to ask a second time, each of her movements further astonishing him. The princess leaned in and kissed the emperor, full on the lips. The dark-haired man pulled away, covering his mouth with the back of his hand, murmuring her shortened name. The red-haired woman lightly touched his chest, exposed by his now-scorched shirt, addressing the man as darling. With a sly, fox-like smile, she questioned her ruler why he thought he could call her Hill. Noting the man's clenched jaw and tightly pressed lips, the blue-eyed girl leaned in and whispered that he shouldn't. The red-haired woman whispered directly against his lips that until now, he had done as he pleased, toying with her feelings. But now everything had changed. Unsure how to regain control of the situation, the dark-haired man pushed the princess away, his palms resting on her shoulders. When Ilaria sought clarification from the emperor, he hastily mumbled that he certainly didn't mind. She traced his jawline with a delicate finger, tilting his chin upwards, assuring him that everything was all right. and that he could surrender to his desires. She asked if he enjoyed this feeling of lightness that echoed in his mind and body. Ebenezer's cheeks flushed crimson as the blue-eyed princess grazed his lips with her thumb, and she wondered if there would be another night after this one. The man suddenly caught her hands, gripping her slender wrists firmly, but harmlessly, stating that they couldn't do this. Ilaria, blushing with shame at her own forwardness, asked in bewilderment why not. He buried his face in the crook of her neck as she reminded the dark-haired man that he was merely waiting for an invitation to her bedroom. Hearing his ragged breathing, the blue-eyed princess chuckled, asking if he was truly this nervous. She felt the frantic beating of his heart against her own and pointed it out, causing the emperor's face to redden even more than before. The princess gently wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully suggesting that he must be mad for her. Stroking his strong shoulders, she asked if Ebenezer remembered saying he wouldn't love her against her will. The blue-eyed princess, fully aware of the danger of this love, realized she craved the unknown. Ilaria softly whispered that she allowed him to love her, and in that moment, everything else in the world ceased to exist for him. Without lifting his head, the dark-haired man noted that she was the only woman who could treat him like this. The blue-eyed princess, addressing him as dear, murmured that they should probably turn off the lights now. The emperor lifted her by the waist, seating her on the table, his palms resting on the princess's soft hips. Rubbing his forehead with his palm, Ebenezer asked the red-haired woman to reconsider her decision. Narrowing his eyes, he asked in a husky voice if she could handle him. The dark-haired man abruptly took a few steps back, declaring that he would never let go of what he had worked so hard to obtain. Just as he was about to leave, the red-haired woman called out to his majesty, asking if he intended to leave her with something. The emperor questioned her meaning, and with a sly smile, the princess pointed a finger at the cut on the corner of her lips. Ilaria added that it was because of him, because of the emperor, that she had become so reckless. Ebenezer stepped closer, and as he asked what his concubine desired, he heard her say it was something quite interesting. In one possible future, after the man's sudden death, Melon remarried a distant descendant of the royal family. In fact, Creighton managed to usurp the empress's position, concentrating all power in her own hands and those of her family. But then she went mad due to Ebenezer's death, and without a strong ruler in place, the empire crumbled. After Melon's death, Winfred's lands were invaded by enemies who wanted to claim everything for themselves. More precisely, the Pluton family, relatives of the deceased empress, marched directly into the imperial lands, considering them their own. Before seeing this future, Ilaria truly believed Melon loved Ebenezer with all her heart, but what she truly desired was something different. She desired neither the emperor nor a place at his side. Her ambition was solely the title of Empress Pluton. This girl sought vengeance for the emperor, shattering her dreams, and ultimately contributing to Winfred's downfall. As if the earth itself balked at such an outcome, the pink-haired woman declared her intention to rule the Pluton family. Unable to grasp the gravity of the situation, the dark-haired man laughed, asking in return, wasn't it enough that she already held him in her sway? With a gentle smile, the blue-eyed woman murmured that it was just a little, too little. Ilaria reminded him of her desire to hold his hand, the emperor's hand, and inquired if he, too, wished for the same. This time, Ebenezer murmured his willingness, more than once expressed, to do anything she desired. Touching his strong hand, the pink-haired woman implored the ruler to stand by her side and watch her make history. The blue-eyed woman added that many considered her a dangerous villain, whispering behind their hands and calling her a witch. Covering his face with his hand, the dark-haired man demanded to know who dared speak of her with such disrespect. Ilaria didn't answer, only smiled, and beseeched him never to let go of her hand. As the princess declared her need for his support until her task was complete, Ebenezer closed his eyes and nodded. The pink-haired woman, delighted by the lack of resistance to her request, blossomed before their eyes, her smile acknowledging his flustered state. She extended her hand and touched her lips to his knuckles, a gesture of both respect and reverence. Unable to contain his embarrassment, the man averted his gaze and turned away, muttering about urgent matters that required his immediate departure. Ilaria, savoring her influence over him, wondered if he would regret leaving so abruptly. The blue-eyed woman softly replied that he had nothing to regret, for they had already spent enough time together that day. Later, he reflected on how he had lived his life for a single purpose, recalling how his father had departed this world, and how the old emperor had decreed that the heir would not be the son of his current wife, but his eldest son, Ebenezer. He had to return and secure the lost lands of Winfred to prove his worth. From that moment on, the man had striven to ensure that neither his deceased father nor anyone around him would ever doubt the choice they had made. All had progressed smoothly until the princess, like a ray of sunlight, had entered his life, becoming the center of his world from their very first encounter. Walking as far away as possible, disbelieving that his stoic nature could be so swayed, the dark-haired man dismissed it all as unbelievable nonsense. The next day in the garden, Charlotte, observing her mistress's drink, inquired whether coffee might not be a better choice at this time. The blonde woman expressed her concern for the health of the baby. The princess could only think of Ebenezer's awkward departure from the palace the previous evening and the rumors circulating about his impending heir. The pink-haired woman drained her drink almost in one gulp, thinking that if the rumors were true, she would surely die of shame. When Ilaria asked Charlotte if she believed all the gossip, the yellow-eyed woman's expression was one of pure astonishment. The blonde-haired woman, realizing the kind of answer the princess desired, hastened to say that it all might be just lies. When asked when the construction of the slums could begin, she replied that first, the local residents needed to be transported and resettled somewhere, and large-scale work would take at least 6 months. The redhead suggested involving the residents of the impoverished areas in the construction themselves, thus engaging them in the process and providing decent wages. Charlotte murmured that it was a good idea, but now they just needed to understand what the people themselves thought about it. In that reality, during the reforms, the royal family forcibly removed people from the slums. This attitude towards the people led to increased crime rates in the relocated areas, a flurry of complaints, and even the risk of an uprising. Now, to avoid an armed rebellion, changes in these areas were crucial. Currently, the people living there couldn't even afford food with the money they earned through honest labor. Their earnings were only enough to buy a meager loaf of bread, insufficient to feed their families. Charlotte added that the overall education level of the local population in these areas also needed to be raised. She suggested training the children who had become pickpockets and then hiring them, as these quick-witted youngsters could distribute leaflets. This way, more people would learn about the reforms and understand their necessity, as public attention should be focused on the idea of improving lives, not on how bad everything was. After listening to her, the princess, with an approving smile, said that with such changes, the city would have a new future. The blonde was taken aback by such praise, as their relationship hadn't been particularly good before. The senior maid approached the redhead and quickly whispered the news she had received. Suddenly, Gina sat down at the table, apologizing for her abrupt arrival and adding that she had learned that 5 noble ladies were waiting for her in the drawing room. The girl, slightly ashamed of her childish impulsiveness, frankly admitted that she had run away, and Charlotte supported her, saying that things were also chaotic in her own palace. The blonde remarked that all these ladies, although not invited to tomorrow's tea party, would most likely show up. Ilaria promised to make every effort in the future, but it wouldn't be easy to reach them, and she would also strictly screen those who wanted to attend the next celebration. The blue-eyed princess announced that they would discuss imperial affairs, new ideas, and trends, and Gina looked at her with some surprise. Ilaria asked if the girl disliked the idea, adding casually that she was very fond of her. The embarrassed redhead immediately shook her head, saying that everything was fine and she was happy. The girl picked up her cup and thanked Ilaria for allowing her to realize the truth of her true desires. The blue-eyed girl beamed when she heard the word friendship from Gina's lips and added that their communication would improve in the future. Charlotte, taking a sip of hot tea, said it was an entirely correct conclusion and suggested they switch from tea to wine next time. Blonde-haired Charlotte added that her family's cellar held a vast array of fine beverages, inquiring as to their preferences. Jenna, ever modest, suddenly declared a fondness for beer after a strenuous workout. Ilaria stated her preference for whiskey, recalling how her parents always tried to hide the liquor, despite never having abused it themselves. Beatrice, arriving just in time for the gathering, beamed, remarking on how quickly her princess did indeed become intoxicated. She slipped an arm around her cousin's shoulders from behind, offering a cheerful and affectionate greeting. Charlotte, surprised to see young Gina before her, having been unaware of her connection to the princess, was met with a playful inquiry from the red-haired girl. Gina asked if she would be invited to this drinking party, pointing out their established friendship and her trustworthiness with Ilaria. The increasingly surprised blonde woman nodded her agreement, cautiously slipping a small note under her cousin's arm as she did so. Beatrice offered her sincere thanks for their kindness. Unfurling the note in her hand, the red-haired girl saw that it contained instructions for a meeting that night at a designated location. The princess chuckled, murmuring that they would first need to secure the emperor's permission. Charlotte straightened slightly, adding that she could rent a separate palace if necessary. The blonde woman suggested the Begonia Palace as a possibility, questioning who could possibly object to her staying there. Blue-eyed Ilaria murmured thoughtfully about whether it was worth the potential consequences, fully aware of the risks involved. With a faint smile, she remarked that she had already become something of a local celebrity, the subject of constant rumors. Ilaria muttered that she would consider it, while Charlotte wondered how, with her status, she could utter such audacious words. That evening, a letter, purportedly sent directly from her family, reached Lady Poynton, suggesting a meeting that very night should she be interested. The message instructed the girl to clear her residence and await further instructions, along with a transfer of coin. It bore the private seals of both her father and the royal family. Seeing through the deception, the dark-haired girl, referring to Lady Poynton, muttered that it all seemed remarkably convenient. She wondered who could be orchestrating this elaborate scheme. Later, gazing out the window of a carriage, red-haired Ilaria mused that she truly hoped to be granted permission to leave. Of course, when she made her request, she couldn't have imagined the emperor would decide to accompany her. The blue-eyed man, the emperor/Ebenezer, hands clasped, occasionally fidgeted with his fingers. Noticing his companion's gaze upon him, he inquired as to the reason, prompting the princess to counter with whether he disliked the look or her eyes themselves. The ruler retorted that it felt like gazing upon a luxurious flower, one forbidden to touch. Ilaria, regarding him thoughtfully, offered a soft smile and inquired whether he would pluck the bloom if the girl herself requested it. The red-haired woman declared that the doors to her chambers were always open to him, adding that she required a husband who was powerful enough for her. Ebenezer questioned whether he wasn't sufficient already, immediately reminding her of the blonde-haired young man currently accompanying them, seated beside the coachman. Hearing this, Princess Ilaria waved a dismissive hand, stating he couldn't enter her bedchamber, only the guest rooms. Ebenezer, his blue eyes suddenly serious and contemplative, questioned whether this was truly what she desired. Gina, her red hair vibrant, laughed brightly, asking if the emperor was perhaps jealous of her boyfriend. He countered, questioning why he shouldn't be allowed such a feeling. A dark-haired girl, Lady Poynton, chimed in flippantly, suggesting they castrate the pet, causing Ilaria to nearly choke on air. Ilaria declared that only Ebenezer would say such a thing, wondering aloud where his sense of male camaraderie had gone. The emperor explained that there was no room for jealousy. They extended their hands to each other, Ebenezer, his blue eyes twinkling, remarking what a splendid idea it was. The emperor's strong hand clasped her fingers, effortlessly drawing Ilaria towards him and settling her upon his lap. He remarked that this seemed to be their first time outside the castle walls together, and they ought to sit closer. The red-haired princess, Gina, replied with a laugh, agreeing that he was absolutely right about that. Ilaria shifted slightly, settling more comfortably against him, her arms circling his neck. Face to face, her arms still entwined around his neck, Ilaria asked if he knew what would be even more romantic. Ebenezer, deciding on a more definite touch, slid his hands beneath her knees, his fingers caressing her thighs. He murmured that she was utterly breathtaking. Ilaria laughed, thanking him for the compliment. Ebenezer replied that she was the first to ever elicit such words from him. Feeling his arousal against her hip, the blue-eyed princess murmured that she seemed to be sitting in a rather precarious position. Unable to bear the tension any longer, Ebenezer leaned forward, capturing his concubine's lips in a forceful kiss. Gina, the red-haired princess, interrupted the kiss, drawing a chuckle from Ebenezer. She laughed, remarking that it seemed she had landed exactly where she needed to be. The blue-eyed emperor declared that, despite her allure, he would keep his promise and not touch her without permission. Ilaria, her fingers combing through his hair, murmured what a pity that was. Ebenezer, his face flushed, pulled her closer, whispering for her to continue her caress. A soft laugh shared between them. They nestled close, losing themselves in a deep, tender, and pleasurable kiss. Watching his flushed face, Gina suddenly wondered what expression he would wear when he met Maylene. She wondered if he would fall for her at first sight. Regardless, this journey had given her time she hoped would stretch into a lifetime. A while later, they were informed they had arrived. Ebenezer, the first to disembark from the carriage, froze. He saw the irritating blonde-haired young man standing close to Ilaria and stared, momentarily stunned with anger. The green-eyed young man nudged Ilaria's shoulder, confessing his fear as the older man was glaring at him furiously. Ebenezer's lips parted in what could almost be mistaken for a smile at the sheer audacity, inwardly cursing the young man as a little bastard. The dark-haired emperor gripped the young man's slender shoulder, ordering him to get out of his sight immediately. Whether out of foolishness or fearlessness, the blonde-haired youth stubbornly declared he wasn't going anywhere and that he would protect the princess. Jenna, her red hair a fiery contrast to the somber scene, attempted to quell the escalating scandal. "Your Majesty," she addressed Ebenezer, "you're not a child anymore. Throwing punches solves nothing." The emperor suggested they go inside, but just then, the doors of the embassy swung open, revealing Malin, a girl with raven black hair. Malin approached them, a smile playing on her lips. "I was expecting you," she said. The letter was quite intriguing. Jenna returned a thin smile, offering a greeting to Lady Pointon and mentioning her acquaintance with Princess Ilaria. Lady Pointon, her voice laced with subtle irony, expressed the honor of meeting the subject of so much gossip. Ilaria, mirroring her tone, replied that the pleasure was all hers, especially given the air of mystery surrounding Lady Pointon's life. Ebenezer stepped forward from behind Ilaria. "Have you two decided to hold me hostage during this standoff?" he inquired dryly. He added that he would wait outside. Ilaria, her blue eyes thoughtful, wondered if the emperor's affection for Malin, which she had glimpsed in a premonition, was now a reality. Ebenezer, his dark hair falling across his forehead, was still lost in the memory of their recent journey, and simply offered her a gentle smile. Meanwhile, night had fallen over the Guinevere duchy, but sleep was far from the minds of those within the castle walls. Ilaria's mother questioned Weber about the situation. "If she and Oswald make a move," she said, her voice firm, "we must all be ready." Weber, his green eyes sharp, replied that so far, everything was unfolding as Ilaria had predicted. When Ilaria's mother stressed the need to bolster the nation's defenses, Weber murmured in agreement. Inspired by her words, everyone present fervently declared their commitment to speaking with Ilaria the next time she contacted them. Ilaria, her red hair catching the lamplight, replied that if they succeeded in their mission, she would consider it. Outside the embassy, Malin remarked that their protracted conversation had been quite entertaining. Ilaria concurred, then requested that Malin carefully consider what they had discussed. Malin bid her farewell, stating that they would part ways for now, but meet again soon. Ilaria, her blue eyes shadowed, thought grimly that they would indeed meet again. Malin, her amber eyes gleaming, closed the embassy doors behind her, offering a chillingly pleasant farewell. Ilaria glanced at her watch, noting that it was past midnight. Ebenezer inquired if she needed assistance getting into the carriage. Suddenly, Illy declared that he could help Ilaria into the carriage as well, and the two men exchanged another look of simmering animosity. Ilaria, exasperated, asked the impish Illy why he wasn't already in the carriage, and what he would do if the emperor forgot him. Turning to Ebenezer, Ilaria asked if this had been his first meeting with Princess Malin. He confirmed that it was. When Ilaria asked for his impression of Malin, Ebenezer smiled and replied that he had barely looked at her and hardly remembered her. Ilaria, her blue eyes searching his face, questioned how that was possible. Ebenezer, his amusement evident, asked if she was jealous. Ilaria, her cheeks flushing, told him not to tease, though his words were not far from the truth. Ebenezer nodded, assuring her that he was entirely serious. He hadn't looked at Malin at all. Ilaria, touching her cheeks self-consciously, asked what he meant by that. Ebenezer simply replied that she knew perfectly well. Ilaria demurred, her fingers tracing the flush on his cheek, demanding at least an explanation. Ebenezer claimed he hadn't noticed anyone but her beauty easily eclipsing all others. He pointed out that it seemed she wanted him to look at other women, but his eyes were only for her, his desire only to be near her. The blue-eyed girl blushed crimson as the ruler pointed out she knew that perfectly well and needn't ask. Despite this, the princess simply wanted to hear it again, wishing the moment could last forever. But time marched on, and soon the day of the festive tea party arrived, with many gathered for the occasion. The girl wore a beige dress patterned with delicate peony roses, her red hair styled in an elegant ponytail. Lady Poynton gazed admiringly at her cousin. Addressed as Charlotte, she inquired about the preparations for the boutique opening, as the dress was a design she and Chalister had conceived together. Looking at the princess, the girl murmured her anticipation, the blonde assuring her that noble ladies would soon be queuing up. Gesturing to Ilaria's gown, Beatrice let Charlotte know that if she desired a similar creation, they would make an exception for her. Leaning back in her chair, the girl confessed that the princess was always one step ahead, and she truly longed for such a luxurious dress. The blue-eyed girl paused at her acquaintance's table as her cousin called her over with a laugh. Beatrice inquired after Empress Olivia, noting her absence. The red-haired woman turned, stating calmly that it was clearly their intention. The pair had tried their best to tame her like an animal, but they had failed. A little later, Ilaria greeted the Empress, expressing regret that they hadn't met sooner, as she had been frequently unwell. The Empress said she understood perfectly. It was only to be expected, given the princess had grown up in a colder climate. Tapping her chin with her fan, Olivia inquired whether this wasn't a rather unsuitable venue for someone of such high standing. The redhead's face darkened to a shade more thunderous than the clouds, as her rival added that it was understandable, considering the tea party arrangements had been made by a Guinevere native. She stated that Charlotte had recommended the location, and everything they saw was specially commissioned from Alice's pastry boutique, then countered by asking if they meant to imply that a brand favored by almost all nobles was poor. The green-eyed girl floundered, trying to quickly formulate a cutting retort, but the princess stated that she needn't worry, as everyone made mistakes. The Empress remarked that rumors had been circulating recently about the exceedingly harmonious relationship between the princess and the Emperor. Straightening her shoulders, the redhead declared that everything being said was entirely true. She beckoned a servant, and the Empress stated that, as a mother, she had prepared a gift to express her gratitude. Opening the box to reveal a rattle, she explained it was a gift for a future grandchild. Ilaria froze, as the Empress added that it had taken her a long time to bear an heir herself, but she had heard that the girls of this family were frail and had difficulty with childbirth. The blonde-haired Empress Olivia seemed to relish Ilaria's discomfort. "Is this girl one of them?" she inquired, her voice laced with a subtle venom. Ilaria, maintaining her composure, replied that her mother had borne 3 children and that she herself was perfectly healthy. These rumors, she stated firmly, were nothing more than malicious whispers spread by envious individuals. Lady Poynton, her blue eyes cool and distant, raised her fan to conceal a slight smile. "Childbirth is no simple matter, you know," she remarked casually. She snapped her ornate box shut. "I do hope you understand," she added, her tone suggesting anything but understanding. "It's hardly the most opportune time for an heir to appear." Malin, her red hair vibrant against the backdrop of the opulent room, interjected. "I shall accept the gift nonetheless," she declared, her voice smooth and unwavering. "I'm sure it will prove useful in the future." The Empress, her jaw tight, clenched her fists. "I certainly hope the young couple will find use for it eventually," she ground out, her words heavy with unspoken meaning. Behind her, Olivia, barely containing her fury, gripped her own fan so tightly her knuckles whitened. "That girl has no right to answer her like that," she seethed inwardly. Lady Poynton, oblivious to the Empress's inner turmoil, called out Ilaria's name. "The girl can't stand any longer," she announced, a glint of amusement in her eyes. "It seems her place is ready." Ilaria, her face flushed, couldn't tell if it was from anger or the humiliation of the scene unfolding before the assembled nobles. A murmur rippled through the room as the ladies-in-waiting whispered amongst themselves. The Dowager Empress and the princess, it seemed, had yet to find common ground. Amidst the tension, a highly important guest arrived. Ilaria, ever mindful of her duties, quickly stepped forward to greet the silver-haired Countess Narton. Lady Poynton, placing a hand on her chest, expressed her gratitude for the Countess accepting the invitation. "Tales of your accomplishments have even reached my duchy," she declared. "I'm honored to finally meet you." Countess Narton, her brow furrowed in surprise, replied, "What tales could there be about an old woman like myself?" As the Countess settled into a seat opposite her, Ilaria thought privately that the elderly woman likely had little interest in the weaponry her husband, Ebenezer, was currently selling. The Countess, however, was captivated by the silks, laces, and accessories brought from abroad. These, she declared, were essential and indispensable for her future sewing endeavors. When Malin, the young concubine, expressed her wish to possess even a fraction of the Countess's knowledge, the silver-haired woman blushed, touched by the compliment. Countess Narton expressed her gratitude and urged Ilaria to seek her assistance should the need arise. Katie, Ilaria's head lady-in-waiting, sighed and countered that her mistress seemed capable of handling anything. Beatrice, a woman with raven-black hair, remarked that Ilaria, due to her personality and tendency to make enemies, wasn't particularly adept at protecting herself from unforeseen circumstances. At that very moment, Charlotte, a red-haired girl, took a seat near Olivia, who, intent on disrupting the gathering, had already raised her glass. The deep orange liquid splashed across Ilaria's dress, leaving her momentarily stunned. Charlotte, her green eyes wide with feigned shock, stammered apologies, muttering about her inherent clumsiness. To everyone's surprise, Ilaria responded with a faint smile. "Accidents happen," she said gracefully. "It could happen to anyone." Then, her tone shifting subtly, she added, "Though it is rather peculiar that you're always clumsy. Do you have a health issue? Perhaps you should see a physician later." As Lady Poynton passed by, she deliberately stepped on Ilaria's foot, a sharp reminder not to become too complacent. Glancing back at the hunched figure of Olivia, Ilaria noticed the Empress did indeed appear quite unwell. The red-haired Ilaria asked her senior maid if they had prepared for such a situation, to which the maid responded affirmatively. With a practiced grace, the maid approached Ilaria and swiftly removed the soiled fabric, revealing a gown completely transformed in appearance. Witnessing this, Charlotte, the green-eyed girl, couldn't suppress an irritated growl, her teeth clenching tight. The incident didn't escape Empress Olivia's notice, her brow furrowing deeper than before. Later, the Empress Dowager sat in her office, playing chess, contemplating the events that had transpired. She moved the pieces, considering various strategies. Olivia, addressing her as mother, entered, and the Empress Dowager calmly inquired what brought her there so late. Olivia, the dark-haired girl, placed a hand on her chest, claiming she couldn't sleep because of that damned Ilaria, and pleaded for assistance. The Empress Dowager closed her eyes and instructed her maid, Maria, to bring Olivia some hot tea. Olivia vehemently protested, declaring she didn't want anything, but fell silent and lowered her head when the Empress Dowager rebuked her. Olivia immediately trembled, apologizing for her outburst. The blonde Empress Dowager expressed understanding, admitting that even she felt a whirlwind of emotions regarding the princess's behavior. With an irritated murmur, the Empress Dowager remarked on Ilaria's upcoming participation in the horse race, dragging the quiet Jenna into such a risky venture. Like falling into a trap, the Empress Dowager muttered, moving a chess piece. She then asked Olivia if she knew how to purify water. Taking a knight from the board, she added that one must ensure the dirt never resurfaces, so the water remains crystal clear. Olivia stared, surprised, as the Empress Dowager voiced her concerns about the horse race, which was being held after a long hiatus, with numerous witnesses expected. When asked if she understood the direction of the conversation, Olivia nodded, promising that everything would be handled perfectly. Sometime later, the group of girls decided to put their plan into action, holding a gathering where alcohol replaced tea. Looking at the bow and arrows hanging above the fireplace, Charlotte murmured that she had never seen them before. Ilaria explained it was a gift from the emperor, who called her a sharpshooter. Slightly surprised, the blonde Charlotte replied that it wasn't surprising, considering the princess was special to him. Ilaria clarified that the weapon, in many ways, belonged to the previous ruler, who had gifted the entire set to the Empress Dowager. Charlotte remarked that the former ruler's skill with words was better than his aim, then hastily corrected herself, saying she meant his eloquence. Ilaria, with her amber eyes, heard how the Empress Dowager had supposedly eliminated many people with just her words, a perfect gift for a princess, she thought, blushing at the implication. Meanwhile, Jenna and Beatrice observed the table laden with various bottles of alcohol. Beatrice, the Marquis's daughter, settled at the table, declaring that the evening promised to be enjoyable. Ilaria, intrigued, asked if she intended to partake in the drinks. Beatrice responded with a question of her own, suggesting that no one was more capable or skilled than Ilaria. When her cousin, Charlotte, added that she had never seen Ilaria drunk, the red-haired princess thought it best to keep her recent indulgences a secret. Charlotte surreptitiously uncorked a bottle of expensive wine, solemnly declaring that this was the day everyone would finally see the princess drunk. Katie froze, surprised, and after these words, she caught the blonde-haired girl's, Charlotte's, intrigued gaze. Then, recalling recent events, she called the maids to her side. The girl, Katie, spoke in a low but confident voice, explaining that she had a task for them. The enigmatic Charlotte requested their secrecy regarding a certain matter concerning the princess during the impending evening's festivities. Sometime after the revelry began, Beatrice raised her half-empty glass in the air, proposing another drink. Ilaria, the red-haired princess, asked bye-bye. Beatrice, when she had become so inebriated as it was usually difficult to get her drunk. The Marquis's daughter replied that she didn't know, but in good company, it had all somehow happened naturally. Looking at the scattered, empty bottles, ice, and glasses, the pink-haired girl, Malin, asked if they had truly consumed that much. The princess, Ilaria, answered in the affirmative. Touching her forehead, she confessed to feeling quite dizzy after drinking so much. Suddenly, a drunken Charlotte slammed her palm on the table, remembering Duke Faniel, and without hesitation, loudly cursed him as a son of a bitch. The blonde-haired girl stood up, cursing, and continued to scream, angrily waving her arms as the maids rushed to her side. Jenna calmly watched as the maids quickly escorted the heavily intoxicated Charlotte and Beatrice away. Ilaria remarked that it was just the two of them now and asked if they should continue drinking. A while later, Ilaria barely knew her own name or where she was, but the person she was speaking with, Jenna, seemed to be faring somewhat better. The maids helped the princess to her feet, explaining the need to carry her to her chambers to rest. Jenna, slightly unsteady on her feet, said that since Ilaria was being carried off to bed, she should also take her leave. Katie offered to assist her. So far, everything was going according to plan. The girls, the maids, turned and their eyes met. This was all part of Lady Charlotte's orders, which they had executed in perfect unison. The raven-haired woman, likely one of the maids, thought pensively that if the princess discovered all of this, she would surely be furious. They had even taken care of Ilaria's butterflies beforehand, frightening them and commanding them to stay away from their mistress while she was drunk. Meanwhile, Celestia, carrying the princess towards the palace, mused to herself that Ilaria and the Emperor Ebenezer would make a fine match. In her slumber, the red-haired princess asked where they were taking her. The maid, Celestia, answered honestly, knowing she was in no state to protest anyway. The blue-eyed girl mumbled something unintelligible and fell asleep again on the senior maid's shoulder as Celestia continued swiftly on her way. A weary Ebenezer had recently finished his day's work and was now walking down the hallway towards his bedroom. A diplomatic meeting had been held to celebrate the Empress Dowager's birthday, with the neighboring kingdoms and empires of Oswald and Shurif attempting to establish relations with Winifred. Rubbing his forehead with his palm, the blue-eyed Ebenezer thought only of how much he longed to see Ilaria after such a long day. The attendant stationed at the entrance to the ruler's chambers informed him that his bath had been prepared. His bed had also been prepared. Heading straight for the bathing chamber, the man emerged 20 minutes later, looking relaxed in his robe. Toweling his dark hair dry, he suddenly froze, for he saw that his bed was already occupied. Emperor Ebenezer stopped short, his blue eyes wide with astonishment as he surveyed the bedchamber. He paused, trying to decipher whether he was dreaming. There, in his bed, lay Ilaria, peacefully snoring, her breath even, clad in a pale yellow nightgown. He murmured under his breath, wondering how she had come to be here, a damp towel still clutched in her hand. The princess's cheeks, still flushed from the alcohol, remained rosy as she turned in her sleep, now lying on her back. Her very presence seemed enough to bring a blush to the emperor's face. Ebenezer covered his mouth with his hand, struggling to contain his emotions. He whispered again, questioning the situation. As if startled by his murmur, the princess stirred, then bolted upright in bed, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Calling out his name, the red-haired princess sat up in bed and, with a giggle, asked what he was hiding beneath his robe. Was it the imperial scepter? She wondered aloud, her inebriated state clearly evident. Ilaria pressed her palm to her cheek, excitedly repeating that she could see it perfectly. Taken aback by her shamelessly blunt compliment, Ebenezer's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. He covered his face with his hands. Come morning, the princess shot up in bed, her blue eyes wide as she tried to make sense of her surroundings. Her hands pressed against the mattress. The realization dawned on her that she had been in the emperor's spacious bed. Ebenezer, already dressed and seated at a table, smiled and asked if she had slept well. Utterly bewildered as to how she ended up there, the red-haired girl stammered out his title, asking if she had behaved herself the previous night. He chuckled softly, his blue eyes twinkling, and replied that he had enjoyed the evening immensely. The emperor tapped the documents on his desk and inquired after her well-being. Ilaria froze. Mortification threatened to consume her as he mentioned her apparent fascination with his abdominal muscles. Ilaria's eyes widened. She mentally replayed his words, unable to believe what she had apparently done. When he teased her about stealing his virginity, she questioned his meaning. He added that an emperor's virtue was not to be trifled with. The blue-eyed princess stared at him, bewildered by his words. Having caught the dark-haired emperor's attention, Ilaria calmly stated that she could undress quite easily. Placing her hand on her chest, she declared with a laugh that she had absolute confidence in her abilities. Ebenezer covered his face with his hand, muttering in disbelief that the red-haired woman would utter such things aloud. He rose from his seat just as Ilaria, seemingly oblivious to the previous night's events, announced that she could undress just as successfully as she had yesterday, and therefore he should undress too. When he protested, claiming he was late for a meeting, she waved him off dismissively. Only after he had left the room did the red-haired princess allow herself a mortified shriek, her cheeks burning. Later, back in her own chambers, Ilaria fiddled with her butterfly ornament, questioning Katie about the previous night's events. Why, she demanded, had she woken up in the emperor's bedchamber? Katie quickly explained that her mistress had spent the evening searching for the emperor, calling out his name. The blue-eyed maid, Celestia, looked at Ilaria with surprise, confirming that everything was indeed true. They had, in fact, taken her to the emperor. Ilaria couldn't fathom why she remembered nothing, how she could have let herself go so wildly in front of a stranger. How are the others? Ilaria asked. Celestia reported that the other girls were still asleep, recovering from the previous night's revelry. The red-haired princess thought to herself that she would need to be more careful with alcohol in the future, lest this happen again. The Empress and Olivia's scheming flashed through Ilaria's mind. She remembered their conversation with the mysterious butterfly, who had advised them to ensure the princess never showed her face again. Ilaria repeated the phrase internally with a hint of a sneer, thinking that the Empress was simply afraid of the possibility of a metaphorical knife in her back. Hugging her knees, Ilaria turned to the two maids. Please have tea prepared in the drawing room, she instructed. We'll be receiving a guest shortly, Duke Van Eyck. There are matters to discuss. Sven spotted a blond man, green-eyed, in the gardens. Where are you headed? He inquired, noting that the main palace lay in a completely different direction. Green-eyed had hoped to slip into the Steel Rose Palace unnoticed, but now, turning, he asked if His Majesty was occupied. Green-eyed recalled the Emperor's words about receiving a gift the previous day, a gift he understood to mean Ilaria. He was somewhat taken aback when Sven, the Emperor's aide, informed him that His Majesty was currently meeting with the Minister of Foreign Affairs and was otherwise engaged. Sven looked at Van Eyck quizzically when the Duke stated that he, too, was there on a matter concerning the delegation and would wait. "I need to discuss a few matters with the princess," Van Eyck explained. "What is it you wish to ask her?" Sven asked excitedly. Van Eyck inwardly groaned. This was precisely why he had wanted to slip away unnoticed. Lost in his thoughts, Sven suddenly exclaimed, "Duke Van Eyck is here to consult with Princess Ilaria." Green-eyed offered a strained smile. "That is most certainly true," he agreed, as Sven added, "Perhaps we can look at the situation from different angles." "We should split up," Van Eyck suggested, but Sven insisted they go together. "I'd like to hear the lady's perspective on the matter as well," Sven added innocently. Van Eyck, momentarily stunned, gave another tight smile. "Do you have matters to attend to, Spain?" the blond man inquired, as Sven fell in a step beside them. "I can make time," Sven replied. As they walked, Van Eyck regretted the lack of privacy. He hadn't wanted to arouse unnecessary suspicion. The image of the beautiful girl at the castle gates came to mind. Would my unannounced arrival be considered impolite, given that the lady summoned me a few days ago? He asked. The senior maid shook her head and, with a bow, replied, "On the contrary, the princess instructed that you be escorted to her immediately." Walking through the corridors, a faint blush colored Van Eyck's cheeks as he anticipated his meeting with the captivating Ilaria. He saw a female figure at the entrance of a room and was about to greet one of the emperor's concubines when he stopped abruptly. To his surprise, it wasn't the red-haired woman lounging on the sofa, but his relative, Charlotte, who seemed less than pleased to have such a visitor. Van Eyck hadn't expected her to be there. They exchanged purely formal greetings, devoid of any warmth. Charlotte pressed a hand to her forehead as a servant handed her honey tea, reflecting on how much she'd drunk the previous night. Unaware of her condition, Van Eyck assumed she might be ill and inquired after her health. The blonde woman replied that she was simply suffering from slight hangover and assured him there was no need for concern. She and Sven then took seats opposite the Duke. The Emperor's aide, Sven, turned to Van Eyck and asked if he had come to discuss some business. Van Eyck shook his head, admitting he had much to discuss, but added that they were interested in a previous venture of his and suggested it would be better to return another day. As the young man began to chatter about Ebenezer and the effect the princess was having on him, Van Eyck cut him short. Sven, however, persisted, declaring that Ebenezer had been utterly lovesick these past few days. He turned to Charlotte, asking if anything particularly interesting had happened the previous night, to which she nodded in agreement. All Van Eyck knew was that the three ladies and the Marquis's daughter had held a joint meeting at the Steel Rose Palace the day before. The event hadn't been publicly announced, but rumors, nonetheless, spread quickly, and all the nobles were aware that all the women in power had gathered together. When Van Eyck inquired as to what exactly had transpired, the Emperor's aide readily revealed that the princess, in a drunken state, had ended up in the Emperor's bedchamber. Van Eyck clapped a hand over his mouth in astonishment, his shocked murmur too low to be deciphered. Sven admitted he'd had the same reaction, a shared moment of surprise that seemed to forge a fleeting connection between them. Just as he said this, the princess entered the room, radiant and smiling. Ilaria, dressed in a beautiful red gown with gold embroidery, inquired if she was late. Van Eyck's fingers tightened on his white trousers, a pang of jealousy striking him as he wondered why the gods had favored Ebenezer so, delivering this woman to him. Noticing his captivated gaze, the blue-eyed Ilaria politely greeted the Duke, welcoming him to her palace. A blush warmed Van Eyck's cheeks, and he seemed to blossom like a flower when the princess, with a captivating smile, added that she had been eagerly anticipating his arrival. He stammered that it was his greatest honor. When asked if his schedule for the next month was confirmed, the Duke nodded affirmatively. The red-haired woman stepped closer, her voice suddenly imbued with a remarkable confidence, as she declared that the schedule would, in fact, be altered, at least for the next 2 weeks. Van Eyck took a step back, wondering at her calm and clear declaration, to which the blue-eyed woman replied that it was all part of her plan. The princess smiled, explaining that she had decided on this course of action because she assumed the Duke wouldn't object to such a change. The green-eyed Sven stared, momentarily stunned, as Ilaria asked if they could keep this matter confidential. Sven straightened, stating that if the lady required any assistance, she could call upon him at any time. The red-haired woman replied that she would keep that in mind. Ilaria turned to the quiet girl, smiling as she asked Charlotte if she would like to join her for some refreshments. The yellow-eyed girl responded with a smile that it could be arranged, assuring her friend that she would join her as soon as she saw her brother off. Once on the street, Charlotte inquired if Sven was busy. He muttered that he had things to do, but nothing urgent. The blonde woman reminded him that the young man had mentioned having errands to run. The Emperor's aide, taking the hint that his presence was no longer required, bowed to the princess and headed towards the main palace. Her stepbrother approached, noting with some surprise how quickly the dark-haired man retreated. Duke Van Eyck let out a strangled sigh as Charlotte abruptly turned to him, her strong fingers gripping the lapels of his jacket and pulling him close. The girl hissed that she didn't want to waste words, while the man murmured that he was listening intently. Fixing him with a glare, her yellow eyes blazing, the blonde woman demanded that he never go near Ilaria again. Van Eyck's bright green eyes widened as his stepsister added that he had no right to even look at the princess that way anymore. Charlotte declared that she alone knew his little secret, exclaiming that even she couldn't believe it when she realized. The girl questioned how, given his position, he could fail to distinguish between official business and personal affairs. The blonde man muttered that it would all blow over, that it was just a fleeting infatuation. The yellow-eyed girl, with undisguised skepticism, asked if he truly believed everything would end as neatly as he hoped. Charlotte urged him to be careful, as love was always an emotion easily exploited, especially by the Emperor. Van Eyck impatiently stated that she needn't worry, as that wouldn't happen, and turned to walk in the opposite direction. The blonde woman watched his retreating figure for a moment, murmuring that they weren't actually blood relatives anyway. Later, seated at a table, Charlotte, lightly clinking her utensils, replied to the princess's inquiry that the farewell had been uneventful. The yellow-eyed girl remarked that, judging by what she had witnessed earlier, Ilaria seemed quite interested in Duke Van Eyck's affairs. The girl added with a wave of her hand that she didn't understand such things very well, but for the future, it was prudent to establish a good relationship with the Duke, as he was, in fact, His Majesty's closest ally. The red-haired woman rose, placing her hands on the table, interrupting her and calling Charlotte's name. Extending a hand clad in a green polka-dotted glove, the princess smiled, assuring her there was no cause for concern. The blue-eyed woman added that nothing would happen, as Duke Van Eyck was a good man who knew his duty and the tasks entrusted to him. With a bright smile, Ilaria added that the actions and demeanor of both men and women could be quite captivating. The blonde woman murmured that the princess, of course, knew everything, and then asked what the girl planned to do about all of this next. Releasing a butterfly into the air, the red-haired woman declared that there was nothing better than exploiting a man's love, and therefore she would use both Ebenezer and Van Eyck to her heart's content. The blue-eyed woman added that she herself wouldn't stoop so low, preferring to achieve her true goals with more finesse. Charlotte sighed deeply, closing her eyes and silently pleading with her brother to steer clear of this unfolding drama. Noticing her expression, Ilaria remarked that there was no need for fear, asking if they weren't all in the same boat now. When the blonde woman questioned whether the Duke would be boarding their vessel as well, the red-haired woman explained that no man would, as they changed their minds as quickly as the man who betrayed the Emperor in the future she'd witnessed with the help of her magic orb. Back in the main hall of the Imperial Palace, Van Eyck leaned against the closed doors, lost in thought about the morning's events. The dark-haired ruler, seated at his desk, noticed Van Eyck's apparent unease. Ebenezer, his gaze laced with unconcealed disdain, asked with a smirk if the blond man had perhaps eaten something that disagreed with him. Van Eyck turned, murmuring that the ruler might be right in his assumption. The ruler had heard from the butterflies how Ilaria had spoken of exploiting the love of both the Emperor and his closest aide to her own advantage. How could the princess act as if they were equals? The man wondered, when she herself had declared that only Ebenezer was permitted to love her. Brooding over this with a mixture of jealousy and anger, the man gripped his pen too tightly, leaving a large, dark blot of ink on the document before him. Meanwhile, at the country estate, Count Rasmus stood before the young man, inquiring if there was anything troubling him. Prince Nathan, bearing a striking resemblance to his mother, the Empress Dowager, stood before the man and answered his question. Ebenezer's half-brother had been left with nothing to do after the death of their shared father, the previous emperor, who had abruptly chosen his eldest son as his successor. When his mother informed him of the coronation, the blond man protested, arguing that his majesty had not yet transferred power to him. But the woman commanded him to listen carefully. She declared that the emperor currently lay on his sickbed, completely out of his mind. The empress proclaimed that they needed to fill the vacant position, and the ruler's eldest son had already betrayed them and fled to Bernhard. Furthermore, Duke Clermont and many nobles supported the prince as the next candidate for emperor. The woman assured him that when his father passed, her son, not Ebenezer, would become the new monarch, placing a gold ring in the heir's hand. The young man, recognizing the emperor's seal, stared at the ring in astonishment, hardly believing his mother's confident words. Sometime later, servants burst into the prince's office, breathlessly announcing that his majesty was prepared to make his final testament. Worn down by illness, the once valiant ruler unexpectedly declared his heir to be none other than his eldest son, Ebenezer. Looking at the young heir, the dark-haired man added sternly that he did not trust Prince Nathan and would not grant him any authority. Looking at the imperial seal on the heir's finger, the man sternly demanded to know why he had impersonated Emperor Winfried without his knowledge. When Count Rasmus said that the prince had decided to visit him before going to the imperial palace, and that he was deeply honored, the blond-haired man, Rasmus, muttered that he was being overly praised. To the man's, Rasmus's, remarked that the best birthday gift for the Empress Dowager would be her grown-up son, Nathan. The blue-eyed man, Nathan, gave a faint smile. Earlier, the woman, blonde-haired, Nathan's adoptive mother, had stood before the new emperor, Ebenezer, and claimed to have nothing to do with Prince Nathan's betrayal. The blonde-haired woman declared that, though not by blood, she was still His Majesty's mother. As the guard seized Nathan, the very young boy, Ebenezer, looked at his mother, the blonde-haired woman, with confusion, while she pleaded with the ruler, Ebenezer, to believe in her sincerity and innocence. Rasmus interrupted Nathan's reverie, asking if the prince would mind his daughter, who was at the country estate, joining them for dinner. Nathan, trying to cool his mind, which was boiling with thoughts, froze, staring at his ally, Rasmus. After a moment, he replied that he had no objections, of course. Ilaria, light as a butterfly, caught every word and gesture. Sitting in the greenhouse, surrounded by Illy and her sprites, the princess murmured thoughtfully that heir, Nathan, has finally shown his true colors. In the future, she saw the young man struggling between the empress and the emperor, ultimately executed for treason and selling the country out to King Oswald. The red-haired woman, Ilaria, listened thoughtfully to the butterflies, sprites, silently pondering what kind of decision Nathan would choose to make this time. The blonde-haired man, Illy, lying in the lady's, Ilaria's, lap immediately asked, with sadness in his voice, if she was all right, as she seemed worried. Stroking his hair, the blue-eyed girl, Ilaria, calmly replied that, on the contrary, she was excited, for she was quite the experienced huntress. Illy, not quite understanding these metaphorical comparisons, looked up and asked if that meant he should find a target nearby for the princess. The girl's, Ilaria's, thoughts snapped back to Ebenezer. It's so difficult, she thought. When I take a step back, the man acts, and when I let go and leave it all to him, he immediately retreats. Ilaria leaned towards her guardian, Harry, and asked Illy what a man's weakness was, what she should do when they refused to succumb to temptation. Pressing close to her hand, the young man, Illy, with his eyes closed, said that he didn't know, as he himself was only weak in the presence of his empress, Ilaria. The red-haired woman, Ilaria, smiled quietly, thinking how adorable the fellow was, even with the sprite's influence. With a familiar, gentle pat on his head, the blue-eyed girl, Ilaria, thought that, next to him, she felt like a mother. The princess turned to Katie and asked, "Where's Charlotte?" "She's not the type to leave without saying goodbye, or letting us know beforehand." The dark-haired woman, Katie, said, surprised that she had assumed the lady, Ilaria, had sent her on some special errand. The girl, Ilaria, looked away, murmuring thoughtfully, unsure what to make of the situation. To her, the head maid's bewilderment, she had received a box and a note telling her to wait in the laundry room in 2 hours. When she opened the box, she saw a huge green diamond, encrusted with smaller gems and edged with gold, resting on a soft satin pillow. A short while later, Katie, the brown-eyed maid, hurried towards the laundry room. There, she noticed Ilaria, the Empress Dowager's red-haired servant, beckoning to her. Katie stopped, standing between the clotheslines and the drying garments hanging from them. After the laundry was finished, Ilaria, with a touch of impatience in her voice, asked what important matter required her presence in such a secluded place. Katie, speaking on behalf of her mistress, Charlotte, inquired whether Ilaria truly believed Princess Guinevere's every word and action to be righteous. The red-haired woman offered her a small pouch, urging her to accept it, adding that it contained far more than she had previously received. The silent maid took the mysterious cloth bag, wondering what could possibly be more valuable than the enormous gem she had already been given. Untying the drawstrings, Katie gasped at the sight of a glittering, multicolored hoard of jewels, brooches, earrings, and rings. Ilaria smiled, adding that Lady Olivia, who had sent all this, was a very generous woman and would bestow even more upon Katie if the maid complied with her wishes. The maid stood at a crossroads, the promise of a future with Empress Ilaria on one side, and the immediate rewards offered by Lady Olivia on the other. Without much hesitation, a bright, though not entirely kind, smile spread across Katie's face as she asked the red-haired woman what she should do. Time passed, and the Empress Dowager's birthday quickly approached. Despite the strained relationship between her and her stepson, the occasion was always marked with celebration. Ilaria instructed Katie to retrieve the girdle she had given her earlier, and the brown-haired maid quickly replied that she would attend to it immediately. In the girls' chambers, preparations were in full swing. Cosmetics, jewelry, and various other items filled the space, buzzing with feminine energy. After putting the finishing touches on Ilaria's attire, Beatrice made a triumphant gesture, smiling as she declared that everything was now certainly ready. Ilaria gazed at her reflection in the mirror, admiring the unusual, even revolutionary, white dress. It clung to her figure, revealing glimpses of her legs through elegant slits and ruffles. Turning, she remarked that it was the first time she had seen such a design, but she adored it. Her cousin replied that her dress boutique was opening next week. Gathering the skirt in her hands, the blue-eyed Ilaria assured her cousin that she would attend. She added that no one would accompany her now, as there was more than one concubine, but not enough emperor to go around, and her beloved brothers were away in their territories. Beatrice expressed surprise, having heard that Duke Van Eyck would likely be Charlotte's escort. The pink-haired girl looped her arm through Ilaria's, confidently offering to be her personal guard for the festivities. The girls laughed, descending the grand staircase, its runner of vibrant crimson velvet. They stopped abruptly on the last few steps when they realized Ebenezer, dressed in his finest attire and wearing a mischievous smile, stood waiting for them at the bottom. Beatrice questioned her cousin about her earlier claim of attending alone, but the red-haired girl muttered that she had been completely unaware of the emperor's intentions, clicking her tongue in mild annoyance. The Marchioness released her cousin's arm, gathered her skirts, and swept past the ruler. Ilaria, her voice laced with surprise, inquired after His Majesty's intentions. The dark-haired man, a serene smile playing on his lips, replied that he had come to escort his wife. As she descended the grand staircase, her heels clicking against the polished stone, the blue-eyed woman noted that all the other concubines would be traveling to the ball unescorted. He told her she was different, extending a hand towards the princess. A smile touched her lips. "How am I different?" she asked. Ebenezer countered with a question of his own. "How could the future empress not be special?" He murmured, "if I am permitted to love her." Ilaria's heart fluttered at his words and the attention they conveyed. A delicate blush warmed her cheeks as she gazed at the ruler. Unashamed, she inquired whether they would share a bed that night, as the dark-haired man himself had, declared it a special form of affection. His eyes traced the lines of her gown, a scandalous creation that barely veiled her exquisite figure, clinging to her curves and leaving little to the imagination. Ebenezer fought to suppress a surge of desire, a tremor running through him. "Who," he growled, his voice low and husky, "made you this damnable dress?" As he offered his hand, Ilaria asked if he disliked the garment. He demurred, his fingers brushing the thin, white fabric. "It's unusual," he declared, his voice strained. Ilaria could almost swear she felt the heat radiating from his skin. A blush crept up Ebenezer's neck, shame warming him at his reaction to such a simple piece of clothing. Yet he found himself powerless to control it. Ilaria's fingers tilted his chin upwards, her gaze meeting his, the blue of her eyes now darkened with intent. "Will you kiss me?" she whispered, her grip tightening on his chin as he attempted to protest. She repeated her request, a demand, really, and the young emperor finally succumbed, their lips meeting in a kiss that was both fervent and hungry, a culmination of long-suppressed desires. Lost in the moment, they paid no heed to the passing time, their embrace lingering. Finally, Ebenezer broke away, gasping for breath. Ilaria, her voice a low murmur, reminded him of his promise to make her regret such forwardness. "It won't be enough to stop me," she declared, the words a quiet challenge, as if trying to hammer the sentiment into his very being. He pulled her close, his arms tightening around her. "Once we start," he warned, "we won't be able to stop. Can you bear that?" Ilaria, a faint blush coloring her cheeks, replied that she was well aware of what she was doing, having tempted him time and time again. Leaning closer, her breath warm against his ear, she whispered, "Should I await your majesty in your chambers tonight?" Ebenezer offered no verbal response, choosing instead to seal his answer with a tender kiss, a silent promise that spoke volumes. Soon, they arrived at the grand ball celebrating the Empress Dowager's birthday. The Empress Dowager, despite her advanced years and lofty position, held court with effortless grace, accepting the accolades and compliments of the assembled nobles with a regal smile. All eyes turned as the herald announced the arrival of His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Ebenezer, and his companion, Princess Ilaria, arm in arm. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, the ladies whispering that they had never seen the Empress, likely referring to Ilaria, perhaps mistakenly or in anticipation of her future role in such a gown, deeming it a daring and magnificent creation. Olivia, her face darkening like a gathering storm, froze as she overheard someone declare the young couple a perfect match. She listened to the whispers and murmurs, aware that all the nobles considered Guinevere the emperor's favorite. Looking at the green-eyed girl, a flicker of something akin to pity, unexpected and unsettling, stirred within Ilaria. The Empress Dowager, the guest of honor, greeted them with a smile, noting that the emperor and his companion were late and had missed the beginning of the festivities. The young couple approached her, each taking a turn to offer birthday wishes to the revered Empress Dowager. Ilaria, her red hair vibrant against the backdrop of the ballroom, presented the Empress Dowager with a small box, explaining it was a modest gift she hoped the birthday celebrant would enjoy. Untying the red ribbon, the blonde Empress Dowager's initial surprise gave way to a soft murmur of thanks, a fleeting expression of pleasure that quickly vanished. Inside the box, the Empress Dowager found a small blue velvet case containing a ring bearing the Viscount Ulster seal. Ilaria, her blue eyes sparkling, asked if she liked it, adding with a touch of sly amusement that she had done her best to make it a convincing replica. The Empress Dowager's hands trembled with fury as she clutched the box, hissing a low question about what Ilaria thought she was doing. Ilaria opened her fan, a bright smile playing on her lips. "I do, indeed," she purred, "and I've made exquisite use of it." Shielding her face and mouth with the black fan, a barrier against prying eyes, Ilaria openly declared her threat against the Empress Dowager. The blonde woman stared, aghast, at the brazen girl who commanded her silence. Later, in another room, Olivia, consumed by rage, swept a vase from a table, its shattering echoing her uncontrolled fury. Clad in her tight-fitting, deep burgundy gown, she gasped for breath, feeling as though she were suffocating. Olivia, her green eyes blazing, knew with chilling certainty that Ilaria was using her gaudy dress and physical charms to ensnare the emperor, utterly devoid of shame. A thought sparked in Olivia's mind. Turning sharply, she summoned Jean, her loyal servant, who stood nearby. Olivia flung a pouch of jewels onto the floor, ordering Jean to either bribe someone or do it herself, but to ensure Ilaria's dress was ripped and ruined. The young couple stood close together when the emperor heard the familiar voice of his half-brother. Nathan bowed, hand on his chest, remarking that it had been some time since they had last seen each other, but thanks to the monarch's invitation, he was once again in the capital. Ilaria remained quietly at her companion's side, observing with interest the prince whom she was seeing in person for the first time. She now understood why the brothers were so popular among the ladies. Though different in appearance, both were undeniably handsome, their blue eyes a striking feature. Expressing her pleasure at meeting the prince, Ilaria introduced herself and extended an invitation to visit the Steel Rose Palace, adding that she would be delighted to offer the emperor's brother a cup of fragrant tea. Jean, moving swiftly and discreetly past Ilaria, used all her dexterity to successfully sabotage one of the gown's fastenings. Just as Ilaria braced herself for a potential mishap, she felt the thin, strong cord that held her dress together snap with a soft but distinct crack. She had hoped it would all go unnoticed, but now she was forced to call upon her faithful sprites for assistance. With his enhanced senses, Ebenezer noticed the flurry of bright yellow butterflies and glanced down to see two of them struggling to hold up the torn shoulder strap of Ilaria's gown, preventing a potentially embarrassing wardrobe malfunction for their mistress. Realizing he couldn't simply stand by, the emperor placed his hand on her delicate shoulder, feigning a tender embrace while discreetly freezing the broken edges of the strap back together. The raven-haired man thought with surprise the dress was new and of exceptional quality. Communicating through their shared connection with the sprites, the emperor asked Ilaria if he should retaliate, but his companion replied that vengeance was her prerogative. She reminded him they were surrounded by watchful eyes, and moreover, young Prince Nathan was waiting for his brother. Closing her eyes briefly, Princess Ilaria muttered under her breath that it would be a shame if something similar were to happen to the other concubines' dresses. A glint entered her blue eyes as she declared she would take care of handling them in the emperor's stead, for the rule was simple: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Ebenezer watched with a smile as Ilaria carried on such a conversation with composure and dignity. His half-brother, Nathan, remarked that it was the first time he had seen the emperor interact so intimately with a concubine, declaring that they looked so well-suited he felt a pang of envy. Touching Ebenezer's chest, Ilaria suggested that in that case, Nathan really ought to marry soon. The blue-eyed princess placed a butterfly on Nathan, smiling as the young man excused himself, saying that since the conversation had turned to such topics, he had best take his leave. Ilaria considered Prince Nathan weak, but she suspected he was merely feigning vulnerability to create opportunities for himself. She knew that from now on, she would keep a close eye on this unexpected variable. Elsewhere, Jean dropped her scissors, admitting she had indeed made the cut. Olivia demanded to know how the dress could still be intact. Ilaria interrupted their conversation, entering the room and greeting Olivia with an overly cheerful smile. The green-eyed noblewoman felt a flicker of fear as the princess declared she had a gift she was eager to bestow upon her friend. Jean listened in dismay as her mistress shrieked, ordering the impertinent woman to leave at once. Looking at the red-haired maid, a glass of wine in hand, Ilaria explained that she never struck first. Pouring the red wine directly onto Olivia's expensive gown, Ilaria declared that she had no patience for such childish games. Emptying the glass, she murmured that this was a warning, though she was merciful and willing to give people several chances. Ilaria added that her patience was not infinite. Olivia shrieked, claiming things wouldn't always go Ilaria's way, and calling her rival a fool. The princess sighed softly, a small smile playing on her lips as she stated that the only fool present was her interlocutor. She reminded Olivia that attempting to humiliate her by undressing her in a room full of influential people was the true act of folly. The blue-eyed princess, still smiling, suggested Olivia cease these utterly childish antics, saying it was time they became proper rivals. Olivia remained silent, struggling to process the torrent of emotions overwhelming her. She turned swiftly to the kneeling Jean, commending her bravery, as the prank could very well have been noticed by the emperor. Turning back, Ilaria remarked that had the knife accidentally been pointed at the monarch, the matter would have been considered treason. Olivia's hands clenched as the maid confessed her crime and begged for mercy. When the princess inquired if she could take the girl, the green-eyed woman turned impatiently, stating she could do as she pleased. The redhead turned to her aide, instructing Katie to help the frightened girl to her feet. A flicker of surprise crossed her features when Ilaria stated that Jean would remain within the women's steel camp until further instructions. With a bright smile, Ilaria warned that it wouldn't be easy, for if the girl was prepared to tarnish her reputation for money, then she must be prepared to die. Left alone, Olivia thought to herself that losing one girl, and an incompetent one at that, was hardly a tragedy. She already had Ulster under her thumb, and she wasn't about to refuse the offering of countless precious gems either. Later in the bedroom, Ebenezer toyed with the jewels on the girl's back with his fingers, remarking that the Empress Dowager never acted openly. The redhead surmised that she would likely use Olivia and other noblewomen to achieve her aims. The emperor drew closer to her face, smiling at how openly they could communicate on various topics. The blue-eyed man stiffened when his beloved suddenly asked how he intended to deal with Prince Nathan. He caressed her chin, questioning why she always brought up his brother in his presence, adding that they needed to expedite the wedding process for the prince soon. The dark-haired man clarified that he was referring to a political marriage, as the Empress Dowager wished to find a good match for her son. She wanted to ask what kind of family they were leaning towards for such a union, but Ebenezer placed a finger on her lips, stating they would talk later. The blue-eyed man said he wanted to focus only on the two of them for now, clarifying that it seemed only he was feeling tense. The redhead touched the collar of his shirt, stating that he was clearly absorbing all her tension. Picking up his snowflake pendant with her fingers, the princess remarked that he always wore the piece, inquiring as to its significance. The man replied that he kept the relic, which belonged to his dearly departed mother. With a tender smile, she asked what the woman was like, to which Ebenezer replied that she was quite extraordinary. His father had deeply loved his mother, a girl with beautiful blue hair, who was an elf that later became human. The emperor stated that it was because of her nature that he was not born an ordinary human, but a water elf. Having never heard of elves having children with humans, Ilaria was immediately curious as to what creature her mother controlled. The girl fell into thought again, which immediately reflected on her face, prompting the dark-haired man to ask how much longer she would think of other things when he was in front of her. The blue-eyed man gently stroked her cheek, warning that she was like a mischievous kitten who might be punished. Wrapping her arms around the ruler's neck, the redhead reminded Ebenezer that it was his job to ensure she wasn't distracted by anything. The dark-haired man chuckled, asking if they should start by removing each other's excess clothing. The Empress Dowager clutched the ring, a gift from the girl, her thoughts drifting to the past. Long ago, the man who had worn this very ring had begged Lobelia not to leave. He knew the emperor already had his heart set on another, and becoming the wife of such a man would be a torment. The golden-haired woman had listened as he pleaded with her to choose not duty, but him to be with him. Viscount Ulster had been right. As empress, all she could do was watch another's happiness. When she had given birth to Nathan, whispers had circulated that the prince couldn't possibly be the emperor's son. It had been less than 8 months since she'd arrived at the palace. Before she became empress, everyone had talked about the girl, spreading rumors of a fleeting romance. The nobles claimed the boy was Viscount Ulster's child, though they couldn't be certain. While the former emperor grieved for his deceased wife, the current empress, the Empress Dowager, saw her opportunity. The golden-haired woman had brought their youngest son to the emperor, calling out to his majesty, a distraction from his sorrow. The monarch couldn't resist the charm of the small child who reached for him with complete trust. During the investiture of the new ruler, or rather, the confirmation of Nathan's place, the emperor declared Nathan officially recognized as his son, and none were to dispute it. Anyone who dared spread rumors about the young heir should be prepared to pay with their life. The Empress Dowager seethed, trying to understand how something meant to remain forever buried could be dredged up again. She rose to her feet and summoned her maid, Maria. Maria responded instantly, acknowledging her mistress's words that Princess Ilaria was becoming too brazen, that she couldn't be allowed to rely solely on Olivia. The golden-haired woman declared that since the youngest prince, Nathan, had reappeared in the capital, her father should also be involved. She gave the order to spread the word. The doors of the Merchant Guild were now open. The Genesis family had received far too much. It was time for leadership to return to the Sablofts. The woman vowed silently to destroy everything Princess Ilaria held dear, one by one. The Empress Dowager declared it was finally time to put that impertinent country bumpkin from Guinevere in her place. Morning found the girl waking in Ebenezer's strong embrace, his breath warm against her neck. The blue-eyed man combed his fingers through his lover Ilaria's red hair, asking if, considering their activities the previous night, she would be able to attend the horse races that day. He added that if she felt unwell, she could easily decline, and he would cater to her every whim. The princess thought with a flicker of annoyance that his solicitousness was irritating, though his exuberance was understandable. Last night had been long, fueled by his insatiable desire. Responding to her plea for him to calm down, the man chuckled, asking his lover if she was already tired. At her affirmative reply, the love-struck ruler reminded the princess of her promise to endure everything he would give her. Recalling their less-than-decent conversation, the red-haired girl, Ilaria, blushed, murmuring that she would certainly attend the races. Ilaria knew her pride wouldn't allow her to back down. Now she would have to train every single day. The princess sat up in bed, about to rise quickly, but then clutched her thigh, groaning aloud. Ebenezer wrapped his arms around her waist, softly asking if his beloved Ilaria was in pain. The dark-haired emperor murmured that simply sitting there holding her was driving him mad, and questioned whether they truly had even a moment longer. The red-haired princess lay back down, surprised by the emperor's tenderness and the emotion he displayed. As he held her close, the blushing, blue-eyed Ilaria nestled against the man who longed to stay with her a while longer. Charlotte smiled, asking if Princess Ilaria had indeed spent the night in His Majesty's chambers. A maid confirmed it, adding that the princess would be heading straight to the races from there. The blonde woman chuckled softly, glancing at her stepbrother as they shared breakfast, taking in his unhappy expression and tightly pursed lips. With a triumphant smirk, the amber-eyed Charlotte remarked that if Vanek reacted so obviously, he would be seen through in an instant. The man covered his face with his hand, as Charlotte implied that His Majesty and Princess Ilaria had likely already guessed. The Duke muttered that he was insignificant to them anyway, so there was no need to remind him of it repeatedly. The blonde woman immediately ceased her teasing of the young man, remarking that it was the first time she had seen him like this. When Vanek told her not to worry, as he wouldn't put love before duty, Charlotte lowered her gaze. Charlotte confessed that when she was first brought to the palace as a concubine, she had been determined to become empress. It had been an involuntary marriage, but she had wanted to win the emperor's love, bear his heir, and find true happiness. Back then, the blonde woman hadn't known that it was all just an empty dream. She had become a concubine to save the Clarinet family, but Charlotte said she was glad she finally understood that now, even if it was a little late. If Princess Ilaria became empress, it would be better for everyone. Having heard all of this, the Duke commented that it seemed his sister was clearly quite taken with the princess. The blonde woman nodded, admitting that in her actions, she was merely following the advice her brother had given her. The amber-eyed woman rose to her feet, placing her hands on the table, and confidently declared that she would do everything in her power to ensure Ilaria became the one and only empress. The green-eyed Vanek thought to himself that before this, he hadn't harbored any grand ambitions. Simply watching the red-haired girl had been enough for him. Watching her from afar, he couldn't understand why the current events were awakening such a fierce competitive spirit within him. Sometime later, all the guests, racers, and other nobles gathered at the festively decorated racecourse. As the horse nibbled and tugged at her sleeve, Ilaria told Evan that if it continued like that, it would certainly be punished. Jenna covered her mouth with her hand, giggling that the princess and her horse seemed to be very good friends indeed. The blue-eyed princess looked towards her friend, who was standing beside a thoroughbred brown stallion with a distinctive white blaze on its delicate muzzle. The red-haired Ilaria turned back, laughing and saying the horse was just as stubborn as its owner. Stroking her steed, Princess Ilaria adjusted the bridle and asked Gina if she knew what the whispers were about. The nobles were spreading rumors that they were only in the race for the royal family's prestige and would only cross the finish line through sheer luck. Gina, her blue eyes bright, turned to Ilaria. Is that true? Do we have to prove ourselves to everyone? Smoothing back her red hair, Jenna nodded, a brilliant smile lighting up her face at the prospect. Hand in hand, the girls walked forward, supporting each other, their hearts burning with the desire to achieve their goals. Beatrice stretched languidly, arching her back in exhaustion. Straighten up, Beatrice, Charlotte urged. The race is about to begin. Beatrice, the Marchioness, sighed. I was working until dawn. We've all been so busy setting up the atelier. If the race had started earlier, I wouldn't be so dreadfully bored. Charlotte giggled. That's not funny at all, Beatrice retorted. I am truly, utterly exhausted. Turning to the blonde woman, Beatrice's expression softened into a smile. That dress suits you perfectly, Charlotte. And don't forget, it's a Beatrice original. A blush warmed Beatrice's cheeks as her friends complimented her work and assured her of future success. Their conversation was interrupted as they noticed the contestants gathering near the starting line. Ilaria, resplendent in an elegant short jacket embroidered with gold, paired with tight beige breeches and high black boots, stood out amongst the other riders. Raising her opera glasses, Beatrice caught sight of the princess. "My cousin looks remarkably confident," she remarked with a pleased smile. Charlotte suddenly grew curious. "What do you think Ilaria will ask for if she wins?" Beatrice shrugged. "I've been wondering the same thing. Hill has never answered that question. She's terribly unpredictable." The race began. With a confident and swift kick, Ilaria urged her horse, Eben, forward, immediately taking the lead. The event began to feel less like a competition and more like a celebration orchestrated specifically for Ilaria. The Emperor, noticing the Duke Vanek's unusually dour expression, smiled faintly. "You seem rather out of sorts, Vanek. A change of scenery affecting your sleep, perhaps." The green-eyed Emperor continued, "I've been there myself, but I'm quite all right now." Sven, who was serving drinks, looked surprised. "Insomnia, Your Grace?" he inquired. Hidden amongst the trees, a man waited, clutching a peculiar tube, his gaze fixed on the race. The hooded figure, his face obscured by shadows, raised the tube to his lips as his target came into view. His aim was fixed on Ilaria's horse, Eben. At that very moment, Ilaria crossed the finish line, a triumphant fist raised in the air. Beatrice leaped to her feet, mirroring Ilaria's gesture. "Well done, Hill," she shouted. Ilaria tightened the reins, bringing Eben to a halt as the crowd erupted in cheers. Charlotte, observing the scene with amusement, noted Jenna's obvious satisfaction with her effortless third-place finish. Olivia, clutching her skirts, seethed silently. She should have fallen, she thought angrily. She shouldn't have even reached the finish line. Ilaria turned towards the commoners who had gathered to watch the race. "I shall make my request on behalf of those talented individuals who lack the opportunity to showcase their gifts," she declared. Because of their status, Ilaria, with a gentle smile, requested the Emperor to grant her wish and establish a new knightly order. She proposed that Jenna, who had secured third place in the race, be appointed commander of this order, offering equal opportunities to female commoners. Ilaria confidently declared that such a decision would lay a solid foundation for the empire's development. A nobleman objected, exclaiming that such desires and actions were unthinkable for a ruler. He cried out that appointing a commoner to a knightly order violated imperial law. Jenna, with her fiery red hair, visibly darkened at his words. Ilaria, however, countered that the Grand Codex of Winifred contained no such prohibition and challenged him, asking if he truly believed himself superior to the Emperor. The princess pressed him, inquiring if he, with his arrogant pronouncements, made the laws. The man hastily replied that he did not. As the Emperor declared that the victor's wish would be granted and ordered preparations for the budget and formation of the new knightly order, the ministers nodded in agreement. Despite the objections, Emperor Ebenezer, his dark hair stark against the backdrop of the court, promised that the new order would receive the same compensation and conditions as all others. Jenna, overwhelmed, stammered that she was not at all qualified. Ilaria, her own red hair a vibrant contrast to Jenna's, assured her that it was entirely possible, expressing her confidence that Jenna could handle everything with ease, urging her to believe in herself. Feeling her hands tremble, Ilaria thought to herself that it was time to stop as her strength was failing. Ebenezer, a smile playing on his lips, declared that the symbol of the new knightly order will be a soaring eagle. He turned to Jenna, adding that, carrying the glory of this day, she must continue to soar. Jenna expressed her heartfelt gratitude to His Majesty. Just then, Ilaria suddenly doubled over, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, in response to his mother's question, Prince Nathan said he wasn't thinking of anything in particular, simply still adjusting to the capital after his long absence. The Empress Dowager, her golden hair shimmering, sighed and closed her eyes, saying he couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts for too long. The young man stiffened as his mother added that this was where he would have to spend the rest of his life. Speaking of the need for support from other nobles, the Empress Dowager asked if he had considered the candidacy of Beatrice, Marchioness of Genesis. Nathan sought clarification, confirming that she was referring to the woman who was a close friend of the Empress, Ilaria. The Empress Dowager confirmed this, then posed a rhetorical question. How could friendship compare to power? Considering the young Beatrice, the golden-haired woman was certain she would choose the position of Empress over her friendship with Ilaria. Nathan, his blue eyes wide, froze, stunned into silence as his mother declared that she would return to him everything he had lost. Beatrice sat by Ilaria's bedside, applying a cool cloth to her brow, wiping away the beads of sweat that had gathered there. Ilaria remained unconscious. Beatrice, the Marchioness, thought to herself that if it hadn't been for the Emperor, things could have been much worse. She added, speaking her thoughts aloud, that because of this incident, the capital's gates had been closed, and a search for the culprit was now underway. The pink-haired girl, Beatrice, leaned over her beloved cousin, Ilaria, asking if she truly believed she had 9 lives. Suddenly, the princess touched her forehead with her palm and patted Beatrice's head, telling her to stop crying. The blue-eyed girl, Ilaria, still pale, but now conscious, said she had cried too much. Beatrice hugged her beloved cousin tightly, declaring that she hadn't been crying without reason, but because Ilaria always worried her. Ilaria said she'd told Beatrice not to cry, but it had only made her cry harder, saying she had been terrified for her cousin. The red-haired girl, Beatrice, embraced Ilaria, trying to calm her, while recalling Emperor Ebenezer's expression just before she herself had lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Charlotte greeted the arriving Duke Van Eyck with surprise. She added that he'd come at just the right moment, mentioning that she'd heard Princess Ilaria had finally awakened. The amber-eyed Charlotte eagerly inquired if there was any news, confidently offering her assistance if needed. The blonde-haired Duke Van Eyck abruptly declared that this incident and the subsequent investigation could be particularly dangerous for Charlotte. Charlotte froze, her hand pressed to her chest, softly asking the Duke what he meant. As Van Eyck mentioned the name of the unfortunate deceased, the concubine trembled and stiffened. Venetia, Van Eyck added. He explained that due to the attempted assassination of Princess Ilaria, the old case surrounding Venetia's death was being reopened for further investigation. When Charlotte bluntly asked if she was being considered a suspect, the Duke calmly confirmed it. He handed Charlotte a letter, and she saw the Sybil family name inscribed upon it. After carefully reading the contents, she asked what it meant. The Duke explained it was a marriage proposal from the family the Empress had originated from. The green-eyed Duke Van Eyck stated that to protect the Clarinet family, his sister, Charlotte, was once again being forced to do whatever was necessary. Charlotte cried out, as if to grasp at Van Eyck, then exhaled loudly. Composing herself, Charlotte crumpled the letter, declaring that even if her past sins were revealed, she wouldn't betray the princess. The Duke turned away, saying she could do as she pleased, but she shouldn't expect any further support from their family. Just after winning the race, the moment the red-haired Ilaria began to lose consciousness and behave strangely, the girls in the stands and everyone around them were astonished. Olivia couldn't understand what had happened or why, as it was completely outside her plans. Emperor Ebenezer tried to call to and rouse the blue-eyed Ilaria, whose shoulders were being supported by Jenna, who stood beside her. The Emperor softly asked if she had truly known what was being planned, yet still decided to participate. Ilaria whispered that if she said she hadn't known, she would be lying, supported by someone referred to as Butterfly. The pale Ilaria said that thanks to this, she had been able to cut off the raccoon's tail. Olivia approached the fence, trying to understand what was happening. At that moment, the green-eyed Ilaria suddenly heard a voice explaining that there was no need for surprise, as the villain had targeted the horse the princess was riding. The assassin's poisoned arrow had been aimed at the horse, but the red-haired girl had intentionally caused Butterfly, presumably the horse's name, to veer off course, leading to the animal's death. That transformed into an assassination attempt against Princess Ilaria. Ilaria informed the Emperor that now her adversaries wouldn't be able to act so brazenly. She asked him to simply observe her actions, adding that even though it was dangerous, it was equally thrilling. Ebenezer had always known the princess was capable of much to achieve her goals, but he never imagined she would be prepared to put herself in such peril. The Emperor murmured that this habit of hers was truly terrible, as he had never been so worried. He embraced her, saying he admired this aspect of her, but he couldn't control his apprehension. The blue-eyed princess, already feeling weak, implored His Majesty not to worry, as she was merely stepping into the jaws of death. She caressed his cheek, pointing out that the dark-haired man looked as if he were truly about to cry, which wasn't fair. Ilaria promised that if she were truly dying, Ebenezer would always arrive in time to save her. Barely able to control her thoughts and words, the princess added that if he were to die or be injured, it would be on his conscience. The emperor turned and ordered the cancellation of all subsequent plans, demanding a return to the main palace. A little later, the red-haired girl, under a physician's care, fell asleep and then regained full consciousness. The emperor's aide bowed and reported this to him. With a sigh of relief, Ebenezer ordered the guard around the Steel Rose Palace doubled and Princess Charlotte to remain close at hand at all times. The emperor glanced at Illy, who hadn't shown him any particular favor before, and granted him permission to attend his beloved from now on. Spivey reminded him that according to rumors, the blonde man was her lover, and therefore it would be better to appoint a new bodyguard. The dark-haired man asked sternly which of them could guarantee that a new guard would ensure the princess's absolute safety. He covered his face with his hand, thinking that he couldn't lose Ilaria, who so recklessly disregarded her own well-being. Having regained control of his emotions, Ebenezer turned to where Duke Vanek stood and called his name. The emperor ordered him to ascertain the source of the arrow, the weapon, and the identity of the assassin who attacked his beloved. The green-eyed duke replied that everything will be taken care of. The emperor added that all culprits needed to be found and brought before him. The dark-haired man ordered all entrances and exits to be blocked to catch the criminals and to check for any similarities to Lady Venice's murder. The duke couldn't help but recall the anxiety, even fear, he had experienced the moment he realized something had happened to the princess. The emperor had rushed to carry her in his arms to the physician, not allowing anyone to approach her. Vanek reminded himself that he would never put love above his family, above Charlotte, above anyone. Meanwhile, Olivia slammed her fist on the table, screaming about how the princess had been injured. She claimed she had ordered the mercenaries to aim for the horse. Maria told the girl not to worry, as they had already ascertained that the assassin had bribed them. The green-eyed girl asked the maid what she meant by they had ascertained. The girl replied that it was necessary. Someone had staged a suicide so that no one else could follow the trail. Beatrice, rubbing her forehead with the palm of her hand, responded that it was cleverly done. Then, a flicker of confusion crossed her face. Why, she wondered, had a poison potent enough to kill a large horse failed to kill a man? Watching the vibrant sunset, Olivia declared that the princess would vanish just like the fading light on the very same day as Venetia.